Chapter 39. Clap Clap. After completing the bidding for the heavenly spirit leaf, Xing clapped his hands. The clear clapping suppressed the noise in the entire place. After which, he waved his hand, and the surrounding auction stage split open. 5 platforms rose, and 5 black-clothed old men with cold expressions slowly appeared. One of the old men was holding a small box that was covered by a black cloth. These few old men surrounded Xing in the middle and faced him. A faint, sharp energy lingered around their bodies. Their eagle-like, sharp eyes slowly swept across their surroundings. Seeing how careful they were, as though they were facing a great enemy, the auction ground became quiet. A strange atmosphere enveloped the entire palace, causing everyone to feel a little pressured. Everyone, I believe you all know what the most important item of our Starry Pavilion's auction this time around is. This old man also knows very well that many of the people present have come for that item. After adjusting his black gloves, the smile on Xingju's face slowly faded as he said in a deep voice, "However, I hope that what happened earlier won't happen again. Otherwise, don't blame the Constellation Pavilion for not showing mercy." Everyone laughed dryly. The place was dead silent. While Xing was speaking, the old man, who was carrying the small box covered by a black cloth, cautiously placed it on the auction stage. After which, he slowly withdrew and returned to his original position. Both of his arms were spread open as he joined the other 2 old men in the air. A mysterious formation also appeared on the ground. A transparent barrier that was flickering with starlight slowly appeared between the 5 old men. It looked mysterious and indestructible. It could be said that the protection this time had reached the level of an iron wall. There was a layer of protection from the palace and a layer of protection from the people. If there was really an ignorant person who wanted to snatch it, he would have to break through 2 layers of high-level protection in front of everyone and defeat the 5 god emperors. After which, he would have to personally face Xing, who was at the divine underworld grade. It was not that there was no one with such strength in the auction. However, if he really did that, he would definitely be attacked by the crowd. With so many people, he would not even know how he died if he was hit by a single punch. Moreover, Xing and the rest were not wooden dummies. Would they just watch someone break the formation and take the item? Impossible. However, it was no wonder that the Constellation Pavilion's defenses were so tight. It was just that the value of this item definitely exceeded that of the celestial spirit tree leaf. Otherwise, it would not have been placed at the very end. Furthermore, with such a valuable item, if one was not careful, one might even be stolen. An ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. If it weren't for the fact that the Constellation Pavilion had some deterrence in the realm of the gods and possessed such a miraculous item, it was likely that someone would have destroyed the pavilion to take the item. In this world, there were still people who did some shady things. Xing lifted his head to look at the heated gazes from the VIP seats. His eyes paused on a few spots. The energy in his body surged as he quickly tore the black cloth off. The black cloth fell off in front of everyone's eyes, revealing a black box made of unknown materials. Under the illumination of the light, the black box was dim, but a faint cold air leaked out. Buzz! The netherworld ruin sword in Yun Nuoxing's forearm suddenly trembled. Waves of divine consciousness were transmitted to Yun Nuoxing's mind. The sudden change startled Yun Nuoxing. She gently touched the small sword pattern with her left hand and asked, "Netherworld ruin, what's wrong?" However, the netherworld ruin sword did not respond. It went silent again. Everyone took a deep breath. Their eyes widened as they stared at the black box without blinking. They even held their breaths. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the grand finale of the Constellation Pavilion's auction. It's also the goal of many people. This is... Xing flipped the lid over. Dazzling light suddenly shot out, making everyone close their eyes out of habit. The soul of a divine weapon. Xing covered his eyes with his hand. A beam of black light shot out from his palm and covered the dazzling light. He shouted with a loud voice. Xing loud voice was like a heavy bomb that exploded in the auction hall. It caused an explosive sensation. Countless exclamations sounded. Then, many greedy eyes focused on the black box. Inside the black box, there was a spherical crystal the size of a human head, pure white and flawless like suet fat jade. It floated above the box without any support. Moreover, it seemed to have intelligence as it floated around the box. A dazzling light permeated its surface, and countless runes were densely arranged on its surface. The soul of a divine weapon, as the name suggested, was the soul of a weapon. However, not all weapons would have such a large soul of a divine weapon. Only some extremely powerful and high-grade weapons would have such a large soul of a divine weapon. The soul of a weapon came from the weapon. Only when the weapon was destroyed could it be released. However, generally speaking, when the weapon died, the soul of the weapon would also be destroyed. It was impossible to take the soul of a weapon out unscathed, unless there was a forbidden technique that could take away the soul of a weapon the moment it was destroyed, or if an extremely powerful weapon died, the soul of a weapon would not be destroyed. Moreover, such a large soul obviously belonged to the latter. A soul of a weapon that was not destroyed was equivalent to a pure soul without an owner. When it was injected into a weapon, it could give birth to a soul that belonged to the weapon in the shortest time possible. In an instant, the weapon would be strengthened to the same level as the soul of the weapon. In the current era, it was basically impossible for a blacksmith to give a complete soul to a weapon. One reason was that it was extremely difficult, and the other reason was that there was no way. Therefore, although the weapons of the current era had given birth to another existence called deities, and although they had consciousness compared to weapons with souls, they were much weaker. This was because a weapon with a soul of a weapon was, in a sense, a living being. It was not a weapon. Buzz! The Netherworld Ruins sword shot out from Yun Nuoxing's arm with a whoosh. It was surrounded by a dense purplish-black light, but there was no energy fluctuation. Pong! Almost at the same time, Yun Nuoxing also stood up with a bang. The chair was knocked over, and the four-colored evil spirit, I stared at the crystal that was the size of a head. Her heart was in turmoil. Inside the crystal, there was an incomplete array. There was only the eye of the array, and the lines that extended out were cut off halfway. However, there was only a small array left. It was extremely complicated, and its level of mystery was definitely not lower than a high-grade deity array. It was so complicated that it was dazzling. This is... Yun Nuoxing extended his hand to grab the dark ruined sword, and placed it behind his back to prevent others from recognizing it. At the same time, the evil spirit, I quickly carved out the complex, blood-vomiting, incomplete formation. However, it only carved out the edges first, as the central part would take at least a few months to carve out. Then it connected it to the other two incomplete formations in his mind. They were carved out from two inexplicable pieces of jade, one from the Yu family, the other from the primordial ruins. Then the two corners of the array perfectly connected with the incomplete array that she had just obtained, one on the left and one on the right. Weapon spirit, weapon spirit, weapon spirit. Senior Mu Ingzi seemed to have said that the weapon spirit of the Netherworld ruined sword had dissipated. Right? Could it be? Seeing that the three incomplete arrays matched, Yun Nuoxing's eyes widened. She thought of the Netherworld ruined sword's reaction just now, and then transmitted a message to the Netherworld ruined sword behind her. Netherworld. That weapon spirit. It can't be your weapon spirit, right? Buzz. The Netherworld ruins sword trembled and seemed a little confused. It didn't even know why it was so excited. Yu-Yin also stood up, and her jade fingers gently stroked the Netherworld ruined sword as she asked Yun Nuoxing, "What did the Netherworld ruined sword say?" Yun Nuoxing had also told her about the Netherworld ruined sword, and she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Who would have thought that the weapon ranked first in the Divine Sword record would be right in front of her? However, she didn't make a fuss. She also knew that this news would cause him a lot of trouble. Although it was a damaged divine weapon, it didn't say that it couldn't be repaired. If one day the Nether Void Sword was repaired in perfect condition, the entire world would be shocked. Yin Nuashing shook her head and transmitted a message. Even the netherworld ruined sword itself doesn't know. Just now, it was probably an instinctive reaction. Buzz. At this moment, the netherworld ruins sword hummed softly again. In its voice, there was a desire for the weapon spirit, and it seemed very human. Ah, you want it? Yin Nuashing tilted her head, looked down, and then tilted her head to the other side. Looking at the people in the VIP seats, she couldn't help but whistle, ask a tiger for its skin, steal a tiger's food. Buzz. Hearing Yin Nuashing's murmur, the netherworld ruins sword immediately trembled. I know. I can only say that I will try my best. After all, those guys are not easy to deal with. Yin Nuashing nodded and pulled Yuin to sit down again. She put the netherworld ruins sword on her knees and looked at it quietly. According to our appraisal, this weapon spirit was taken from a powerful weapon on the divine weapon record. It flew out after the weapon broke. It is very well preserved, and even the original karma has been preserved. Xingju looked at the people in the VIP seats with a smile, and his eyes flashed with a cunning light. Well preserved. Yin Nuashing almost burst out laughing. He was doing this on purpose, wasn't he? The array inside was badly damaged. Except for the core array, which was very well preserved, the rest was basically gone. Who knew how many pieces were missing? Bang! Sensing that the auction hall had become chaotic again, the black-clothed old men and Xingju suddenly released a majestic aura. 6 pairs of eyes flashed slowly in the auction hall. As their eyes swept across the hall, the chaotic hall was instantly frozen like boiling water, and it quickly quieted down. Some people curled their lips unhappily, but they didn't say anything. It was better to be quiet in someone else's territory. There were gods here, and it would be fun to provoke them. Everyone, please abide by the rules. Just now, you have already broken the rules once. This time, I'll have to trouble you to restrain yourselves. If you're interested, speak. Don't fight. Otherwise, although Xingju's eyes were narrowed into slits, he still spoke with a gentle voice. Then, he looked deeply at a few places and waved his hand. Now, the auction for the weapon spirit begins. Chapter 40. As Xingju's words fell, the huge auction ground fell into a strange silence. Countless pairs of eyes looked directly at the VIP seats. Everyone knew that given the preciousness of the divine weapon's soul, it was naturally impossible for an ordinary person to obtain it. Among those present, the only ones who had the strength and qualifications to participate in the bidding were some of the large factions and first-rate factions in the VIP seats. However, while everyone was looking at the VIP seats, the people in the VIP seats were also looking down. There were also some powerful independent cultivators who could compete with them. They definitely could not be underestimated. Wait! Just as someone was about to speak, Xingju suddenly shouted. This caused everyone to look at him in confusion. Xingju wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He could not endure being stared at by so many pairs of eyes that were filled with pressure. Hence, he hurriedly said, everyone knows the principle of not showing off one's wealth. Therefore, if there are any friends who are interested in this auction, please enter the auction stage alone and show me the items that you have taken out to exchange. After which, we will choose the person who has taken out the most valuable item to complete the transaction. Everyone was stunned when they heard this, after which they nodded their heads. They also understood the principle of not showing off one's wealth. Anyone who could take out an item that was comparable to the divine weapon soul would definitely be extremely precious. This was something that everyone could figure out. Yin Nuashing was also stunned by this rule for a moment. After she recovered, she nodded her head slightly. This way, it would indeed save a lot of trouble. After all, if the items that she took out were too precious and were targeted by others, it might bring about a disaster. This was because any one of the items that he took out could shake everyone's rationality. Although not every item could be compared to the divine weapon's soul, it was still extremely shocking. After all, the items that were left behind by the gods over a dozen eras could be considered peerless after so many years. Everyone had the same thoughts as Yin Nuashing. Hence, after Xingju's words fell, many people's expressions became much more relaxed, and they nodded their heads slightly. Xingju heaved a sigh of relief when he sensed the atmosphere gradually relaxing. He nodded at the 5 black-clothed elders. The black-clothed old man also understood. With a move of his hand, the transparent energy barrier flickering with starlight suddenly darkened. A moment later, it transformed into a deep pitch-black color. Specks of white light dotted the sky like stars. At this moment, the situation inside could no longer be seen. As the auction stage was covered by the starry sky, Xingju's warm laughter rang out. "Everyone, can you relax now?" According to the rules, only one person was allowed to enter. Of course, in front of so many people, there shouldn't be anyone who's worried that the Constellation Pavilion is up to no good, right? Since there are no more questions, let's begin. Of course, if you're still worried, you can stand outside the barrier and transmit your voice telepathically. However, the prerequisite is that the information you provide is true. Everyone laughed faintly when they heard Xingju's words. How could the Constellation Pavilion dare to play any tricks in such an occasion? Did they not want to survive? Among the forces present, not to mention the 9 Elemental Palace and the 8 Ancient Families, just the Star Palace and the Sacred Weapon Divine Hall's foundation was not any weaker than theirs. Even if the Constellation Pavilion provoked them, they would suffer great losses in a fight between the two forces. It was already fortunate that they were not destroyed. Moreover, this was only a branch of the Constellation Pavilion. Its strength was far from being as strong as the headquarters. Not long after Xingju's words fell, the person from the Sacred Weapon Divine Hall in the VIP seats took the lead to stand up. His face was filled with fanaticism. His figure flashed, and he plunged into the barrier. "Little star, do you have anything that you can put together?" Watching the person from the Sacred Weapon Divine Hall disappear into the barrier, Yuan turned her head and looked at Yun Nuoxing, whose pretty face was filled with a grave expression and could not help but ask. Yun Nuoxing shook his head. Although he had many things on him, he had not seen all of them. Therefore, he did not know what was inside. However, he was very confident in Muingzi's wealth. He just did not know if he could snatch the divine weapon soul from the hands of these well-prepared experts. "Let me see." Yun Nuoxing sighed and closed his eyes. His mind entered the purplish-red pendant and the green ring. Yuan saw that he had closed his eyes and did not want to disturb him. She sat quietly by the side. Mei Mao looked at the pitch-black spatial barrier. Under the countless gazes of the auction house, the person from the Sacred Weapon Divine Hall walked out after about 3 minutes. His face was raised to such an extent that his eyes were almost squeezed out. It seemed like he was very confident in the item that he had taken out. Seeing that someone had successfully come out, some of the people in the VIP seats who had some doubts in their hearts let go of the last trace of worry in their hearts. Shortly after, the gray-haired man from the 8 Ancient Families stood up and quickly flashed into the barrier. With a start, naturally, many people followed suit. One after another, people rushed into the barrier. However, there were also people who stood outside the barrier and were enveloped by a layer of black light. They only returned to their seats after a long time. Moreover, most of the people who had tested the barrier did not look good. Clearly, they had not been recognized by the Constellation Pavilion. Of course, there were also some who walked out with smiles on their faces. There were even a few who laughed out loud. It seemed like they were very confident in the item that they had taken out. Yun Nuoxing sat quietly on the chair and was still searching. He wanted to find 1 or 2 divine items that could be comparable to the divine weapon soul. Heavenly Spirit Branch, complete high-level divine level array diagram. Immortal grade mysterious crystal. Divine grade weapon. Inexplicable elixir. Rare and strange medicinal herbs. Messy accessories. Weird talismans. I'm going to faint. Yun Nuoxing opened his eyes with cold sweat. He looked at Yuan, who was looking at him, and sighed with a little disappointment. Yuan also thought of this and patted his head. Just as she was about to say something to comfort him, she saw him suddenly frown and was stunned for a moment. Yun Nuoxing thought for a while and asked tentatively, "Are there many elemental conversion arrays in the world today?" Hearing Yun Nuoxing's words, Yuan knitted her brows and thought for a long time. Then, she said softly, "There shouldn't be many. Elemental conversion arrays mostly only existed in the ancient times. There might be some forces that have been passed down from that time, but most of them were lost in the inheritance. So, there shouldn't be many. Yin Nuoxing nodded. He didn't make up his mind and continued to immerse his mind in the treasure hunt. Seeing him continue to close his eyes, Yu Yin sighed and didn't say anything. While waiting like this, the muscular man from the lightning divine hall in the Nine Elements shrine also stood up. His figure trembled and disappeared from where he was like a ghost. Lightning element, known as the fastest speed under the light element. Yin Nuoxing opened his eyes as if he had sensed something. He narrowed his eyes slightly. This speed could only be surpassed when he used the light element with all his might. Just as this thought flashed through Yin Nuoxing's mind, the space where the muscular man had just disappeared slightly trembled. His figure actually appeared once again. Furthermore, there was a faint smile on his face. It seemed that he was quite confident in the item he had taken out. The muscular man didn't care about the gazes directed at him from all directions. He sat down on a chair and stretched his body. The people in the other VIP seats all frowned slightly. After the muscular man, the people from the Star Palace in another VIP seat also slowly stood up. They calmly entered the barrier and walked out a few minutes later. There wasn't the slightest movement on their faces, so no one could tell what the result was. When Yin Nuoxing opened his eyes once again, other than them, the rest of the 10 VIP seats had also sent people in. At this moment, they were looking at Yin Nuoxing with curious expressions. No one knew what they were thinking. I can only brace myself and go up. Yin Nuoxing sighed and slowly stood up. As the target of many people's attention, Yin Nuoxing's actions undoubtedly attracted the attention of many people in an instant. They were all very curious as to what this beautiful girl, who had made the 10 major forces of the divine realm give up on competing with her, would take out to snatch the divine weapon soul. Yin Nuoxing didn't care about those gazes. Her figure moved and gently streaked across the space. She stood outside the barrier for a while before stepping in. The space changed and starlight hung down in the surroundings. It was hazy and dreamy, as if they were really in an interstellar space. The surroundings were faintly illuminated. With a single step, she saw the smiling Xingju and the white-haired old man. "Ha ha, goddess of Taiyuan, this old man has been waiting for your turn. Now that we've met at such a close distance, you really do live up to your reputation." Xingju looked at Yin Nuoxing with a smile. There was a hint of envy in his eyes. "You recognized me?" Yin Nuoxing's pupils shrank slightly. However, she didn't have much of a reaction in her heart. Since she had been recognized, she should think about what to do first. "Ha! The heaven-defying senior of the Pavilion of Divination said that you would come, so you will definitely come. Moreover, you're the only girl among so many people." Xingju smiled faintly and said, "Goddess, what do you plan to exchange for the divine weapon soul?" Yin Nuoxing tilted her head and looked at the white, jade-like divine weapon soul. She seemed to feel that the netherworld ruins sword in her arm was somewhat excited. She turned her head and looked at Xingju. Under Xingju's blazing gaze, Yin Nuoxing thought for a while. Then a scroll shot out from her pendant. There were many patterns on the surface of the scroll. 5 areas of different colors were flowing with a faint golden light. Element conversion array. It can convert the basic 5 elements into the light element. With a gentle wave of her hand, the 5-colored scroll flew towards Xingju. Yin Nuoxing sighed. Initially, he saw the fire element being converted into the light element in Fire Cloud Palace. Later on, he discovered 4 other types in Mu Yingzi's collection. They were also converted into the light element. However, they were useless to him. Out of boredom, he used the evil spirit eye to mix the 5 arrays together. Perhaps it was due to the evil spirit eye's unique analysis and combination effect. The process of mixing the arrays didn't have too many problems. The advancement that he had slept for 5 months was successfully completed. Light element? Upon hearing this element, Xingju and the white-haired old man's eyes instantly widened. Their eyes were filled with joy and a faint struggle. Chapter 41. The light element was the most mysterious and rare element. Nobody was unfamiliar with it. It was irresistibly attractive to Xing and the others. It was common knowledge that when a god reached the level of deity emperor, they would be able to control their natal element to the point of perfection. At that time, they could try to incorporate a new element into their body. Furthermore, the first time they tried to incorporate a heart element into their body was the least dangerous. Therefore, when a god reached the level of a godly emperor, he or she would try their best to find something related to the second element they needed so that they could incorporate the new element into their body without any danger. The light element was the first choice of many people because it had the fastest speed. It was said that it could break all spells with speed. Of course, the attack power of the light element was not to be underestimated, especially in areas with light. As long as there was a huge gap between the two realms, the light element would be invincible. Of course, it was easy to think about it, but difficult to put into practice. Even the people of the Light Temple didn't know how to regenerate the light element for others. After all, the light element in their bodies had their own aura, so they couldn't refine it. However, with this element conversion matrix, they could condense the endless light element. Perhaps they could incorporate it into their bodies and make it their second life element. All these years, Xing had been secretly preparing things related to the light element, from the matrix to the materials. All he needed to do was to capture a disciple of the Light Temple alive to study it. He wanted to find the right opportunity to incorporate the new light element into his body. It could be said that the sudden appearance of this spirit design had really smashed into his heart. The excitement in his eyes lasted for a long time before it gradually disappeared. Xing carefully grabbed the scroll and opened a small corner in front of Nuashing. After confirming that there was indeed a matrix engraved on it, he turned around and let the white-haired old man take a look. He stared at the edge of the matrix for a while. The white-haired old man nodded and said in a deep voice, "That's right. It is indeed a conversion matrix. I have appraised so many of them. I can't be wrong." Hearing the white-haired old man, Xing smile widened. He gently closed the scroll and looked at it with reluctance. Then, he threw it back to Nuashing. Nuashing sighed. She stared at Star Rule and asked tentatively, "What do you think of this formation, Star Pavilion Master?" "That's right. I think that anyone who sees it will be tempted." Xing nodded. He hesitantly looked at the white-haired old man before looking at the 5 black-robed old men. He rubbed his chin before lifting his head to smile at Nuashing and said, "Since Miss Goddess has already taken out the item to exchange for the divine weapon, please return to your seat and wait for a while. Let us old fellows have a discussion. The owner of the divine weapon spirit should be decided in this auction." Nuashing nodded. He grabbed the scroll and put it into his ring. Then he nodded to Xing, turned around, and walked out of the enchantment. After watching Nuashing leave the barrier, the smile on Xingju's face slowly disappeared. He frowned as if he was in a difficult situation. The 5 black-clothed old men who set up the formation also walked over. They stood beside Xing and the white-haired old man without moving. "Old Bai, what do you think?" After thinking for a long time, Xing put his hands behind his back and asked the white-haired old man with a frown. Hearing this, the white-haired old man also frowned. His finger tapped on his arm for a long time before he slowly said, "The Chi family's light transforming pill can allow one to turn the elements in one's body into light elements for a short period of time. Although it looks very powerful, it has quite a number of side effects. It might cause the elements in one's body to become less pure. There are many side effects. As for the bright sun formation that the Lightning Divine Hall took out, it requires 7 people to work together to condense pure light elements in a short period of time. Although this will not reduce the purity of the elements, it will severely exhaust one's life force. It will be difficult to replenish it. If any accident happens, one might directly lose one's life. It can be said that it is an extremely dangerous thing. The forbidden artifact of the sacred artifact shrine also possesses extremely pure light element. Although it requires a lot of energy to activate the artifact, it's countless times safer than other artifacts. However, it can only be used 3 times, the sacred artifact shrine said. The goddess of Taiyuan's 5 elemental conversion formation can convert the 5 basic elements into light elements. However, the pure energy that is converted can only be used for refinement. It cannot be used directly. If one fails, being seriously injured is a small matter. If one is careless, the process of fusing the elements will turn into ashes. It can be said that it is extremely tempting, but it is only a gamble. Hearing the white-haired old man's analysis, Xingju nodded. He sighed and helplessly said, "Although I have prepared for the light element for so many years, but..." Speaking up to here, Xingju looked at the 5 black-clothed old men and frowned. The 5 old men raised their heads and glanced at him. Their voices were stiff as they said word by word. "First, carry out the ancestors' order. Do not make the slightest mistake. They came because of this order. That thing needs to be strengthened. Otherwise, why would so many things related to the light element suddenly appear?" The white-haired old man shook his head with a bitter smile. "I know." Xingju sighed and nodded. He rubbed his palms with his fingers and said in a deep voice, "I will obey the ancestors' order." "Then use it." Seeing that Xingju had made up his mind, the 5 black-clothed old men also retreated to their respective corners. The white-haired old man nodded slightly and retreated. When Yin Nuoxing came out of the barrier, she saw tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of pairs of eyes looking at her. Her heart stopped beating for a moment. However, her beautiful face remained calm as she quietly floated back to the VIP seats. When she didn't see anyone looking at her, she heaved a sigh of relief. The situation might not be too good. Although I think I've taken out my rarest item, it is still not enough. Yin Nuoxing wiped the cold sweat off her forehead and smiled bitterly at Yuan, who was rolling her eyes. When Xingju held the scroll of elemental conversion array, he was very surprised at first. However, after calming down, Yin Nuoxing could clearly see a trace of struggle and hesitation in his eyes. It seemed that among the items taken out by the various factions, at least one of them had moved his heart. And because of this, Yin Nuoxing's originally low confidence was immediately reduced to a negligible level. It's okay. If it really doesn't work, there are still other methods. Many factions are here for the weapon's soul. Perhaps there is still a chance. Yuan blinked at Mei Mao and patted her head to comfort her. She also knew that it was still too early for them to compete with the established factions. Although Yin Nuoxing had obtained Mu Ingzi's inheritance, it wasn't his after all. He didn't organize it properly, so it was natural for him to be at a disadvantage. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly. If it weren't for the fact that the Netherworld Ruin Sword seemed to be connected to the weapon's soul, he wouldn't have continued to compete for it. It would be troublesome if he accidentally offended those factions that were eyeing him covetously. Unfortunately, he was already involved. He had already crossed half of the river, and he had no choice but to cross the remaining half. The Netherworld Ruin Sword had been by Yin Nuoxing's side since the day he descended from the desert. According to Mu Ingzi, the Netherworld Ruin Sword had never changed hands. In other words, he might be the person who had once held the Netherworld Ruin Sword. Perhaps he could follow this information and connect to the past, which was the past before he lost his memories. Since it was related to his past, then he had to take action no matter what. Most importantly, that towering tree, that voice that urged Yin Nuoxing to go home, the only thing left in his memories, seemed to be constantly urging him to go home. In Yin Nuoxing's heart, the person that he couldn't let go of the most was the person closest to him. He didn't know who that voice belonged to, nor did he know what kind of person it was. In the worst-case scenario, it was just an ordinary person. How long could an ordinary person live? Only a few hundred years. He could wait, but could it? From the moment Yin Nuoxing stepped out of the Qin residence in Xingling City, he was prepared for anything. Nothing could stop him from recovering his memories. Wait, I suddenly thought of something. Yin Nuoxing suddenly thought of something. He looked at Yuan excitedly and quickly said, "Why do I have to dress up as a girl? Can't I just wear a black robe to cover my face? And it's much more convenient." Yuan glanced at him and gently put down her teacup. She slowly turned her head and muttered softly, "Hey, I've been discovered." Huh. Yin Nuoxing's eyes widened. He almost flipped the VIP seats over. "Don't you think it's very beautiful?" Yumin stuck out her tongue and said with a playful smile. "It's quite beautiful." Yin Nuoxing nodded. Then he suddenly realized something and almost shouted, "No, that's not the point. TSK, if I didn't come out like this, there wouldn't be a goddess from the Taiyuan region. There would be a strange black-robed man from the Taiyuan region. That's the point? Are you sure you're not playing with me?" "Ah, there are stars." Yuin pointed at the sky and looked past the transparent palace. She looked as excited as a child who had discovered something new. "Listen to me." While the two of them were fooling around, the entire auction house fell into silence. The scarlet moonlight shone through the palace and shone on everyone's faces. It should have been a gorgeous and beautiful scene. However, for some reason, the atmosphere in the auction house was quite strange. After Yin Nuoxing came out, no one else entered the auction house. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the star-like barrier. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Sweat silently slid down their cheeks, and they could faintly hear the beating of their hearts. The 10 minutes of waiting felt as long as 10 epochs. Finally, the barrier dimmed. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Only the people in the VIP seats remained calm. The barrier dissipated. Inside, Xingju was still standing in the middle of the auction stage. 5 black-robed old men stood in 5 different directions, emitting a cold aura like a long spear. "Cuckoo, everyone. After the selection earlier, my Constellation Pavilion has finally come to a decision." Xingju's eyes looked all around him as he spoke with a smile. The auction house immediately became even quieter after hearing his words. Even the faintly discernible heartbeat had disappeared. Everyone's eyes contained a trace of nervousness and curiosity as they focused on Xingju. Under everyone's gazes, Xingju smiled and reached out his hand. He slowly swept his hand across the 10 VIP seats and said with a smile, "After the internal discussion of the Constellation Pavilion, the final winner of this auction is..." He slowly moved his finger twice, which made the hearts of the people in the VIP seats jump up and down, then 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 jump up and down again. While the crowd was staring blankly, Xingju suddenly turned around and pointed at a certain VIP seat. "Sacred Weapon Divine Hall." Xingju's words had just sounded when the atmosphere in the auction house froze. The corners of the mouths of many people in the VIP seats were slowly pulled into a dense and cold arc. Chapter 42. Sacred Weapon Divine Palace. Yin Nuoxing said the name softly. He took a deep breath, rubbed his forehead with his fingers, and exhaled deeply. He didn't expect this, but it was within his expectations. It seemed that his formation map was not valuable enough. Should he learn something else? It seems that what the Sacred Weapon Divine Palace took out is more precious than the formation map you fused together. Yuin, who was beside him, touched his head and gently comforted his turbulent emotions. Yin Nuoxing tilted his head and felt a little unhappy. After all, it was a big force. The depth of their foundation was beyond words. Even if they lost, they lost. The palace was quiet for a moment. Finally, there was a violent fluctuation. Countless shocked eyes turned to the VIP seats floating in the corner in midair. Exclamations exploded in the auction house. Sacred Weapon Divine Palace. I didn't expect it to fall into the hands of such a disgusting force. Poor weapon soul. It used to be a living creature, but now it is at the mercy of others. I don't know what disgusting things they will come up with this time. Back then, they also obtained the souls of divine weapons. In the end, they developed a divine weapon, which forcibly cut off all life within a radius of millions of miles. Even now, this place is still a barren land. I wonder what kind of harmful things will happen this time. The 9 Elements Divine Palace and the 8 ancient families will not sit still. There will be a good show to watch. There was a burst of discussion in the hall. Compared with the noisy noise below, the VIP seats were unusually quiet. Cold gazes shot out from the other 9 VIP seats, and all gathered in the direction of the sacred weapon divine palace. Although the latter's influence was great, they should be able to do something for the weapon's soul. They should be able to ignore those trivial matters. Moreover, the righteousness was on their side. In the past, the sacred weapon divine palace used a weapon soul to refine a piece of heaven and earth into ashes. There were no less than 10 such incidents. Although they were besieged and annihilated by several powerful forces, it was said that they did not succeed and only destroyed the weapon's soul. However, the sacred weapon divine palace was much more restrained in the later stage. Those tragic things did not happen again, and those forces had no reason to interfere. However, this time, it was another weapon's soul. They could not give it to the sacred weapon divine palace. The sacred artifact's sacred hall was very quiet in the face of the unfriendly gazes around them. They were not here to scare them, so they naturally knew what kind of reaction they would have if they won this time. However, if everyone thought that they were quiet and were pushovers, then they would probably have to pay a price for it. On the auction stage, Xingju's side. He did not care about the rest of the matter. He knew what those powerful forces were thinking. However, he had more important things to deal with, so he would not participate. He forced a smile and said, "Now, the weapon's soul has found its owner. The 100-year auction of the Constellation Pavilion has come to a successful end. I look forward to the next 100-year auction. In the next 2 days, please come to the Constellation Pavilion to retrieve the weapon soul as soon as possible. We will give it to you as it is." As soon as Xingju finished speaking, the people from the sacred weapon divine palace stood up. The leader of the group, an old man in a black robe, threw out a scroll and opened a space portal. He led the people behind him into the portal and disappeared from everyone's sight. As the people from the sacred weapon divine palace left, the people in the VIP seats also left one after another. The people from the 9 great divine palaces looked at Yun Nuoxing and then walked out of the auction hall. Yun Nuoxing slowly withdrew her soul energy. She could feel that the people in the VIP seats were more or less filled with killing intent. "It's going to rain." Yun Nuoxing took a sip of tea and gently put down the teacup. She smiled and stood up. She walked out of the auction hall with Yun, goddess of Taiyuan. Just as Yun Nuoxing was about to leave, a faint laughter suddenly sounded behind Yun Nuoxing. Although Yun Nuoxing had a stomach full of resentment for being called a girl, perhaps because he was used to it, or perhaps because he had heard too much of this strange title, or perhaps because he was confused by Xingju's shout, he subconsciously turned his head. Yun secretly scolded him for being an idiot. By the time he reacted, his head had already turned a third of the way. Yun sighed in her heart and said, "Little star, I'm sorry." She quickly waved her hand, slap. The crisp sound of slap caused everyone to stop. They all looked at the 2 beauties in astonishment. They didn't know what had happened. "It hurts." Yun Nuoxing bitterly smiled. However, he didn't turn his head. This slap was very beautiful. However, he also muttered, "Can't you be gentler? My face is burning." Yun Nuoxing went along with the act. One of her hands held her face that was completely red from the slap. Traces of fresh blood were forcefully squeezed out from the corner of her mouth. She stared at Yun with a face full of grievance. Tears continued to surge in her eyes. Her eyebrows were also squeezed together and gently trembled. Her other hand tightly gripped her red dress. Her pitiful appearance caused the surrounding people's desire to protect her to greatly increase. The 17 people behind her were the 17 people from the 9 great temples, especially the beautiful green-robed woman who had just spoken. They all looked at this scene in a daze. They didn't know what had happened. They all looked confused. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen sisters quarrel before?" Yun put her hands on her slender waist and frowned. Mei Mao looked around fiercely. She paused for a moment at the people from the 9 great temples. She pretended to be angry. She pulled Yun Nuoxing with one hand and hurriedly walked out. Everyone looked at each other. They didn't know what had happened. This girl seemed to be the one in the VIP seats in the auction house. Could it be that she had lost too much when she bought the ice spirit flame flower and came out to quarrel with her sister and got hit? The silence lasted for a moment. Someone coughed. Then, everyone shuddered and returned to normal. They went back to doing their own things. Only the beautiful woman from the Divinewood Palace had an abnormal expression. She was the one who had been talking just now. At this moment, she turned her head in astonishment. She imitated the white-robed man and said, "Did I say something wrong?" Hearing this, the other 16 people looked at each other, then looked at Yin Nuoxing and Mei Mao, who had walked away. They all shook their heads, not knowing what had happened between the two of them. Following the perfect conclusion of the auction, the atmosphere in Constellation City became much more festive. With so many people, the entire city was enveloped in a lively atmosphere. However, the news of the auction that day spread out in an instant, especially the last auction item. It spread to every corner of the world at lightning speed. Instantly, many people felt that in this lively atmosphere, there seemed to be a hurricane that was remapping the roadmap. After the auction ended, some of the major forces didn't leave immediately. Instead, they stayed quietly in Constellation City. They secretly arranged spies around the city and even sent people back to their headquarters to ask for help. In a quiet hotel, Yin Nuoxing sat on the bed. Yuan was holding an ice-cold towel and gently placed it on his face. Her slender hand wiped away the trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. She said apologetically, "Little star, does it hurt?" "A little." Yin Nuoxing pursed his lips. He tugged at his red dress and said, "I don't have to wear this outfit anymore, right? If I keep wearing it, I'll really think that I'm a girl. Sooner or later, my mind will become twisted." In this unusually tense atmosphere, Yin Nuoxing and Mei Mao appeared rather calm. "No, you have to wait until you make the snow flame mask. You have to continue using the identity of Yu Xing." Yuan changed the towel and continued to place it on his face. "Don't," Yin Nuoxing wailed. He couldn't bear it the first time he was called that. What if he was called a second time, a third time? He couldn't just slap him every time, right? Buzz! The nether void sword jumped out of Yin Nuoxing's forearm and trembled slightly. "Actually, I think it's quite pretty. It would be a pity to remove it." Even nether void sword. You're making fun of me." Yin Nuoxing screamed in frustration. "Then do you want to recover your identity as the goddess of Taiyuan and be watched like a monkey?" Yuan rubbed his head and teased. "No, then it's fine." While the two of them were very calm, reinforcements from the other major forces arrived one after another. They set up an inescapable net outside Constellation City. From the looks of it, they had no intention of hiding at all. It was as if they were going to go all out in the open. In comparison, there was no movement at the residence of the sacred artifact temple. It was as if they didn't care at all. While waiting for the situation to change, Yin Nuoxing brought Yuan to the branch of the Constellation Pavilion on the second day after the auction. When Yin Nuoxing and Yuan visited, Xing Ju hurriedly welcomed them into the pavilion and greeted them politely. Without any nonsense, he clapped his hands and took out the ice spirit flame flower that Yin Nuoxing bought at the auction. There was also a large pile of sacred flame stones. Yin Nuoxing didn't stand on ceremony. She checked carefully and put them away. Then, she took out a golden card from her pendant and gently placed it on the table. Before he left, he even asked if there were any disguise items that he could use to exchange for it. Although she was sure of a piece of snow crystal, she didn't know where to find it. If she could find it in one go or get a new face, it would be much easier. However, Xing Ju asked someone to check carefully. In the end, he only gave Yin Nuoxing a disappointing conclusion. There wasn't even a piece of snow crystal. If you want to find snow crystal, you can go to some high mountains where it snows. As for the 5 elements conversion array, although I'm very interested in it, I most likely have no fate with it. Xing Ju heard someone's report and told Yin Nuoxing this. In the end, he shook his head in disappointment. Yin Nuoxing was also a little disappointed. However, she still thanked Xing Ju gratefully. Although she didn't get what she wanted, she still got some information about snow crystal, which was also very good information. There's no need for that. Miss, the celestial spirit leaf can also be considered as a good promotion for the Constellation Pavilion. Selling you some information is nothing. Xing Ju smiled and waved his hand. It's already like that. Is this really considered publicity? Yin Nuoxing tilted his head and said with a strange expression, "It's already publicity to the point of fighting. Is this really okay?" Xing laughed loudly when he heard this and didn't say anything. When Yin Nuoxing saw this, she smiled faintly. It was already the best outcome that Xing didn't blame her. When she thought of this, she turned around and left. Xing followed her to the door and watched them leave. Then, he rushed into the pavilion as if something important was about to happen. Chapter 43. In this increasingly tense atmosphere, Yin Nuoxing and the others immediately holed up in the inn as soon as they returned. They were preparing to deal with the chaotic battle that might happen in a few days. If things went as expected, some of the powerful forces in the realm of the gods would come after hearing the news. Among them, there would definitely be some forces comparable to the 9 elemental shrine. In such a situation where a storm was brewing, even the 8 ancient families were urgently preparing for war. However, the people of the sacred weapon shrine still hadn't made the slightest move. Who cares about the storm outside? Let's build the ship first. As soon as they returned to the inn, Yin Nuoxing directly threw a large pile of things on the ground. They were piled up like a small mountain. Yuan looked at it for a long time and only exclaimed in surprise. Little star, at that time, there were rumors outside that the ancient ruins were just an empty shell. I didn't really believe it, but now I believe it. Did you empty the entire ancient ruins? Yuan and Mei Mao casually picked up a scroll and looked at Yin Nuoxing with a strange light. There was a hint of ridicule in her words. What? You said the wind is very strong today? It's going to rain heavily. How can it not be? Yin Nuoxing's expression changed. He looked out the window and nodded, pretending to be ignorant. Yuan gave him a knock on the head. Her lily-white hands rummaged through the small mountain and said, Did you suddenly take out this pile of things to tidy it up? Yuan thought that he had suffered a loss because he wasn't prepared this time, so she planned to properly tidy up the things hidden in the pendant. Of course not. Yin Nuoxing shook his head and grinned. He casually sucked a scroll into his hand and slowly opened it. He raised his head and said with a smile, Didn't you just say that it's going to rain, so you have to bring an umbrella? The wind and rain outside is very strong. When the hurricane rises and it rains heavily, you can't do without an umbrella. Hearing these very clear words, Yuan couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. However, she didn't delay and directly sat cross-legged on the ground. Her lily-white hands pulled out a scroll and casually flipped through it. She glanced at it twice and then threw it to one side. She then pulled out another scroll and threw it to the other side. Clearly, she was tidying it up while looking at it. They had been together for almost a year. She had a deeper understanding of Yin Nuoxing's temperament. At least, she knew that he was a person who knew how to throw things. Therefore, when she saw this scene, she subconsciously tidied it up so as to avoid encountering a similar situation in the future and making him badly battered. Yin Nuoxing also sat down and pondered for a moment. He planned to start from the aspects of arrays and charms. After all, he had very few methods to deal with the enemy at present. Apart from having 5 heavy weapons in his hands and the light element in his body, he really didn't have anything else. He couldn't possibly shoot people with his bow right from the start, right? With his current strength, 1 arrow was the limit. He also couldn't use the light element continuously. Therefore, he had to change his fighting style. He had to start from the aspects of techniques, skills, profound arts, secret techniques, and so on. Buzz! The Netherworld ruins sword suddenly appeared on Yin Nuoxing's forearm. Under the astonished gazes of the two, it plunged into the small mountain of scrolls and strange objects. After a moment, it picked out a book. Using its aura as a guide, it started flipping through the pages seriously. Yin Nuoxing and Yuan were stunned. They had never heard of weapons that could be cultivated. Buzz! As if it knew what the two were thinking, the Netherworld ruins sword readily admitted the fact that it could cultivate. Yin Nuoxing and Yuan shook their heads with a smile. No wonder it was the weapon at the top of the divine weapon ranking. They had never heard of such a feature before. The two focused for a long time. As they flipped through the pages, they sorted out a pile. Although there were some gains, it wasn't a lot. After all, Muingzi focused on the wood element and didn't study too much on the second element. He walked the path of specialization and had mastered the wood element to the point of perfection. There were only a few things left behind from the ancient ruins that were related to the fire element. Most of them were the possessions of the defeated sun god. However, Yin Nuoxing walked the path of Bodo. Among the 4 innate elements, he specialized in the light element. The other 3 elements supported him. After he refined a branch of the celestial spirit tree, the wood element's purity had increased to the same level as the fire and metal elements. Overall, it was already considered very good. This silence lasted for a long time. The two had long stopped flipping through the scrolls. They held up a scroll of array diagrams and engraved the core information contained in it into their minds. They continued to practice and train. Of course, for Yin Nuoxing, there was an additional step. Modification. For Yin Nuoxing, who had the evil spirit eye, he could see through and analyze any array at a glance. He could even break down the structure of an array. However, that was something only the phenomenal success of the evil spirit eye could do. Now, his eyes could only perform analysis. He even needed a long time to finish analyzing some complex array diagrams. For example, Fire Cloud Palace's elemental conversion array and the incomplete array diagrams in the Divine Weapon Soul. He took a relatively long time to finish analyzing them, especially the latter. In the same amount of time, Yin Nuoxing only had time to engrave the edges. He fainted from just a glance at the core array core. And the advantage of being able to analyze an array diagram was that once he knew the structure, he could engrave, imitate, modify, and strengthen it himself. That was how the 5 elemental conversion array diagram came about. Both of them emitted a faint glow. One side was scarlet red like fire, while the other was resplendent and gorgeous. After a long period of silence, the glow on Yin Nuoxing's body suddenly dissipated. Then, he suddenly stood up. His perception and soul energy emanated throughout the room. Faint wood elements surged out of his body and filled the space. Then, as he thought and gained insights, he slowly engraved 5 green points of light on the floor. Then, he used his delicate soul perception to extend the 5 points, transforming them into a green line of light. The essence energy in his body also triggered the movement of the green line, causing it to intertwine. After about half an hour, a 10-meter-long array filled with vitality appeared on the floor of the room. Yin Nuoxing threw a celestial spirit branch into the eye of the array. The other 5 small eyes were filled with celestial grade Qian crystals and the other 4 divine weapons. Compared to those large arrays he had seen, this one was smaller and less complicated. It was relatively easier to master. Now that it was in operation, rich energy permeated the array. However, it couldn't break through the boundary of the array and was locked inside. At the same time, the energy of heaven and earth from the outside slowly flowed into the array. The rich energy condensed into liquid-like water droplets, flashing with 8-colored light. The droplets automatically merged into their bodies and directly turned into rolling essence energy, pouring into their limbs and bones. Their strength actually showed signs of increasing. The array had already refined all the energy. They just needed to absorb as much as they wanted. There were at least 1,000,000 pounds of celestial grade Qian crystals. It was impossible to use them all up. Moreover, they were locked in by the 4 divine weapons. They could continuously refine the Qian crystals. They didn't need to worry that the absorbed energy wasn't pure. Moreover, they didn't need to provide energy himself. As long as there were Qian crystals, the array would continue to operate. Yin Nuoxing glanced at Yu'in, who was immersed in the array diagram. Then, he looked at the Netherworld sword, who was constantly flipping through the book. After seeing that there were no surprises, Yin Nuoxing nodded. Suddenly, a green scroll emitting a fierce, murderous aura appeared in his palm. The temperature in the room instantly dropped. Wood elements surged out of his palm, enveloping the scroll. Only then did the murderous aura stop. Divine level array. His palm gently caressed this green, crystal-like scroll. He muttered, "If it can be opened, it should be able to cause some damage to a divine level expert. Senior Mu Ingzi has to be at least a god of the Netherworld level. However, I can only use it with other elements after I'm familiar with it." However, The wood element's attack is far less powerful than the light element's attack. It's about having an endless supply of energy. With a sigh, a 5-colored scroll appeared in his other palm. It was the 5 elements conversion array that was going to be auctioned off. The 5 elements have wood. Wood breeds fire, fire breeds earth, earth breeds metal, metal breeds water, water breeds wood. Although the elements converted by the 5 elements conversion array can only be used after being refined, but can it be modified? Can it be used directly without refining? Yin-Nuashing held the 2 scrolls and looked left and right. After a long while, he put away the 5 elements conversion array and opened the divine level array scroll. It's just a divine level. I don't believe that I can learn how to cross more than 10 levels. Yin-Nuashing shook his head and forced a few dry laughs. He took a deep breath and slapped the scroll on his forehead. Majestic energy rushed into his mind and turned into a vast sea of information that filled his mind. His head instantly swelled, and he had the urge to faint. The 10,000 spirits killing array uses the wood element as its core and is supplemented by many runes. It draws on the energy of heaven and earth, seizes the power of the stars, activates the power of the dragon veins, borrows the energy of all living things, and exhausts the power of nature. Every leaf, flower, grass, tree, and tree can be used as a weapon. It's difficult to break through without the suppression of the fire element. When Yin-Nuashing woke up, a figure in a jade-green robe was standing beside a lake. The surroundings were a forest full of vitality, and a jade-green breeze was blowing, making one feel refreshed. That figure repeated himself 3 times. Yin-Nuashing floated in the sky and listened carefully, silently memorizing it. After repeating himself 3 times, the figure suddenly quieted down. At the same time, the surrounding trees dimmed a little. The energy of heaven and earth was chaotic, and the ground was trembling. Majestic energy showed signs of breaking through the ground. Buzz! A buzzing sound suddenly sounded in the world. Under the feet of that jade-green figure, countless green rays of light suddenly spread out, extending into the distance with extreme speed. In just a short while, they had reached the limit, enveloping a radius of 100,000 feet. Immediately, a chilly wind howled angrily, and the sun and stars dimmed. The majestic energy of heaven and earth turned into waves and surged into the array. A huge pillar of starlight descended from the sky, and milky white huge dragons protruded from the ground, charging into the array. The surrounding trees dimmed, and a portion of them had even lost their green color. However, they did not wither, only becoming much more dispirited. Complex green runes appeared in the void, condensing together like vortexes, dragging a long tail behind them. Then, the center of each vortex emitted thousands of jade-green rays of light, connecting the other centers together. The runes at the end of the vortex also connected with the other runes, forming a huge complex combination array. With the runic array as the starting point, a new round of combination arrays was formed on top of it. The jade-green rays of light at the scene were incomparably gorgeous, dazzling the eyes of the onlookers and almost blinding them. It was so chaotic that after Yin-Nuashing looked at it for a long time, she could only squeeze out 2 words from between her teeth, F***CK. This is a god-level array? The complexity of a god-level killing array is too exaggerated, isn't it? It's already beyond the capabilities of a human. Is it used to trick people, or is it for them to learn? Yin-Nuashing raised her middle finger, then hurriedly opened her evil spirit eye. Her pitch-black eyes instantly became resplendent, slowly sweeping through the huge array, separating the hundreds and thousands of combination arrays. She first looked at the lowest layer, the array that was 1,000,000 feet in size. At the same time, she muttered in her heart, no wonder she appeared in the sky. She could not see it at all if she stood on the ground. As for the arrays formed by runes and other combination arrays, she had to put those aside first, and she had to temporarily carve out and learn the core array of this area. Otherwise, the rest would just be fleeting clouds. Chapter 44. After separating the array, He began to analyze the largest array at the bottom. The eye of the array, the structural formula, the decomposition formula, and so on were all analyzed and explained. The large array was broken down into thousands of pieces and then analyzed one by one. From unfolding, drawing, interweaving, step by step, it was carried out slowly. And as if to cooperate with him, the dark green figure once again unfolded the array. This time, the speed of unfolding was very slow, so slow that one could see hundreds of dark green rays of light slowly wriggling like worms. After reaching a certain position, it suddenly divided into thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. The degree of complexity was beyond Yun Nuoshing's imagination. Even if it was played back in slow motion, with the help of the evil spirit eye, he estimated that it would take at least half a year to complete the engraving of this core array. And while Yun Nuoshing and Yi Shiwen were concentrating on cultivating, the outside world was very chaotic. The 9 Elements Temple and the 8 ancient families didn't have any intention of concealing their actions. They openly sealed the entire constellation city. A huge barrier spread out, shielding the entire constellation city. The people inside couldn't come out, and the people outside couldn't come out. And such a high-profile action seemed to have made it clear that they wanted to force the people of the Sacred Weapon Temple to stay. It was unknown whether they coveted the spirit of the divine weapon, or they didn't want the spirit of the divine weapon to fall into their hands and be refined into a peerless weapon. However, it seemed that both of them had the same core goal, which was to prevent the Sacred Weapon Temple from taking the spirit of the divine weapon away. The Sacred Weapon Temple was still calm, without any changes, and this kind of strange silence was the most suspicious. It was abnormal. There must be something wrong. Their silence made the outside world gather more and more forces to an inconceivable extent. It was as if the entire realm of the gods was paying close attention to this matter. However, it wasn't to the point where the leaders of the major forces had to take action, because everyone knew, including themselves, that if they were to take action, it would be a declaration of war. They wouldn't stop until they fought to the death. If that happened, one or several major forces would definitely collapse. That was not the result they wanted to see, so they turned a blind eye to everything that was happening now. They simply treated it as a fight between the younger generation, a game of house, and tacitly chose to stand by and watch. This also made many people heave a sigh of relief. As long as there wasn't a battle between the peak of the major forces, no matter how much they fought, they just had to stand far away, watch calmly, and ignore them. After all, no matter where the battle was, the most serious result was that some unrelated civilians would be involved. The ordinary people who had finally sensed the intense, murderous aura scattered like birds and beasts. Many people began to flee Constellation City with the help of the major forces. However, there were also some who did not wish to leave. After all, they had lived here for so many years and had more or less developed some feelings for this place. Of course, they did not wish to leave, but at present, it was more important to protect their lives. Moreover, the major forces had promised to send them back. Now they just needed to hide. After driving away all the ordinary people in the city, all kinds of huge formations began to be activated, enveloping the entire city. Those who set up killing formations set up killing formations, and those who set up barriers set up barriers. Constellation City was completely surrounded. However, they were still waiting for news of the divine weapon's soul to arrive. Elder, everything is ready. Now we just need to wait for the divine weapon temple to make their move. On a mountain peak, a sturdy man in a silver robe and 7 other elders of the Temple of Elements were staring straight down at Constellation City. Behind them, Yao Hua brought 8 heroes to report to them. Good. The sturdy man nodded, turned around, looked at Yao Hua, and said with a frown, "No one from the Light Temple has come yet." The light element possessed extreme speed. Whether it was for sneak attack, robbery, or escape, it was the best choice. However, there were too few people who possessed the light element. In the entire divine world, there were no more than 100 people who possessed the light element. Almost all of them were in the Light Temple, except for Yun Nuoshing. No. Yao Hua helplessly shook his head. Previously, he had sent a message back to the Light Temple, asking the elders to take action. In the end, they simply threw 4 words to him. Take care of it yourself. Those old guys are too much. What if something happens to Yao Hua? The beautiful woman of the Divine Wood Temple said angrily. She looked at Yao Hua with a worried expression. The people who possessed the light element were the core fighting force of the battlefield. Although Yao Hua's cultivation was a bit low, this was a special battle. As long as he snatched something and quickly ran away, the battle would naturally end. After that, he only needed to hide in the temple and not go out. No matter how powerful the Divine Weapon Temple was, they wouldn't dare to attack the Light Temple. Generally, even if people who possessed the light element were defeated, it would be very difficult for them to stay, because at that moment, they could reach the extreme speed of light. Although it didn't sound good, it was a fact. What about Goddess Taiyuan? She also possesses the light element. Can't we invite her over? Yao Hua bitterly smiled and shook his head, then asked. The Pavilion of Divination has been divining her location. The last message we received was that she was still in the Constellation City. After that, we completely lost the target. No matter how much we tried, we couldn't find her. The middle-aged man of the Divine Water Temple continued. She should have used some kind of concealing array. However, the people of the Pavilion of Divination also said that she would definitely participate in the battle. She will definitely participate in this battle. As for the situation, I don't know. Even this can be divined? Isn't this already considered a prediction of the future? Lei Ming curled his lips and said, Not necessarily. This is just a general trend. It doesn't mean that the future will definitely be like this. It's just that the possibility of developing in this direction is much higher than developing in other directions. The beautiful woman smoothed out the hair in front of her forehead and smiled faintly. Hearing this, the 9 heroes muttered to themselves. No one knew what they were talking about. The next day, the Constellation Pavilion sent news that the Divine Weapon Spirit had been taken away by the Divine Weapon Temple. They were now closing their doors, and there was no need to worry about them. Everyone laughed and cried. This was full of instigation. Since the Divine Weapon Temple had already taken out the Divine Weapon Spirit, it meant that they were already prepared. Everyone was curious. With so many forces joining hands to encircle and annihilate them, how are they going to resist so many experts? The city was sealed, and teleportation was no longer possible. Thus, the people of the Divine Weapon Temple could only choose to fight their way out. Could it be that they had the confidence to fight their way out? While everyone was puzzled, a sheepskin scroll rushed out of the barrier and flew into the sky. Under everyone's gaze, 3 words were projected. 3 days later, is this a public declaration of war? They actually chose to fight head-on. Is the Divine Weapon Temple stupid? The 9 Elemental Temple, the 8 ancient families, and some of the major forces of the Taiyuan region are all eyeing them covetously. How are they going to resist? There must be something fishy going on. Strengthen the seal. Don't let them escape. While the outside world was in an uproar because of Challenge Letter, in a certain inn in Constellation City, a huge, resplendent cocoon of light was suspended in midair. The densely packed threads almost covered the entire space. Below the cocoon of light, Yin was sitting upright. A fiery red scroll was unfolded and suspended in front of her. Her beautiful face was illuminated with a rosy glow. It was very moving. From time to time, 1 or 2 drops of colorful liquid dripped down from the surrounding space. They dissipated on the floor and turned into colorful mist floating in the air. These were all condensed from energy. As the aura breathed in and out, it was unknown how much energy was injected into the bodies of the 2. However, in the small eye of the array, there were slightly less immortal grade crystals. It could be imagined that the strength of the 2 should have increased a lot in this short period of time. Inside the cocoon of light, in the spiritual world, Yun Noashing stood on the ground. Many green rays of light spread out from the soles of her feet. There were also many rays of light that were gold, red, and silver. They intertwined together and intersected to draw energy beams. Gradually, They form an extremely complicated array. However, before she could finish, the array shook slightly. It flickered for a while and then quickly dissipated. After a while, countless threads spread out from the soles of Yun Nuoxing's feet again. They quickly drew, engraved, condensed, fixed, strengthened, and expanded until it was slightly bigger than before. Then, they slowly dissipated. It was obviously intentional. It was only when the array was slowly expanded to 10,000 feet in size that Yun Nuoxing completely stabilized the array. Instantly, the energy of heaven and earth fluctuated. Starlight streaked across the space. Various kinds of energy surged out from the void. The only thing lacking was that the energy of the Earth Dragon vein was not mobilized. It's done. After dispersing the array, Yun Nuoxing stretched her body. She was a little dazed as she looked at the same emerald green world. I don't know how much time has passed. I hope I didn't delay the good show of the divine weapon's soul. Sighing, Yun Nuoxing slightly bowed to the green figure in the distance, who was still standing there, as if he had never changed. Then, he quietly left this world. Now that he had succeeded, it was time to get to work. In the inn, Yu-Yin, who had already stopped cultivating, raised her head to look at Yun Nuoxing, who had formed a cocoon of light. She couldn't help but frown slightly. The last time he formed a cocoon like this, it took almost half a year. This time, she didn't have so much time for him to break out of the cocoon. Gotcha! Just as Yu-Yin was about to wake him up, cracks as thick as a thumb suddenly appeared on the cocoon of light. Then the cracks spread rapidly. In just a short while, the entire cocoon of light burst open. A slender girl with black hair that cascaded down to her legs like a waterfall appeared from within. Her fiery red robes swayed without any wind. Her pitch-black wings were folded behind her back like a screen, and there seemed to be a faint luster flowing around them. So comfortable. Yun Nuoxing stretched as soon as he came out of the cocoon of light. His handsome face was full of intoxication. I thought you couldn't bear to wake up, so I was about to wake you up. Yu-Yin heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like the cocoon this time was just a small one. I don't know how many days have passed. I don't think I missed a good show, right? Yun Nuoxing put away the array and a large number of things. Then, he turned his head and smiled at Yu-Yin. Let's go. Yu-Yin nodded and followed Yun Nuoxing out of the inn. When the two of them arrived at the street, they realized that it was completely quiet. There wasn't any sound in the surroundings, and a somber atmosphere filled the entire city. This strange scene made Yun Nuoxing and Yu-Yin frown. Could it be that the entire city was destroyed? But there was no smell of blood. Time rewind. Yun Nuoxing took out the divine light mirror with a wave of his hand and shone it on the entire city. The divine light mirror flashed with flowing light as it reflected all the actions of the major forces as they sent away all the ordinary people in the city, set up killing formations, and activated enchantments. The two of them were a little dumbfounded. Were they going to fight openly? Was it really okay to go to war over a divine weapon soul? Yun Nuoxing sighed and flicked his netherworld ruin sword. A unique spatial enchantment was instantly activated, and the two of them rushed out of the city. It didn't seem like it was over yet. Otherwise, the entire city wouldn't be in such a desolate state. In other words, the battle might still be ongoing. Chapter 45. King Xingluo, let's cut to the chase. Hand over the spirit of the divine weapon. We'll let you go. Outside the sky of Constellation City, a black mass of people floated in the sky. Their expressions were cold as they stared at the hundreds of people in the sky above Constellation City. A man with long golden hair that reached his shoulders and was covered in golden battle armor stood at the front of the crowd. He was the one who had spoken those words, and his voice rumbled out for dozens of miles. Hey, are you so confident that you can take us down? The Allied forces didn't flatten the sacred weapon Godly Palace in the past, and they won't be able to do it today. Above Constellation City, among the people of the sacred weapon Godly Palace, a white-haired old man sneered. His eyes were like two balls of ghostly fire, emitting a dark light. He looked very strange. The old man was leaning on a dragon-headed staff. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and his cloak flapped in the wind. He looked like an immortal. The old man walked out of the crowd and stood at the front. He stomped his dragon-headed staff in the air, and his hoarse voice rang out slowly. Cut the crap. Don't think that we don't know what will happen to the spirit of the divine weapon in your hands. It's the most evil sacred weapon. You call yourself a godly palace, but you slaughter people in the human world to test the divine weapon. You don't deserve to have the spirit of the divine weapon. Beside the golden figure, a man in a red robe shouted at the top of his lungs. All the spiritual items in the world belong to those who are fated to obtain them. You're wrong. A white-haired young man walked out of the crowd in the sacred weapon godly palace. A black mirror the size of a human face floated above his head. A small dragon head was clasped on top of the mirror. His eyes were red, and a faint murderous aura spread out. Very well. So, you don't plan to let go? A muscular man in a silver robe stepped out from beside the golden-haired man. His body was surrounded by lightning, and a majestic aura of thunder and lightning rose from the ground. An unparalleled pressure rushed out in an overwhelming manner. It looked very imposing. You can try. King Shengluo's eyebrows twitched, and he let out a shrill laugh like an owl. He stomped his dragon-headed staff in the air, and a wave-like aura surged out from his body, resisting the incoming pressure. He stepped forward with the three people beside him, and the aura that suddenly erupted suddenly intertwined like a giant dragon. Kill. Set up the formation. The robust man from the Lightning Divine Hall had an extremely fiery temperament. Without saying anything further, he waved his hand, and the experts from the Lightning Divine Hall behind him, who had been waiting for a long time, raised their hands and brought out a large formation. Terrifying energy light pillars covered the sky and soared straight into the clouds. Endless lightning bolts danced on the formation like wild dragons. At the same time, the other people from the 9 Elemental Shrine all activated their own formations one after another. They directly flew out from the cracked space and absorbed everything within a radius of several tens of miles into the formation. The overflowing energy caused people's legs to feel weak. King Shengluo, I won't let you take away the spirit of the divine weapon so easily. The golden-haired man took a step forward, and his body slowly rose into the air. A terrifying energy slowly spread out from his body. Instantly, the world shook and thunder rumbled. This time, you and I will decide the victor. He raised his head and roared. With a wave of his hand, a golden palm that was hundreds of thousands of feet long pressed down on the people of the sacred artifact Godly Palace. Gold God King, with your current strength, you don't deserve this title. Let this old man take it away. King Shengluo, whose white robe fluttered, smiled faintly. He unhurriedly raised his dragon-head staff and swung it horizontally at the golden palm. A gray gang chi tore through the space. Boom! The violent gray energy collided with the golden energy. The powerful energy storm wreaked havoc for a moment before both were annihilated. Sacred Artifact, Godly Palace. Set up the Sacred Artifact formation. King Shengluo roared. His body soared into the sky, and the dragon-head staff smashed down on Jin Jinhuang. The space around him quietly distorted a little. Yes, hearing King Shengluo's roar, the experts from the Sacred Artifact Shrine responded with cold expressions. Then, they waved their hands and threw out hundreds of celestial artifacts, covering an area of tens of thousands of feet. Dazzling energy surged out from each celestial artifact and connected them together, forming a huge formation that covered both sides. Damn it! Using hundreds of celestial artifacts and above to set up a formation? Even if your Sacred Artifact Shrine has a lot of celestial artifacts, you shouldn't use them like this. Celestial artifacts don't cost money. The red-robed man also faced off against the white-haired youth with the dragon-head mirror. Waves of jade-green flames soared into the sky, turning into a sea of fire. The scorching heat made one's mouth dry. He glanced at the Sacred Artifact Shrine's formation. His face stiffened, and he immediately cursed. Hey, our Sacred Artifact Shrine's celestial artifacts don't cost money. If you have the ability, set up a celestial artifact formation too. I can even give you a few pointers. The white-haired youth with the dragon head mirror shot out a beam of light, completely eliminating the sea of fire. At the same time, he did not forget to mock them. "You're shameless. You bastard." The two of them cursed loudly. Their eyes were red as their figures flashed and entangled with each other. The sound of cursing and energy explosions continued to resound, causing some of the spectators outside to break out in cold sweat. Were they here to fight or quarrel? The silver-robed muscular man from the lightning divine hall and the black-robed middle-aged man were like meteorites streaking across the sky, fiercely clashing. Silver lightning pierced through space, tangling and resisting the strange black fog. Very strong, although it's not even 1/10,000th of its true power to be able to create this kind of forbidden celestial artifact. Your sacred artifact shrine does have some skills. The silver-robed man clenched his numb palm and said with a gloomy expression. The middle-aged man did not say anything. He raised his head, revealing his face that was covered by the cloak. Half of his face was stiff, while the other half was a skeleton face. There was no flesh or blood, and the place where the eyes should be was empty. It was extremely frightening. Backlash? Retribution? Seeing his appearance, the silver-robed man sneered and took out the silver spear on his back. He raised the tip of the spear and pointed it straight at the black-robed man's head. Streaks of lightning surged out from his body like silver dragons and endlessly poured into the spear. The black-robed man did not say anything, and a black sword slid out from his sleeve. Immediately, the black fog that pervaded the heaven and earth became denser, and the temperature of the heaven and earth plummeted. Faint black chi and death aura also rushed out from his body, and were all absorbed by the black sword. Then, with a tremble of his body, he instantly appeared in front of the silver-robed man and slashed with the sword. The silver-robed man did not underestimate it, and swung the spear with all his strength. The tip of the spear let out a sharp whistle and collided with that strange black sword. Immediately, the heaven and earth wailed. 10,000 devil heavenly thunder formation. Underworld fire burns the heavens. 10,000 trees become forest. Chapter 46. In the sky, the many arrays that had formed launched countless attacks at the same time. The energy ripples crossed the distance in an instant and destroyed the mountain range below. The area within 1,000 miles was turned into a barren land. In the array of the sacred artifact, Godly Palace, a person in the eye of the array waved his sleeve. The array, formed by countless artifacts, suddenly shot out a torrent of energy that covered the sky. All kinds of phenomena, combined with soul power, suddenly rushed out of the array. It was like the roar of a lion or the roar of a mountain or the roar of a river. The boundless energy was like thunder, rushing toward the numerous attacks that were coming at them. Rumble! In an instant, the sky and earth shook violently under the attack. The ground cracked, forming a crack that was thousands of feet wide. It was like a bottomless abyss. When the energy storm dissipated, the phenomena also dissipated. However, all the energy was offset. The strength of the sacred artifact, Godly Palace, was evident. Kill. The strongest forces of the two sides fought fiercely in the sky. Below, the experts of the 9 godly temples and the 8 great ancient families, as well as some other forces, were making their moves. They clashed with the experts of the sacred artifact, Godly Palace. As more and more experts joined the battle, the entire area caved in. Constellation City was protected by a barrier, so it wasn't affected too much. However, some of the energy still seeped in and destroyed the buildings. Buzz! In the distance, in a mountain range that couldn't be affected by the battle, Yin Nuashing and Yu'in appeared at the edge of a cliff. Before they could breathe a sigh of relief, they saw a group of young people and the heroes of the 9 godly temples looking at them with surprise and astonishment. They didn't know why they suddenly appeared here. Yin Nuashing was also surprised. They didn't open the barrier to look outside. They only came because they felt that this place was suitable for watching the battle. They didn't expect a group of people to already be here. Of course, the moment she saw Yao Hua, Yun Nuoxing's beautiful face instantly turned cold. The temperature dropped to absolute zero. Her white robes fluttered in the wind, and she was still as elegant as ever. When she saw the hatred in Yun Nuoxing's eyes, she turned her gaze away unnaturally. She even looked aggrieved. Lei Ming, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but feel sad. He couldn't help but step forward and say, "Sister, big brother didn't mean any harm that day. Can you not be like this?" Yun Nuoxing glanced at him. Her murderous eyes narrowed slightly, but she didn't say anything. She glared at Yao Hua again, then walked away with Yu Yin to a place far away from the crowd. They silently watched the intense battle. Yao Hua wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Although he wanted to take a look at Yun Nuoxing and explain himself, looking at the current situation, he decided to forget about it. Big brother has become a good boy. Wood Spirit helplessly held her forehead and sighed. She didn't think that there would be someone who could subdue Yao Hua, a delinquent youth who was used to being unrestrained. Although the elders had a part to play in this. Hearing this, the other 7 people agreed with him, making Yao Hua feel gloomy. He stood at the back of the crowd. When no one was looking at Yun Nuoxing, he took out the Nether Void sword and pointed it forward. He thought to himself, "Nether Void, see if you can sense the location of the spirit of the divine weapon." The Nether Void sword vibrated, and invisible waves surged into Yun Nuoxing's soul. Then, with the help of her soul power, it was transmitted into the void and slowly seeped into the battlefield. Yu Yin saw that he had begun to move. She stepped forward and stood in front of him, blocking everyone's view. Invisible waves came from the void and quickly passed through space. They swept into the array and passed through some of the explosive energy that had been transmitted into the void. They quickly rushed out and swept across everyone in the sacred artifact Sacred Palace. Shengluo King, the black-robed man, and the white-haired man, but it wasn't on them. As one of the most powerful people present, it should be the safest to place it on them. Why wasn't it on them? Since it wasn't on them, it was useless to continue searching. He slowly searched through everyone in the sacred artifact Sacred Palace, but even after searching through everyone, he still couldn't find it. It was as if it had disappeared into thin air. If it wasn't secretly sent away, then it's hidden by an expert at the rebirth realm or above. Only those old monsters can block my detection. As Yun Nuoxing frowned, a gentle voice sounded in his soul. It was a woman's voice, but he couldn't tell what age she was. "Your detection?" Yun Nuoxing seemed to have caught some information. He suddenly said, "Nether Void? That's me. Don't worry about that for now. Find the soul of the divine weapon as soon as possible. I can't be out for too long." The Nether Void sword replied. Yun Nuoxing nodded. He suddenly glanced at Constellation City. He thought for a moment and said, "Let's go to the city and take a look. Maybe, I'm guessing that if an expert at the rebirth realm came, they could just tear through space. This kind of barrier can't stop them at all, so it might be in the city." "Okay." The Nether Void sword replied. The detection waves rushed toward Constellation City with Yun Nuoxing's soul power. It instantly spread to the entire city and penetrated every inch of land. "Found it." Near the edge of the detection range, at the edge of the barrier, a man in a black robe was holding a black box in his hand. There were waves of fluctuations coming from it. Yun Nuoxing was no stranger to it. It was the soul of the divine weapon. He seemed to be breaking the barrier, but it seemed that he wouldn't be able to do it in a short time. It's really a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Everyone outside has been fooled. Yun Nuoxing exclaimed. It was just a random guess. Who knew that it was true? The barrier was so far away from the front and the back. Even if they discovered it the moment it was broken, they wouldn't be able to chase after it. Buzz! When the fluctuation came into contact with the soul of the divine weapon, the latter suddenly fluctuated. The two seemed to have the same source of energy. When the ripples came into contact with each other, the soul suddenly trembled. It seemed to want to escape and kept hitting the lid of the box. "What's going on?" The black-robed man felt the movement from his hand and stopped breaking the barrier. He looked at the black box, and a ray of light shone from his hand. The box instantly stopped moving. "Hey, when my sacred weapon shrine completes the sacred weapon, I'll sacrifice your golden shrine first. Then I'll destroy the 9 elemental shrine." The black-robed man sneered. Then he persisted in breaking the barrier. "Xing Xing, get ready. The real body is ready to leave." The nether void sword said in a deep voice. Yin Nuoxing was stunned and didn't react. Buzz! Before Yin Nuoxing could react, the soul of the divine weapon suddenly emitted a strong fluctuation. Bright light burst out from the array inside it. It was as dazzling as a small sun. Then it slammed through the box and penetrated the black-robed man's energy layer. It rushed out at a speed far faster than the speed of sound. Feeling the movement of the box in his hand, the black-robed man was stunned. He lowered his head and saw that the box had been penetrated. He hurriedly looked back. When he saw the soul of the divine weapon, it had already escaped far away and was about to disappear from his sight. He immediately turned around and rushed over. He couldn't help but shout, "Stop! I can't stop!" Yin Nuoxing came to her senses and laughed. She increased her soul power and wrapped the soul of the divine weapon in layers. She wanted to block the dazzling light, but there wasn't enough time. In just a minute, half of the huge barrier had been penetrated. It was about to rush to the battlefield. "Nether Void, turn around. You'll be discovered," Yin Nuoxing hurriedly reminded when she saw that they were approaching the edge of the barrier. Buzz! The soul of the divine weapon suddenly plunged into the ground. It didn't know how deep it went before the dazzling light was covered by the thick earth. It rushed all the way through the ground below the battlefield and went straight to where Yin Nuoxing and the divine weapon were standing. In an instant, it rushed up from the ground and penetrated the thick mountain wall. In the blink of an eye, it emerged from the ground. The dazzling light made everyone feel that their backs were frighteningly bright. They hurriedly turned around. The soul of the divine weapon hurriedly escaped into Yin Nuoxing's pendant. Almost at the same time, Yin Nuoxing hurriedly put away the nether void sword. Then, she looked at the people who were slowly turning around. The wood element in her body quickly condensed into a ball the size of a head. It emitted a gentle light and a steady stream of vitality. Everyone turned around and only saw Yin Nuoxing holding the wood element. They didn't know what she was doing. After a while, they didn't see anything and turned their heads back. The wood spirit looked at the ball of wood element and then looked at Yin Nuoxing. Then it also turned its head. When everyone ignored her, Yin Nuoxing put away the wood element. She stepped forward and pulled Yu Yin's clothes. Then she said, "Let's go. Where are you going?" As soon as her voice fell, just as Yin Nuoxing and the wood spirit were about to escape, a violent shout suddenly sounded. Then, in the sky, 7 figures appeared. It was King Shenluo, the black-robed middle-aged man, the white-haired youth, the black-robed man who broke the barrier, Jin Wang, the red-robed man, and the silver-robed man. The 3 people of the Temple of Elements had their backs to Yin Nuoxing and the others. They stared at King Shenluo and the wood spirit with a dignified expression. "Little girl, how dare you steal something from my sacred artifact divine palace? Hand it over, otherwise die." King Shenluo squinted his old eyes and stared at Yin Nuoxing. There was a trace of his aura on the weapon spirit. No matter where it moved, it could be detected. Many young talents, as well as Jin Wang and the other 2, looked at Yin Nuoxing in surprise. They were confused. They didn't know when she had stolen the weapon spirit. However, Jin Wang and the other 2 immediately turned around and sneered. "King Shenluo, don't be so aggressive. With me here, you can't do anything." How awe-inspiring. Unexpectedly, Yin Nuoxing smiled and shouted, "You old thing, if you have nothing to do, you should go back and drink tea and grow potted plants. Otherwise, if you die suddenly, no one will help you collect your corpse." Silence. Even the sound of the wind stopped. King Shenluo was instantly petrified. With his status, how could he be laughed at like this? Even the faces of the Gold God King and the other 2 froze. "Junior, go to hell." Instantly reacting, King Shenluo flew into a rage out of humiliation. His ghastly claw-like palm produced a great energy hand that spanned 100,000 feet as it charged at Yin Nuoxing. Jin Wang waved his hand as a resplendent golden light enveloped the ghastly claw, destroying it. He sneered and said, "King Shengluo, to think you have a nerve to attack a junior. You have cultivated your shamelessness with your age. Old fart, let me send you on your way." Yin Nuoxing laughed out loud as her hands formed seals at lightning speed. As the seals changed, rich wood elements burst out of her body as boundless soul strength swept through the world. With a wave of her hand, she threw out more than 10 high-grade divine artifacts she had obtained from Muingzi's palace. There was the sun god bow, the sky piercer halberd, the mountain-splitting axe, the golden chain, and the divine mirror of light she obtained from Firecloud Palace. She carried the Nethervoid sword on her back as piles of immortal-grade mystic crystals that emitted resplendent 8-colored light landed at her feet. Swathes of divine artifacts appeared, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Just the dozen or so divine artifacts were in no way weaker than the divine artifacts in the Sacred Artifacts Divine Temple. With a light wave of her red robe, her soul's strength spread out in more than 10 directions with the wood elements, mystic crystals, and the pile of weapons. Instantly, a green beam of light emanated from her feet as it spread out at an extremely fast speed. The beam of light outlined an extremely complicated array formation that was so complicated that it made one's hair stand on end. It enveloped 100,000 feet in radius as scattered runes emerged from the void and connected with the array formation. They intersected and produced astounding energy fluctuations. In an instant, the world suddenly trembled, and endless astral powers turned into a huge light pillar that descended onto the great formation. The surging waves of the world's energies turned into a massive vortex that gushed into the formation. The mountain range and the large patches of forest dimmed a little, offering up their life force. Even the dragon's veins that were hidden deep underground seemed to show signs of activity. The rich life force spread throughout the array formation, but it gave people a feeling of endless killing intent. It was breathtaking. The young elites not far away were already dumbfounded. Even the elites from the 9 Elemental Divine Temple had their mouths agape while their faces twitched. Even Jin Jinwang and King Shengluo drew in a cold breath. A ceiling-class divine killing array. Everyone's mouth turned dry. This was going to defy the heavens. How could a mere mortal rank 6 transformation girl be so monstrous? 8-sided annihilation. Myriad spirits, killing domain. Yin Nuoxing shouted. The surrounding immortal-grade, glazed crystals were rapidly consumed by the small energy array formation and transmitted to the myriad spirits, killing domain. When the syllables of the word domain were uttered, the myriad spirits, killing domain activated rapidly. The surging energy turned into monstrous waves that covered King Shengluo and the others. Retreat. King Shengluo shouted in horror. This immature killing array could not kill him completely, but Jin Jinwang was watching from the side. If he was not careful and exposed a flaw, he would be dead for sure. Want to leave? Yin Nuoxing grinned and waved his hand. The dark green energy suddenly became extremely condensed. Hundreds of small natural formations were activated, blocking behind a few of them. It gave off an indestructible feeling. Boom! King Shengluo and the others hurriedly turned around and attacked the green barrier. Energy leaked everywhere, and there were continuous explosions. The barrier rippled rapidly, but it did not show any signs of being broken. Behind the 4 of them, thousands of long swords that were as resplendent as emeralds emerged from the surging green waves. Together with the waves, they smashed down from the sky. Boom! The waves slammed into the 4, knocking them against the green energy barrier. They were pinned down firmly. The green swords carried unparalleled sword chi as they rapidly cut into the 4's bodies. Blood splattered and dyed the barrier red. At the same time, hundreds of array lines surged out of the array formation. They formed a sphere and enveloped King Shengluo and the others. Green threads shot out from the array lines and entangled the 4, turning into scorching lines of fire. The energy on King Shengluo's body dimmed as he was enveloped by the lines of fire. The array formation was going to refine the four of them alive. "Senior, lend me a hand," Yin Nuoxing shouted at Jin Wang and the others. She changed her hand seals, and 3 green beams shot out from the array, enveloping the 3 of them. After the green energy barrier enveloped Jin Wang and the others, they suddenly felt that the killing intent of the killing array had suddenly disappeared. Jin Shenwang and the other 2 immediately understood. They exchanged glances, took out their weapons, and charged toward King Shenluo and the other 3. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She was clearly trying to take advantage of the situation to kill them. Chapter 47. Arg! Damn you brats! King Shenluo roared angrily. He could already see Jin Wang and the other 2 charging at him like wolves and tigers. The overwhelming energy turned into golden light and pierced his chest. The intense pain made him roar at the sky. Divine artifact, bursting flames. King Shenluo struggled to hold the dragon-headed staff in front of his chest. The emerald threads wrapped around his body were constantly draining his energy. Even his origin energy was gradually being refined. The energy that surged out could not be refined fast enough, but it was firmly suppressed by the energy barrier. He could not move at all. If this continued, he would be exhausted to death sooner or later. "I'll explode your head." Seeing that King Shenluo was about to detonate the dragon-headed staff, Yin Nuoxing snorted coldly. He waved his hand and controlled the energy of the entire formation, turning it into a giant emerald beam of light that blasted towards the dragon-headed staff. The energy of a high-level divine artifact self-destruction was enough to destroy his incomplete formation. The words he had mustered up today were enough to make him regret it. A beam of light containing a vast amount of energy descended from the sky like a divine punishment. The violent energy was completely different from the docile wood element. Almost instantly, the beam of light collided with the dragon-headed staff, causing cracks as thick as a thumb to spread out from it. Bang! Before the glowing dragon-headed staff could explode, it was reduced to pieces by the torrent of energy. This made King Shenluo's heart ache. That was a high-level divine artifact. There were not many divine artifact temples, and it was destroyed so easily. There was no time for King Shenluo to feel sorry for his divine artifact. Jin Wang had been gathering energy for a long time to evolve a powerful killing move. At this moment, the emerald waves smashed into him in waves. His chest caved in, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. There were even fragments of his internal organs. The other 3 struggled bitterly in the formation, but they could not break free from the emerald threads that were refining their energy. They could not gather enough energy to escape this ocean. They were basically on the chopping block, waiting to be slaughtered. Sky-splitting golden god, Jin Wang shouted. The golden long sword in his hand turned into a golden sun. It slashed out a golden sword light that tore through space. The surging energy caused pitch-black cracks to appear in space. Unstoppable thunderbolt. The silver-robed man's spear continuously surged with silver lightning and dark green energy. A blinding light shot out in all directions. In an instant, it was as if 10,000 rays of light had descended upon the world. The resplendent silver-green light pierced through space, turning into a barrier of thunder that smashed downwards. Demon Flame Apocalypse. At the same time, an abnormally vast, jade-green sea of fire descended from the sky. It lunged at King Shenluo with devastating power. The scorching heat made the surroundings extremely hot. "I'll fight you to the death." In the face of certain death, Shenluo King's expression immediately turned sinister. His eyes turned scarlet red as he let out a sinister laugh. The energy in his body forcibly broke free of the 10,000 spirits killing array's restraints and wildly surged within his body. "Be careful, he's going to self-destruct." Seeing Qing Hai's state, Jin Wang's expression changed slightly. With a wave of his hand, he sent Yin Nuoxing and the others flying. Meanwhile, the energy gathered in the hands of the former 3 was even greater. It was as if three seas were crashing towards King Shengluo. Go all out, my ass. Yuan, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly called out when she saw this. With a wave of her hand, she conjured another formation that was also 10,000 meters wide. It drew in the sunlight in the sky, causing the surroundings to dim. Scorching energy rapidly surged into the formation. As soon as the formation appeared, Jin Wang, King Shengluo, and the others all gasped. Why had another god-tier formation appeared? Swish! Countless strands of fire surged into the sky, condensing into thousands of soft, fiery streaks of light. They pierced through the bodies of King Shengluo and the others, piercing through their souls as well. They bound the four of them like chains, burning their meridians to ashes. With a series of hissing sounds, streams of blood flowed out from where the fiery streaks had passed through, mixing into the sea of energy and vanishing. Even so, you'll all die with me. You can't stop it. You can't stop it. King Shengluo's old eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He laughed savagely as his eyes bulged and blood flowed out. Wild and brutal energy surged wildly within his body, causing the surrounding space to distort. At this moment, Jin Wang and the other two were holding three formations of energy. They smashed over like three major worlds. Boom! Several bursts of energy exploded at the same time. A moment later, a thunderous explosion finally rang out under countless shocked gazes. The terrifying, brutal energy was like a hurricane that swept through the heavens and the earth, sweeping out violently. Yin Nuoxing and the others hurriedly fled into the distance under the terrifying energy hurricane. The full-powered attack of three Shunming experts, the detonation of two god-tier formations, and the self-destruction of one Shinming expert. The power was rather terrifying. If they were caught in it, their fate would be rather tragic. The various experts who were fighting in the distance were so shocked that they stopped what they were doing. Their legs went weak as they looked in the direction of the explosion. There were even some who were so frightened that they fell on their butts. This formation was too terrifying. The energy hurricane raged for more than 10 minutes. The gigantic mushroom cloud in the sky slowly dissipated. Sunlight once again penetrated the sky and shone on the sky below. At this moment, the two gigantic ceiling-level formations had already dissipated. The 18 types of weapons that were used for the formations had all fallen to the ground. As the formations dissipated, Yin Nuoxing slowly knelt on the ground. His ink-black hair had turned snow-white. Yuan, who was beside him, hurriedly supported him when she saw this. The consumption this time was huge. After all, the formation was not complete. It was not continuously activated by the talisman. It still needed to consume his own energy. He could not bear such a huge amount of energy at all. If it were not for the glazed crystal helping him from his side, he would have been drained long ago. If he could perfect the talisman, then the consumption would be greatly reduced. However, the power was still beyond Yin Nuoxing's expectations. Although the attack that killed Shengluo King and the others was launched by Jin Wang and the other two, at the very least, he had the means to restrain a Shunming expert. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had time to activate the formation. Otherwise, he would still have to use the light element to escape in a hasty confrontation. In fact, if the opponent did not even give him time to activate the formation, he could directly shatter him with a wave of his hand. The young elites of the various forces looked at each other, dumbfounded for a moment. Amongst so many people, only Yao Hua, who grasped the light element, was able to escape unscathed. As for the others, they were likely already dead. As the smoke and dust dissipated, the figures of Jin Wang and the other two slowly appeared. Seeing that they were as good as new, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If Shengluo King's self-destruction had captured the three Shunming experts, the Nine Elements Temple would probably vomit blood. Slowly landing on the ground, Jin Wang's figure shook slightly. It seemed that he was not really unscathed, but he did not show it. He shouted to the people of the Sacred Weapons Temple in the distance, "Shengluo King is dead. Do you still want to fight?" The people of the Sacred Weapons Temple turned pale. They all looked in horror at the beautiful girl sitting powerlessly on the ground. They were all frightened. 3 elders had died at once. How were they going to explain it when they returned? The remaining people were silent for a moment. Then screams of horror rose and fell one after another. Then everyone fled as if their lives depended on it, leaving behind a pile of celestial devices. Seeing that the crowd had scattered like birds and beasts, Jin Wang also breathed a sigh of relief. Although the reputation of the Sacred Weapons Temple was not good, he still did not want to cause unnecessary killing. It was enough to leave the high-ranking members. As for the disciples, let them leave. Sighing, the 3 of them turned to Yin Nuoxing, who was sitting on the ground. For a moment, they did not know what to say. Feeling the 3 gazes, Yin Nuoxing, who was making use of the time to recover, was shocked. He took a deep breath and quickly pulled himself together. He struggled to stand up and pulled Yu'in back a distance. The golden chain floated in front of him. He looked at Jin Wang and the other 2 warily. Now, they all knew that he had the spirit of the weapon god. He did not know if they would take advantage of his weakness to kill him. Don't worry. Seeing his vigilant look, Jin Wang smiled. He knew what he was worried about. He waved his hand and said softly, "Although the spirit of the weapon god is very tempting, it was you who snatched it from the Sacred Weapons Temple this time. Naturally, we will not force it. As long as the spirit of the weapon god does not fall into their hands, everything will be fine." Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing nodded. He was now in a weakened state. The people of the 9 Elements Temple were looking for him. Now, with Yu Yin's excellent skills, they could not tell. But once they stayed for a long time, it would be hard to say. Hence, he said softly, "Thank you for your help. See you again." After saying that, Yin Nuoxing slowly retreated a distance under everyone's gaze. Supported by Yu'in, he flew into the distance. Light element. At this time, Yao Hua, who had sensed something, suddenly opened his eyes wide without blinking. He stared at Yin Nuoxing with a face full of shock. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing's body trembled. Her pale face became even more transparent. At this time, her body was very weak. Without deliberately suppressing it, the energy in her body was constantly surging. Anyone could see through her at a glance, let alone Yao Hua, who also had the light element. "I'll remember you, damn stinky fart." Yin Nuoxing angrily cursed. He didn't care whether he had the strength or not. In an instant, he forcefully pushed the light element to the extreme. Bringing Yin with him, he left behind a ray of light in the sky and disappeared into the horizon, leaving behind a bunch of dumbfounded people. Heavens! Light element. She's the goddess of Taiyuan. She really came. I always thought that the heaven-defying senior of the Divination Pavilion had made a mistake. It turns out that she was always by our side. SSS, the goddess of Taiyuan, killed the 3 supreme elders of the Sacred Weapons Temple. She must be the one who sold the Glory Spirit Tree leaf at the auction, right? After all, in the ghastly forest, she and the Glory Spirit Tree worked together to deal with the soul-devouring tree. Who knows if there's any relationship between them? Everyone was discussing spiritedly. Looking at Yin Nuoxing, who was leaving, they could not help but sigh. The goddess of Taiyuan was too strong. Did I do something wrong? The most puzzled person was Yao Hua. As usual, he asked this very innocent question. The 8 of them looked at him speechlessly. Lei Ming sighed, looked at the 7 of them, and said, "Now I know how that girl feels. She probably wants to beat the boss up. What do you guys think?" "I completely agree." Mu Ling face-palmed. "Agreed," Huiji replied, unhappily. When Jin Wang heard Yin Nuoxing's name, he had been thinking. After a while, he took out a portrait. On it was the side profile of Yin Nuoxing that the red-haired man had seen in the ancient ruins. He said to the other 2 in astonishment, "This doesn't look like her." At that time, the 11 alliances had tacitly agreed that the goddess of Taiyuan was the person they were looking for, because the Fire God Temple had tacitly agreed. But now, the portrait did not match the person they had seen. What was going on? At that time, she appeared in that appearance. A girl can casually dress up and change into another appearance. It's normal that you can't recognize her. However, this little girl is very beautiful. She's not much different from my daughter. The silver-robed man took the picture scroll, looked it up and down, and then explained. Ah, Wood Spirit suddenly thought of something and screamed. The 8 elders of the Temple of Elements were startled. Everyone looked at her with a puzzled expression. They didn't know what was going on. Goddess of Taiyuan has the light element, right? Mu Ling thought of something. Her face suddenly turned a little pale as she said in a strange voice. Yes. Everyone nodded. This was something that everyone knew. Then, the array she just used, the Divine King said. Mu Ling looked at the beautiful woman and asked in a trembling voice. Wood element? Jin Wang froze for a moment. His brows wrinkled tightly. Light and wood elements, innate dual elements? No. Huiji shook her head. When Yin Nuashing was weak, she also noticed something, but she didn't pay attention to it. Now that she thought about it, yes, there's a strong fire element in the array. The red-robed man nodded and said Huiji's words. Everyone once again took a deep breath. Innate 3 elements? Crazy. No, there is also a metal element. Among the heroes of the 9 elemental temple, the man wearing a bright silver robe said faintly. In the dark green waves, the condensed sword was mixed with metal element. The people of the 9 elemental temple, including the divine kings, all took a deep breath. Innate 4 elements? This talent was terrifying. Incredible. Unbelievable. This is going to explode. Lei Ming's face turned red. He couldn't help but curse. As a result, he was rewarded by the silver-robed man. Everyone smiled helplessly. This talent was abnormal. Moreover, no matter how many kinds of innate elements there would be no resistance between each other. It was not like forcibly fusing new elements. There would always be a faint resistance. It would take a lot of effort to refine this resistance. Otherwise, it would hinder the power of the fusion. Presumably, this woman's future achievements would be immeasurable. Chapter 48. News of the battle in Constellation City spread like a rocket, crossing several origin regions in a single day. Many forces joined forces and defeated Sacred Artifact Shrine, killing 3 of their supreme elders on the spot. This situation made some of the older generation shake their heads, thinking that Sacred Artifact Shrine's reputation had indeed declined. They recalled how mighty they had been in the past. When the Dark Divine Artifact appeared, many forces joined forces and failed to annihilate them. Now, not only did they fail to keep the Divine Artifact soul, but they were also killed so casually. Moreover, it was under the circumstances of mercy. Otherwise, how could so many people have escaped? Many people knew the whole story. It was all because of the appearance of the goddess of Taiyuan. She helped Jin Wang and the others to set up a ceiling-killing matrix and annihilate King Shenluo and the others in one fell swoop. The world was shocked. Those were 3 gods of the underworld level. How could they be killed so easily? Was there a discrepancy between the truth and the rumors? Or was the goddess of Taiyuan going to defy the heavens? However, the next piece of news shocked everyone to the point that they were dumbfounded. The goddess of Taiyuan had 2 innate elements. A person could only control one element. This was common knowledge. Only gods who had reached the god level could absorb another element into their body. Moreover, the failure rate was very high. If one was not careful, their soul would scatter, and they would not die in peace. Meanwhile, the great origin goddess had already grasped 2 elements by herself. Her future path would definitely be very smooth. After all, a dual-element wielder was far more powerful than a single-element wielder. Regardless of whether it was in terms of cultivation speed, the density of origin power, or even strength, she would be able to surpass them by an entire street. After the rumors spread, the Golden God King and the others all had a tacit understanding and did not spread the most accurate information. They just let the world think that it was a dual element. For elements, or whatever, they did not see anything and did not know anything. Although some people had asked Jin Wang for confirmation, they all said that the goddess had directly disappeared into the horizon after killing King Shenluo and the others. They did not say anything else. Yao Hua could not help but want to tell the truth. In the end, he was dragged away by the 8 heroes and sealed his mouth. He looked innocent and kept muttering what he had done wrong. It made everyone want to beat him up. Usually, Yaohua was very approachable. They didn't expect him to have such a side to him. It was to the extent that they couldn't stand it. The 11 Search Alliance, which had been quiet for a while, became active again. That day, they were shocked and didn't immediately chase after her. Later, they remembered that when they chased after her again, she was nowhere to be found. Zai Yaohua and the others also told them about Yun Nuoxing's wizardry barrier. Everyone suddenly felt that it was very tricky. Enchantments were a kind of dislocated space. Apart from a specific person, no one else would be inside. Simply put, enchantments were divided into 2 types. World enchantments. Every enchantment could be regarded as a new world, and individual enchantments, which only corresponded to a small area. However, it was a bit strange to put it this way. Back then, when Yun Nuoxing and the others suddenly appeared on the cliff, Shueixia of the Water God Temple did indeed sense the dissipation of the barrier. Either they expanded the barrier to an extremely large size and then moved there to dissipate, or they just happened to be there. There is also another possibility. Mobile enchantments, the former, as the name implied, didn't necessarily have a large range of enchantments. However, it could be moved as one wished and wasn't affected by the area. There would be enchantments within a certain distance of one's body. According to speculation, this possibility was higher. As for world enchantments, it was impossible to expand this kind of enchantment without special methods. This was already considered a different kind of world creation. The goddess should have a very powerful artifact on her. With her strength, she can expand such a high-level enchantment. Perhaps this is also the reason why she's looking for the spirit weapon soul. Jin Jinwang scratched his head and speculated. It was this piece of information that made the 11 Alliance a bit stunned. With such a heaven-defying enchantment, they could go anywhere in the world. Almost all places were like uninhabited lands to them. How were they supposed to find her? Therefore, the progress of this search instantly jumped back to 0. In other words, there was no progress at all, at this time, in a place far, far away from Constellation City. The sun penetrated through the towering trees and cast the cool sunlight that had filtered out the heat below. A cool breeze blew, cozy and comfortable. The forest swayed with countless vitality. In the forest, a large, colorful cocoon of light was suspended 1 meter above the ground. There was a huge energy fluctuation faintly emitting from it. The life inside seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Beside the cocoon of light, a beautiful woman dressed in red was sitting cross-legged. Fragments of sunlight fell on her charming face. Her graceful body was tall and slender. Her fine black hair swayed gently with the wind. There was a blazing energy slowly flowing around her body, continuously surging into the woman's body. "Who?" After the mysterious art was completed, Yuan gently opened her eyes. A trace of red light flashed past Mei Mao's eyes. "It's been a month." Yuan tilted her head. Her delicate hands hugged her slender and smooth jade legs. Her smooth chin rested on her knees. Her shapely eyebrows slightly knitted. She helplessly sighed and said, "Little star, every time you're exhausted, you have to sleep for a long time." The cocoon of light brightened slightly. Yun Nuoxing smiled embarrassedly. "Where's the Netherworld ruin sword?" Yun Nuoxing asked. A month ago, when he was spinning the cocoon, the Netherworld ruin sword had absorbed the divine weapon soul. Now, there was no movement at all. If it wasn't for the fact that Yun Nuoxing could still use his divine sense to speak, he would have thought that something had happened to it. There's been no reaction. Yuan shook her head and stood up. Her jade hands gently rubbed the cocoon of light. Red energy with a slight heat surged from her palms and poured into the cocoon of light. There's no need to do this. The fiery red color on the surface of the cocoon of light became much more intense. However, Yun Nuoxing said that there was no need to do this. Big sister is a little bored. I want to pluck a star from the sky. Yuan sighed. There was a hint of bitterness in her voice. Yun Nuoxing was speechless. After a long silence, he slowly said, "Why don't I pull you in with me the next time I immortalize?" Immortalization, as the name implied, was a transformation process every time a cocoon was spun. It would cleanse every corner of one's body, flesh, blood, bones, organs, meridians, and soul. Every time one immortalized, their whole body would become much stronger. Occasionally, they would even gain new insights. Yin Nuashing didn't know how he learned it. He could only attribute it to him having learned it before. Little star, Yu Yin's beautiful face suddenly became very red. She looked very cute. She stuttered. You want me to sleep with you? PFFF. The huge cocoon of light trembled violently. Yin Nuashing spat out a mouthful of water. He quickly diverted some of his attention to stabilize the state of immortalization. He almost shouted, "No. How far have you gone wrong?" "Big sister, I'm not interested in little girls." Yu Yin patted the cocoon of light and smiled sweetly. Yin Nuashing flew into a rage out of humiliation. "Don't worry, go back to sleep. I've already found the snow crystal. Now all that's left is to go and get it," Yu Yin said with a smile. Her jade-like hands were still persistently transmitting energy. "Where is it?" Yin Nuashing asked excitedly from inside the cocoon of light. The cocoon of light suddenly emitted a bright light. "On a snowy mountain. It's a little far from here." Yu Yin looked into the distance. Her gaze penetrated the barrier and looked at the nameless snowy mountain. That was a place she accidentally found. There was an extremely huge ice crystal there. It was as big as a head. She just had to go and collect it. "Okay, wait for me. I'll be right out." Yin Nuashing transmitted his voice excitedly. Then he hurriedly channeled the energy of immortalization to his whole body. He mobilized all the energy to wash his body vigorously. It even made a wave-like sound. "Don't be in a hurry. Take your time. No one will find this place. Actually, the people of the Nine Elements Temple have been here before. However, they didn't see through the barrier here." Seeing that he wanted to speed up the process, Yu Yin hurriedly advised. Okay, then wait for me for 2 more days," Yin Nuashing replied sullenly. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. He was struck by lightning once. Logically speaking, the advancement of a small realm wouldn't attract a heavenly tribulation. However, this time, he advanced by 3 stages in one go. He reached the mortal stage, 9th transformation stage, which was 2 stages less than Yu Yin. After all, the condensation of energy required a lot of energy and consumed a lot of energy. Therefore, it was already considered very good to be able to advance to this stage. In the later stages, the difficulty of advancing would only increase. The scenery of the Northern Kingdom was covered in ice and snow for thousands of miles in a pure white ice field. The wind and snow drifted for dozens of miles. The cold wind whistled and thick clouds covered the sky. The sun was blocked outside the door and the world was gloomy. In the distance, a mountain peak occupied by ice and snow reached straight into the sky. The peak reached into the clouds. It was unknown how high it was. "It can't be that mountain, right?" On the ice field, Yin Nuashing, who was dressed in black and had a long windbreaker hanging down to her feet, asked with a pale face as she pointed to the white mountain peak that was so high that the peak couldn't be seen. "Yes." Beside her, Yu Yin, who was dressed in a red robe, adjusted her clothes and nodded. Yin Nuashing raised her head 90 degrees. Her face twitched. After hesitating for a moment, she took out the sun god bow and pulled the bowstring. The majestic energy condensed into a blurry arrow. She aimed at the clouds and shot it out. The energy arrow turned into a shadow and fiercely pierced into the clouds. After a moment, it turned into an ice arrow and fell from the sky. "I say, this isn't a good idea. Climbing this mountain will kill us." Seeing the energy arrow turn into an ice arrow, Yin Nuashing sucked in a breath of air. Her face twitched for a moment, and she stiffly turned her head and laughed dryly at Yu Yin. "It's fine. The last time I went up, it was fine. Although it didn't snow last time, it shouldn't be that bad." Yu Yin rolled her eyes at him. She raised her hand and picked him up. Then, she quickly flew towards the mountain. Nether Void. The moment her feet left the ground, Yin Nuoxing's face paled. She hurriedly pulled out the nether void sword and held it tightly in her hand. 10 minutes later, the two of them flew through the clouds. Blinding sunlight poured down from the sky, causing them to close their eyes out of habit. It took them a moment to recover. The main peak of a lonely mountain range stood above the sea of clouds. There was not the slightest trace of white on the mountain, and it was as blue as ice. At the top of the mountain was an enormous ice field that was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the sunlight from the sky. The surrounding energy of heaven and earth uncontrollably flowed toward the mountain peak, condensing into an enormous whirlpool in the sky. What is that thing? Achoo! Yin Nuoxing raised her head to look at the colorful energy whirlpool. Her entire body suddenly trembled. Some ice crystals condensed on her long black hair, and they quickly melted under the sunlight. That's not right. I didn't see this thing last time. Yuin also raised her head in confusion and said with her slender eyebrows furrowed. The whirlpool was about 10,000 feet wide, and it covered a large area of heaven and earth. Vast amounts of energy condensed into liquid droplets that floated in the air, constantly flowing toward the center of the whirlpool. When they fell on the ice field, they could feel the shocking energy from afar. He subconsciously opened his evil spirit eye and constantly scanned the ice field. The energy droplets fell on the ice surface, then melted into the ice and slid down along a path. It seemed like there was something hidden in the ice that was crazily absorbing the energy. Let's go and take a look first. Yin Nuoxing tilted her head and said, as long as it was not caused by a guardian beast, there would be no problem. With his current strength, as long as he had a bit of time to activate the 10,000 spirits killing array, he would be invincible against anyone below the divine level. Yuin nodded and took out a fiery red spear from her ring. The tip of the spear reflected a frightening cold light under the sunlight. This was taken from Yin Nuoxing's pile of treasures. It was also a high-grade divine weapon, faintly touching the peak level. However, it seemed that Muingzi had not forged many weapons. Although these were all divine weapons, most of them were between the 1st and 3rd grade. Although they were very powerful, they were far from the peak level. Yin Nuoxing also grasped the Netherworld Ruin sword in her hand. 6 pitch-black wings shot out from her back as she adjusted her state to the peak. She looked at Yuin and nodded her chin lightly. Then, the two of them slowly flew over. As soon as they stepped on the ice field, a bone-piercing chill surged into their bodies from the soles of their feet, causing Yin Nuoxing and Yin Nuoxing to fiercely shiver. They hurriedly released fire elements to isolate the cold from their bodies. Thud, as their feet landed on the ice, a crisp sound spread throughout the ice field. There is nothing in the boundless, icy blue plains. It was so flat that it did not seem to be formed naturally. It was more like an ice mountain that had its peak cut off by a knife, leaving behind a section. After walking for a long time, when they were about to reach the center, Yuin suddenly cried out softly. Her slender finger pointed to a piece of ice and said in a joyful voice, "The snow crystal is there." Yin Nuoxing looked in the direction of her finger. A pure white stone was hidden under the ice. The pure white color blended together with the ice field. If one did not look carefully, one would not be able to tell that it was a frozen object. Where's the guardian beast? Yin Nuoxing scratched her head and looked around. She did not see any cave that could hide it. Could have gone out? I did not see it the last time I was here. Maybe there's no guardian beast? Yuin raised her eyebrows and thought for a while. Tilting her head, a majestic soul power surged out from between her eyebrows. Then, she covered the entire ice field and began to carefully explore. Seeing him like this, Yuin did not want to disturb him. She held the spear that was taller than her and looked around vigilantly. After 5 minutes, Yin Nuoxing withdrew her soul power. She shook her head at Yuin and said, "I don't think so. Let's take it and leave." After saying that, she walked over and smashed the ice surface with her palm, revealing the head-sized snow crystal. Yin Nuoxing hesitated for a while. Rich elemental energy surged out and condensed on her hands. She took the snow crystal out. The surface of the snow crystal was uneven, but it did not have much weight. It did not look like it was made of stone. Instead, it looked like a snowball. However, it was very hard and cold. Even though there was a layer of energy barrier, Yun Nuoxing's palms were covered in a faint layer of frost. With a wave of her hand, she broke up a piece of ice and hollowed it out. She used her energy to prevent the cold from leaking out. Then, she put the snow crystal inside. This kind of strange object could not be stored in other containers. She could only put it in a piece of ice from the place where it was born. Otherwise, it would melt immediately. Putting the snow crystal stone into the pendant, Yun Nuoxing felt a little emotional. He had finally gathered the 3 main materials. All that was left was to refine them. This was the easiest material to gather. For the 10,000-year green spiritual vine, he had gone to the ghost chi forest. For the ice spirit flame flower, he had gone to the auction. While Yun Nuoxing was feeling emotional, she suddenly had an inexplicable feeling. It was as if something was calling her. Chapter 49. With his slender brows knitted, Yun Nuoxing suddenly tugged at Yu Yin's sleeve and asked, "Did you hear something?" "Little star, I think it's time for you to see a doctor." Yu Yin held her forehead. Back in Fire Cloud Palace, she had said that she had seen something. This time, she heard something in the icy plains, but she didn't sense anything. Could be deep well ice? Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. Suddenly, his heart constricted as though he had heard something. Then, he covered Yu Yin's mouth and placed a finger on his mouth. Her pitch-black eyes darted around as Yu Yin knitted her brows. She shot a glance at Yun Nuoxing and saw how serious he was. It didn't seem like he was pulling a prank, so she listened attentively. Yun Nuoxing looked up at the vortex in the sky before looking at the icy surface. He could clearly hear a sound that seemed to be summoning him. It was vague and indistinct. After surveying his surroundings a few times, Yun Nuoxing thought for a moment before pulling Yu Yin towards the center of the icy plains. As he walked, he kept looking up at the vortex in search of the corresponding location. In the center of the icy plains, there was a constant dripping of energy liquid that silently fused into the icy plains. The bottom of the energy vortex was directly connected to the icy plains. A dark blue hole was hidden beneath the icy surface. The hole constantly shimmered as though something was absorbing the energy. "There's a hole beneath the ice." Yun Nuoxing looked in astonishment before turning his head. He saw Yu Yin staring at the bottomless hole in astonishment. That sound, a faint buzzing sound, echoed in his head. Yun Nuoxing's heart suddenly felt an intense pain as he clutched his chest tightly. It was extremely painful as the hollow feeling stimulated his nerves. It was as though he had forgotten something very important. "I find it very familiar, but I can't recall anything. What is summoning me? What is it? Little star, are you okay?" Yu Yin turned around and was shocked. She hurriedly used her sleeve to wipe away the tears sliding down Yun Nuoxing's handsome face and asked anxiously. Yun Nuoxing was called back to her senses. She shook her head and casually wiped away her tears. Her eyes were filled with determination as she said to Yu Yin, let's go together." Yu Yin touched his head. Mei Mao felt a little distressed. She knew that Yun Nuoxing had lost his memory. Something that could make him show such an expression must be related to him. Yu Yin would naturally help him, even if it was in this unknown place. Yun Nuoxing nodded and blasted open the ice with her palm. A deep blue hole instantly appeared before their eyes, and bone-chilling cold wind gushed out from it. It was as if this place had been sealed in ice for a long time and had not been opened since ancient times. Yun Nuoxing and Yu Yin looked at each other and smiled. Then, they took a step forward and jumped into the hole. In a frozen tunnel, rich energy poured into their bodies. The two of them held on tightly to each other. Yun Nuoxing held the Netherworld ruin sword in front of her with one hand. The divine light mirror floated above her head, releasing a faint light that enveloped the two of them. Golden chains wound around their bodies and slowly floated down. Buzz! Suddenly, an inexplicable force wrapped around the two of them, instantly suppressing their strength. Their bodies stopped in midair for a moment. Then, Yun Nuoxing and Yu Yin felt as if some connection had been severed. As soon as that feeling appeared, Yin exclaimed in surprise. She looked at Yin Nuashing with a strange expression and couldn't help but blink. It seems like some kind of control has been severed. Yin Nuashing also felt it, but she couldn't think of anything for a while. She only felt that this sudden, severed control was very, very familiar. Ah, I got it. After a moment, Yin suddenly understood. She couldn't help but smile. Then, she said, the connection with the wind element has been severed. Idiot, we're about to fall. As soon as she said this, Yin was stunned. She even gave Yin Nuashing a fright. Wind element? There doesn't seem to be anything wrong. Yin Nuashing laughed loudly. Then, the two of them hurriedly fell down. Holy sh*t. Frightened by the sudden movement, Yin Nuashing was so frightened that her tongue was stuck out. She hurriedly grabbed Yin and waved the Netherworld Ruin Sword with one hand. Unfortunately, she couldn't reach the ice surface. The two of them fell at a speed of 1g, and an increasingly cold wind blew around them, causing them to shiver. Chains! Chains! Use chains! In her panic, Yin hurriedly looked to her sides and pointed at the golden chains around her. Although it was an emergency, she still managed to maintain some degree of calmness. Yin Nuashing nodded when he heard this. He hurriedly put away the chains and threw them at the ice wall with force. Clang! When the chains hit the ice wall, a very crisp sound of iron striking rang out. The ice here seemed to be abnormally hard. Even a god-level weapon couldn't penetrate it. The chains also directly bounced back and swept toward Yin Nuashing. Looking at the chains that bounced back, Yin Nuashing's face tightened. She hurriedly lowered her head in fear. The cold wind from the chains that swept across her scalp made her scalp tingle. After putting away the golden chains, Yin Nuashing suddenly thought of something. Her expression changed, and 6 huge wings suddenly popped out from her back. The pitch-black wings were like a huge screen. Along with the appearance of the wings, there was also a rich wind element. Phew! Her falling body hurriedly came to a stop in the air. Yin Nuashing heaved a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat off her forehead. She held Yin's slender waist with one hand and couldn't stop panting. The latter also patted her chest with lingering fear, as if she was scared out of her wits. Buzz! An even stronger fluctuation suddenly came from the bottom of the ice mountain. It suddenly sucked Yin Nuashing and her, who had just stopped falling down. The wings were also forcefully scattered. The two of them had just heaved a sigh of relief when their bodies suddenly fell. In an instant, they fell with an acceleration of more than 1g. At this critical moment, Yin Nuashing didn't let out a heroic roar like "Mother ****" as his last words. Instead, "Save me." Yin Nuashing stared down with a pale face. He watched as the icy blue light came closer and closer. At the last moment, he clenched his teeth, hugged Yin, and suddenly turned around, using himself as a cushion. Little star. Yin grabbed his shoulder, and her terrified scream pierced through the tunnel. This happened in an instant, so fast that she couldn't react at all. She could only watch as the ice surface rapidly enlarged in front of her eyes. Whoosh! There was no violent collision like they had imagined. When their bodies came into contact with the ice surface, it was as if they had entered water. They quickly sank into it without making a single sound. In another space, there was a crimson sky. A huge stone mountain was at the same level as the sky. The top of the mountain had been cut off, and 5 huge red stone pillars stood in 5 different directions on the mountain. Below the stone mountain was a pile of rubble. In the distance, endless magma surged. Its bright red color turned the world into a blazing red. Boiling energy spread out from the void and surged toward the stone mountain. Above the pile of rocks, a crack suddenly appeared in the space, and a silver space door slowly appeared. Not long after the space door appeared, 2 bodies that were tightly hugging each other also fell out. They were wrapped in ice blue energy and gently placed on the ground. Following the appearance of the 2 people, the silver space door also slowly closed. The space was so calm that not a single ripple could be seen. When Yin Nuashing felt his feet touch the ground, the surrounding cold wind stopped howling. When the temperature rose sharply, he was immediately stunned. He slowly opened his eyes and saw an unbelievable scene. What entered his eyes was a fiery red world. Magma surged in the distance, constantly bursting out hot gases. Yin Nuashing looked around and didn't see the snow mountain that he remembered. He frowned, then lowered his head to look at Yuin, who was still wrapped in his chest. He rolled his eyes and couldn't help but tease her. "How long do you want to stay here?" "It's fine now." Hearing this, Yuin slowly opened her mouth. She looked up at Yin Nuashing and rolled her eyes at him. She calmly extricated herself from his arms and looked around. When she saw the red sky, she immediately understood and muttered, "This is a self-contained world." A self-contained world was another space that was artificially created. This place couldn't be found on the map of the realm of the gods. It was a hidden space. Yin Nuashing nodded. He looked around and fixed his gaze on the stone mountain. He clenched his fists. There seemed to be no energy suppression here, and a surge of energy flowed through his body. When he saw that there was no danger around, he hurriedly heaved a sigh of relief. After many twists and turns, he finally arrived at this unknown place safely. Although it was a little strange, it was still better than falling to his death in the ice mountain. "Let's go there and take a look." Looking at the tall stone mountain, Yin Nuashing turned around and said something to Yuin, then flew towards the stone mountain. Behind him, Yuin looked at his "since we're here, let's just take things as they come" appearance. She held her forehead and sighed, then hurriedly followed. After landing on the top of the stone mountain, Yin Nuashing slowly looked around. There was a flat platform at the top of the mountain. In the center, there was a stone platform that was 3 feet wide and 3 feet tall. Countless messy lines were drawn on the top of the stone mountain. They started from the 5 stone pillars at the edge of the cliff and extended all the way to the centermost pillar. Countless lines were drawn, and finally, they formed a circle that surrounded the stone mountain. Yin Nuashing roughly glanced at the crisscrossing lines and pursed his lips. This was a formation. Furthermore, looking at the complexity of it, it was probably at the divine level. It was at the same level as the 10,000 spirits killing formation that he had just learned. Yin Nuashing swallowed his saliva and turned to look at Yuin. The latter also turned her head as if she sensed his gaze. They saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. "Be careful." Yin Nuashing frowned and reminded her. He lifted his foot and carefully took a step forward. He even deliberately stepped on the lines of the formation. However, he didn't see anything wrong. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. He turned his head and nodded at Yuin. He slowly walked to the center of the stone platform and looked up slightly. Only then did he see clearly that there was a round stone that was 1 meter tall on the stone platform. The top was slightly smaller and the bottom was slightly bigger. From the outside, no matter how he looked at it, it looked like an egg. A stone egg? Yin Nuashing couldn't help but blurt out when he saw the stone that looked like an egg. The formation carved on the stone floor attracted the energy of this self-contained world and gathered all the energy on the stone. However, it didn't move at all. Even the waves that were calling him had disappeared. Only this thing looked normal in this strange place. According to his speculation, it should be this stone that was calling him. However, little star, what do you have to do with this stone? Yuin couldn't help but poke the stone curiously and ask. Yin Nuashing shook his head and took a step forward. He gently reached out his hand and placed it on the stone. An icy cold feeling was transmitted into his palm. He didn't feel anything strange. He even squeezed it a few times. The hardness of the stone was far beyond that of ordinary mountain rocks. It was difficult to crush it. There are some life waves. Yin Nuashing let go of his hand and frowned. His expression was a little serious. He could feel some life waves. Could it really be an egg? It is said that some ancient life forms will turn the seed of life into an egg when they die. They will seal it and cover it with a layer of stone. However, this layer of stone is very difficult to break. Moreover, the seed will choose a place to grow. In other words, they won't stay in one place without moving. Yuin scratched her eyebrows and thought for a long time before she slowly said, "Perhaps the life form in this egg is calling you. It should have something to do with you, right?" What does an ancient life form have to do with me? Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes. Chapter 50. Perhaps it has something to do with something on your body? And looking at the cracks on this layer of stone, it seems like the seal will be broken soon. Yin looked at the stone egg, then turned to Yin Nuoxing and asked, "What do you plan to do?" "I want to first memorize the array below." Yin Nuoxing thought for a while, then looked at the gigantic array below his feet. His figure slowly flew into the air until he could see the entire array. Then he stopped and slowly opened his eyes. What appeared again was the demonic rhombus-shaped pupil, reflecting the image of the stone mountain. And the array that appeared for a moment also lit up with blue light. The array that appeared, under the layers of analysis of the evil spirit essence, became clearer. Seeing this, Yin left the altar and floated beside him. With this analysis, 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Yin could no longer bear the energy consumption of floating in the air and landed on the ground. Since there was no danger, she might as well enter into a state of cultivation, but she still divided a bit of her attention to be vigilant of her surroundings. Yin Nuoxing had already spread out his 6 wings, and the majestic wind elements lifted his body up. He did not even need to flap his wings, and this also saved him a lot of energy, allowing him to fully focus on the analysis of the array. Right now, Yin Nuoxing's control of the evil spirit essence had increased along with his cultivation and was gradually being grasped by him. Although he did not dare to break any array, he could still spend some time to analyze slightly more complicated arrays. As for when he would be able to break all arrays, it was still unknown, as he had not tried to use the evil spirit essence to break arrays. But this array that seemed to be at the god level, the complexity and profoundness of the array already required him to not eat or drink for 10 days before he could finish analyzing it. Then he began to carve it, and the difficulty of breaking it would only be greater. How is it? Using another day's time, Yin Nuoxing had memorized the entire array, and after experiencing it for a long time, he landed on the altar. Yin saw this and also jumped onto the stone mountain. Yin Nuoxing tilted his head and grinned. "It's all right, the complexity is beyond my imagination. But I have already memorized it, and that's all I can do. As for the rest, I can't do anything." After saying that, Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly for a while. This was a formation that absorbed energy. However, it was a formation that only absorbed fire elements. Although it was only engraved on the stone mountain, the range of effect of this formation seemed to be very large. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the size of a world. Using his evil spirit eye, he could clearly see the flow of energy. While analyzing, he inadvertently raised his head and could clearly see a huge fire element vortex revolving around the stone mountain. Its outline spread out for nearly 1,000 miles, but he could not see the edge, so he did not know how big it was. Walking straight to the stone egg, he used his hand to lightly knock on it twice and then lifted it up. The 1-meter-tall stone was not heavy, and he easily lifted it up. Yin Nuoxing weighed it twice, nodded, and extended his finger to lightly poke it. Then he slowly moved it, and wherever his finger passed, a faint fiery red mark was left. His mind kept replaying the array that he had spent 10 days memorizing, and he imitated it and carved it on the stone. Even though he was imitating, Yin Nuoxing felt that he could not continue drawing it. Looking at the crooked and incomplete array, he felt that it was lacking some charm. Sigh, after all, it's just an imitation, and I didn't really activate it. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, he collected his thoughts, and the speed of his fingers carving increased by a lot. In the end, there were even after images of his finger dancing, and there was even some sweat on his forehead. Just an imitation had consumed a lot of his energy. If not for his fast recovery speed, and the fact that he had condensed his energy to the level of a crystal, he might not have been able to hold on. He did not know how much energy it would take to activate this array. After a long time, the dense fiery red threads completely wrapped around the stone. He could see that the arrays was on top of the stone. Looking at it carefully, it was the array on the altar, but it had shrunk a lot and looked a little strange. After the carving was completed, The fire elements that were drifting in this self-created world slowly surged towards the stone, but the scale of absorption was also much smaller. Is there really no problem? Looking at this array that was neither real nor real, Yuan looked at it with some worry. Looking at Yin Nuoxing, she frowned. It should be. Yin Nuoxing nodded sternly and said with uncertainty. However, after leaving the altar with the stone egg and finding no problems, Yuan was relieved. She tossed the stone a few times in her hand like a ball, and seeing that there was no problem, she put it back into the pendant. If there's nothing else, let's go. I've had enough of the dark red sky here. Seeing this, Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. Looking up at the sky, she could not help but roll her eyes. Turning around, she was about to rush down the stone mountain. There's no hurry. Yin Nuoxing smiled mysteriously, shook his head, and took out the Netherworld ruin sword from the pendant. Waving it, he saw something in the evil spirit's eyes. Hearing this, Yuan turned around in shock, just in time to see him raise the Netherworld ruin sword high, and then sweep it across the stone platform. Bang! The dull sound of a blow was accompanied by a figure disappearing into the horizon. In the blink of an eye, the stone platform disappeared from their sight. Yuan opened her mouth in shock. She did not understand what he was trying to do. Not only did he take the stone egg away, he even split the stone platform. What was he trying to do? However, she did not need to ask to know what he was trying to do. In the space where the stone platform used to be, a fiery red bead was quietly lying in a groove. Dense fire elements were constantly churning inside the bead. From time to time, 2 tongues of fire would fly out, and the fiery red energy would stretch out like threads. This is... Yuan stretched her neck and leaned over. The fiery red light shone on her beautiful face. A fire bead formed from rich fire elements. I don't need to explain its effects to you. Apart from that, it can also be used to refine pills or to forge weapons. Blazing elements appeared on his palm, and he gently picked up the fire bead. His palm gently caressed the blazing fire bead as Yin Nuoxing smiled. While I used my evil spirit eye to analyze the array, I saw that there was something wrong with this stone platform. After caressing it for a while, Yin Nuoxing turned around and stuffed it into Yu Yin's hand under her astonished gaze. The fire bead fell in her hand, and the rolling energy with a blazing temperature surged into her body, spreading to her limbs and bones. This made Yuan shocked. She looked at it for a while, then said to Yin Nuoxing, "The fire element in my body is already very pure. Absorbing it will not increase my level by much. But your body is mainly made up of light elements. The fire element is not very dense. It has not reached the purest level. You should keep it for yourself." "You can have it. I don't need it." Yin Nuoxing grinned and shook his head. Then he ignored her and turned around to look at the altar, raising his hand once again. Yuan sighed, feeling a little warm in her heart. She knew that Yin Nuoxing was doing this for her own good. This fire bead was different from the Holy Spirit tree leaf she had absorbed previously. They were of the same origin and origin. If she could completely refine it, her strength would definitely increase by a lot compared to the Holy Spirit tree leaf. She might even be able to break through several realms in an instant. However, while Yin Nuoxing was thinking for her, he did not know that she was also thinking for him. This fire bead contained an abnormally rich fire element. If Yin Nuoxing refined it, he would definitely be able to increase the purity of the fire elements in his body to the extreme. Currently, his most concentrated element was the light element, but it had a huge flaw. He could not use it to his full strength. In an emergency, he needed a substitute energy, and now there was a very good opportunity. While he's sleeping, I should refine it into his body. Yuan thought for a moment and smiled mischievously. She knew that once Yin Nuoxing gave it to her, he would not take it back. Therefore, she could only find another way. Yin Nuoxing, who was bombarding the entire stone mountain, naturally did not know what Yuan was thinking. He raised his hand and observed the stone mountain. When he turned his head and saw her smiling face, he could not help but be stunned. He said, "Moreover, since it can condense a fire bead, perhaps there is something at the bottom of this stone mountain." After he finished speaking, Yin Oshing raised the Nethervoid Ruin's sword and waved it twice. Then, he held it with a backhand grip and forcefully inserted it into the groove where the fire bead was placed. Crack! A destructive energy was transmitted from the groove into the stone mountain. Then, the two of them heard the sound of an eggshell being knocked. Boom! Then, they saw the stone mountain beneath their feet shatter with a loud bang. Dust flew in all directions, and a vast amount of energy faintly spread out, causing their hearts to palpitate. What is that? This energy seems a little familiar. Yin Nuoshing waved his hand to suppress the dust that filled the sky. He scratched his head in confusion and hurriedly looked over. Under the shattered stone mountain, there was a huge, 9-colored energy crystal. It was the size of a small mountain and 200 feet tall. They could clearly see the energy flowing inside through the crystal wall. Among the 9 colors, red was the most intense. It had already occupied half of the space. Rich and scorching energy slowly seeped out. Little Star's treasure hunting method is too violent, Yu-Yin said helplessly as she hovered at the side. Yin Nuoshing scratched his head and stuck out his tongue. This is a Saint-grade mysterious crystal? A Saint-grade mysterious crystal of the fire element. Yin Nuoshing and Yu-Yin looked at it and immediately shouted in surprise. No wonder it can condense such a pure fire bead. It turns out that it has this thing. Mysterious crystals were divided into 10 levels and contained a huge amount of energy. With each level, the energy would increase exponentially. This could be seen from the fact that Yin Nuoshing's arrow could surpass many levels to defeat an enemy. In the world, the mysterious crystals that were the most widely circulated and bought in ordinary places were ordinary grade to superior grade. No matter where a superior grade mysterious crystal was placed, it would be crazily fought over. It was even impossible to buy it at all. There is no difference between ordinary grade and immortal grade mysterious crystals. There is only a difference in the amount of energy they contained. Once it reached the saint grade, the difference was like heaven and earth. If an immortal grade mysterious crystal wanted to become a saint grade mysterious crystal, it had to condense elemental energy and convert the pure energy it contained into pure elemental energy. Only then could it be considered a saint grade mysterious crystal. Only when half of its pure energy was converted into elemental energy could it be considered a saint-grade mysterious crystal. As for a peerless grade mysterious crystal, it was completely converted into elemental energy. Divine grade. Yin Nuoshing rolled his eyes at the thought of a divine grade mysterious crystal of this level. It seemed that no one had ever seen such a legendary thing. It made people wonder if there was really a divine grade mysterious crystal. Therefore, it was not counted as a level 11 mysterious crystal. This saint-grade mysterious crystal, which was as tall as a small mountain, was estimated to weigh at least 1,000,000 pounds. However, this weight was nothing to Yin Nuoshing. He walked around the small mountain twice and waved his hand to put it into the pendant. The 9-colored light that lit up half of the sky also disappeared. Looking at this world again, Yin Nuoshing felt that there was nothing special. Then he smiled and said, "Let's go. There's nothing left here." Then he took out the Netherworld Ruined sword and waved to Yu-Yin. Then he walked directly to the edge of this world. Behind him, Yu-Yin nodded and also walked slowly to the edge. As soon as they reached the edge of the gravel pile, the Netherworld Ruin's sword emitted a soft purple-black light that wrapped around the two of them. Then, a gap suddenly appeared in the space. The two of them walked out slowly and disappeared. As the two of them disappeared, this space also slowly closed up. Only the endless boiling lava was left, lifeless. Chapter 51. The 2 stars hung high in the sky, sprinkling rays of blazing sunlight onto the earth. The sunlight passed through the leaves, filtering out the heat and turning into a warm ray of light. It penetrated through the forest and shone on the earth. A gentle breeze blew past, causing the trees to sway, blowing a light breeze. The forest was full of life. In the distant sky, a huge energy vortex suddenly condensed, but it only lasted for an instant before quickly disappearing. Beside the big tree below, a silver spatial door slowly opened, and two figures walked out, one red and one black. It's not an iceberg anymore. Yin raised his head as soon as he came out. He saw the energy vortex disappear in the blink of an eye, and then looked at the peaceful surroundings. It was not an iceberg, and there was no whistling cold wind. He could not help but be a little startled, and said, "Where is this?" Spatial jump. That self-contained world is hidden in a hidden space. There are many entrances, and the place we entered was only one of them. If we came out, we would just choose a random entrance. Therefore, the place we came out from might not be the place we entered. However, this place... Yuin thought for a while and said, "I get goosebumps when I see the forest." Yin rolled his eyes. When he saw the forest, he thought of the ghostly forest. When he thought of the ghostly forest, he thought of that incident, and he inexplicably thought of the soul-devouring tree. The two of them were not in a hurry to leave. Instead, they flew inside for a long time, found a mountain range, and dug out a cave. With a wave of their hands, they shook off the rocks at the entrance of the cave and blocked it. Many moonstones were inlaid on the walls of the mountain on both sides, and the soft light illuminated the cave. It was not glaring, but it was not dark either. Yin blocked the entrance of the cave and walked in. He saw that Yuin was already sitting cross-legged on a piece of bluestone, but he did not mind. He casually sat down about 10 feet away from her. This bluestone contained some jade, and it was slightly cool when he sat on it. It made him shiver, but it also made him more alert. He slowly took out a large pile of medicinal ingredients. The 1-meter-tall medicinal cauldron fell to the ground. The weight of the cauldron caused the entire cave to shake a few times, causing a lot of dust to fall. Now that the 3 main ingredients were in his hands, Yin naturally wanted to refine the snow flame facial skin first. There were so many troublesome things hanging behind his back that he was tired of. Oh my God! Yin expression changed as she thought of something. She suddenly slapped herself on the forehead. Her slow reaction caused Yuin to be at a loss. If you want to refine it, why don't you refine it in that world? The fire element there is very rich, so it should be much easier. He said bitterly when he saw Yin's confusion. Little star, have you refined medicine before? Yuin blinked at Mei Mao and looked at Yin with a strange expression. No. Yin shook her head and answered honestly. I knew it. Everyone who hasn't refined medicine before would say that. Yuin rolled her eyes at him and said, Who told you that when refining medicine, the richer the fire element in the surroundings, the better? If you can't control it well in the end, that much energy will only be a burden. Yin scratched his head and smiled with a confused expression. When we refine the medicine later, you will do it. Because you have 4 types of elements, you will be able to bring out the maximum effect of the medicine and sublimate it. Moreover, your spiritual strength and divine sense are strong enough, so you will be able to control it very accurately. Generally speaking, almost everyone could refine medicine, and it wasn't very difficult. As long as one had some understanding, it wasn't impossible to figure it out on one's own. In the previous era, there was a national trend of refining medicine. With the help of the earth vein fire, or, as Yin said, directly using the rich fire element in the magma, one could refine medicine regardless of the choice. However, the shortcomings of both methods were very obvious, which was that they were difficult to control and had limitations. Therefore, this highlighted the advantage of refining medicine for those who had the fire element. Most of the elements in their body could be controlled easily, and there wouldn't be a riot due to uncontrollable control. Moreover, there were no limitations. They didn't need to find magma or a dragon vein when they wanted to refine medicine. Although dragon veins were basically everywhere, they weren't as good as their own elements, which allowed them to refine medicine as they pleased. There was nothing rare about pure refining medicine. What was rare was the elixirs that contained elemental energy. The classification of alchemists was the same as that of mysterious crystals, which was also from mortal grade to divine grade. When refining medicine, they would occasionally need to add some mysterious crystals to improve the quality, strengthen the medicine, and sublimate it. Therefore, The classification of alchemists was based on the amount of mysterious crystals that they could completely control. Of course, that was for ordinary alchemists. There was another classification according to the elements. For example, a single-element alchemist could refine a pill that contained one type of elemental energy, and so on. There were also double-element alchemists, triple-element alchemists, and so on. In the recorded history of the divine world, there was an 8-element alchemist who sublimated his alchemy skills to the extreme, but there was no detailed record of his grade. Among the alchemists, there was no lack of single-element alchemists. Because of the limitations of their innate talents, only the god emperors could try to sublimate themselves and absorb a new element into their bodies. They could then refine and fuse the new element into their bodies so that they could become higher-level alchemists. However, it was extremely dangerous to absorb a new element into one's body. For this kind of alchemists, their innate talent was the most important factor. Almost everyone's future achievements were determined by their innate talent. And now, this 4-element alchemist, who would have great achievements in the future, was sweating profusely as he controlled the bright red flame that was flying up and down like a dragon in the medicine cauldron. The essence of the herbs was being forced out of them, and the other 3 elements were quietly floating on the side. He controlled the flame to incessantly burn the herbs in the medicine cauldron. He used the flame to roast them and force out the essence of the herbs. Then, he condensed the elemental energy into the medicinal liquid and threw the herbs that had been completely forced out of the medicine cauldron. They fell to the ground and made a crisp sound. The snowflame facial skin was a top-grade prescription. It could change one's appearance and conceal the secrets of heaven. It could sublimate one's appearance to the extreme. One would become more handsome, and one would become uglier. Even one's voice would change. However, it could also be changed at will. By default, it would show the appearance that was most suitable for one's face. However, such a high-grade prescription also required a frightening number of ingredients. There were more than 70 kinds of ingredients. For the past half a month, Yin Nuoxing had been sitting cross-legged in front of the medicine cauldron. He had activated his soul power to the extreme. Every inch of space in the medicine cauldron was under his perception. He adjusted the flame with meticulous control. The temperature was sometimes high and sometimes low. At the same time, he was also controlling the other 3 elements to slowly nourish them. This made Yin Nuoxing so anxious that he wanted to fall asleep. The 2 of them weren't official alchemists. Regarding this field, they couldn't even be considered to have set foot in it. They were 2 noobs. Similarly, this thing wasn't a medicinal pill. With the help of external forces, it could generally be refined. Therefore, although it was called a high-quality item, in reality, finding a common alchemist and spending a bit of time to refine it could also be done. During this period, Yin Nuoxing also activated the magic formation to condense energy. He threw out 4 magic weapons. Celestial-grade glazed crystals fell to the ground. The bright 8-colored light illuminated the whole cave. It was gorgeous. The surrounding energy kept pouring into Yin Nuoxing's body, replenishing his exhausted body and making it full of strength again. Let me do it. You take a rest first. Yuan couldn't help but sigh when she saw Yin Nuoxing lying at the side, panting heavily and turning into a pile of mud. She handed over the pile of refining work. With their current mortal realm cultivation, it was still too strenuous to refine the high-quality skin. Without 2 people taking turns, it was basically impossible. No matter what, it was still in the ranks of high-quality products. There were also so many materials that the 2 of them were in a mess. They didn't know how many materials they had burned. Oh, Yin Nuoxing nodded weakly. His eyes rolled back, and he actually fell asleep. After resting for a long time, Yin Nuoxing finally sat up. He saw Yuan lightly biting her red lips with her eyebrows slightly knitted. Sweat unceasingly slid down her cheeks and dripped down from her spotlessly white chin. Yin Nuoxing promptly got up. His weak soul force drilled into the medicinal cauldron and began to mobilize the 4 elements to sublimate the medicinal liquid floating at the side. Traces of elemental energy dyed the liquid. Another half a month passed. The 2 of them went up one after the other and carried out a battle of attrition, ceaselessly refining the 70-plus medicinal herbs. Even so, the two of them still felt as if they were on the verge of death. They were exhausted and felt as if they were floating in the air, and they looked as if they were about to die. "I don't want to do this anymore. I'm so tired. I'm going to die." The goddess of Taiyuan says she can't do it. "But I'm very tired. Bear with it. Just grit your teeth, and it'll be over. You've been complaining for half a month. You've been howling for half a month. It's so annoying. I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to." Words like this were repeated every day in this small cave. A month later, the supplementary materials were all refined. They floated in every corner of the medicine cauldron. The sparkling and translucent colors reflected on the walls of the medicine cauldron, making it look magnificent. The two of them sprawled on the ground, allowing the pure energy of the mysterious crystal to cleanse their bodies. Although this kind of energy and mind-consuming refining made Yin Nuashing and Yin Nuashing extremely tired, the harvest was also great. With one consuming energy and the other gaining energy, the two of them had both increased by 1 level. Yuyin was now at the 12th revolution mortal stage. She was faintly touching the barrier of the first pole. Who knew when she would be able to leap into the first pole? On the other hand, Yin Nuashing was now at the 10th revolution mortal stage. Although he was 2 revolutions lower than Yuyin, his essence force had condensed to the point of crystallization. The energy required to advance was simply not on the same level. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry. If he was in a hurry to advance, there were still a few heavenly spirit branches in the pendant. Once he refined them, it wasn't impossible for him to leap a few major realms. The two of them rested for a long time. When they had completely recovered, they slowly sat at the 2 ends of the medicine cauldron and took out the 3 main ingredients, which were the ones they had been searching for half a year. 10,000-year green spiritual vine, ice spirit flame flower, snow crystal. The 10,000-year green spiritual vine was 100 meters long. When it appeared in the cave, the rich life energy made the two of them tremble and their bodies shake. They took out a small section and put away the rest. Because refining medicine didn't require so much, a small section was enough. As soon as the 10,000-year green spiritual vine entered the medicine cauldron, a blazing flame rose up and enveloped the green spiritual vine. That high temperature didn't immediately incinerate it. In fact, the medicinal herb actually emitted a faint green glow under the calcination of the flame, isolating it from the surrounding flames that pounced over. The two of them weren't anxious about the green spiritual vine's automatic defense. Generally speaking, all heaven and earth spirit creatures had the ability to protect themselves. They were able to rely on their instincts to resist external harm. Even though the two of them had expected the green spiritual vine's degree of resistance to heat, Yin Nuashing couldn't help but gasp when he saw that the green spiritual vine had only just begun to melt after half a month. The green spiritual vine was forced to emit rays of green brilliance by the surrounding flames. Majestic life energy instantly suffused the air and filled the entire cave. The two of them took a deep breath and instantly felt the exhaustion in their bodies disappear. This caused them to hurriedly pull themselves together and increase the firepower to refine it with all their might. Another 7 days passed before the green spiritual vine finally turned into ashes, leaving behind a dark green medicinal liquid. A dense life energy suffused the air. Taking a breath would make one feel refreshed. Up until this point, it had been rather smooth sailing. However, when the two of them simultaneously faced the ice spirit blaze flowers, something unexpected happened. The vigorous water element almost turned around and extinguished the flames that rose from them. However, this situation collapsed when Yuyin took out that fire bead. The sudden surge of elemental energy transformed the bright red flames into a scarlet red color. They danced in the medicine cauldron and swallowed the ice spirit blaze flowers in one gulp. A shockingly high temperature pervaded the cave, causing the mountain walls to become even hotter. The fiery red color reflected on the two faces that were constantly dripping with sweat. Apart from the beginning, The rest of the process was rather peaceful. After waiting for another month, the ice spirit blaze flower finally dissolved into a fist-sized reddish-blue medicinal liquid. It was immediately enveloped by Yun Nuoxing's light element and the other three elements. Strands of elemental energy gushed into the liquid droplet, changing its quality. In the end, when they refined the snow crystals, the flames simply couldn't rise. The dense and cold water element firmly suppressed the flames of the two of them. No matter how much they increased their strength, they could only see the fire element cowering and hiding in a corner. On the contrary, the water element in the medicine cauldron was denser. Yun Nuoxing squinted her eyes and looked for a long time. She sighed and thought for a moment before taking out a piece of saint-grade, mysterious crystal the size of a fingernail from her pendant. Under Yu Yin's astonished gaze, she threw it into the medicine cauldron. Boom! The moment the mysterious crystal entered the cauldron, it turned into a monstrous flame. The blazing flame rushed out from the medicine cauldron and destroyed the cave. At this moment, it was as if there was an earthquake. The entire mountain range was shaken to the point that dozens of cracks spread out. Scorching heat waves that were red to purple spurted out from the cracks and refined it completely. As soon as the mysterious crystal was thrown in, the two of them fled as if they were flying. Now that they saw this scene, they looked at each other in dismay and hurriedly rushed down at the same time. That was the result of their hard work for nearly 3 months. It couldn't have been blown to smithereens just like that, right? But fortunately, when they pressed down the dust, the bronze medicine cauldron was still placed there in perfect condition. From time to time, 2 curling flames would spurt out. Inside the cauldron, dozens of medicinal liquids that emitted 9-colored light were dripping and spinning. In the middle, a piece of snow-white powder was also dyed with some colorful colors. It turns out that a small piece can save 2 months of effort. Yun Nuoxing clapped her hands and exclaimed in joy. In the end, she was rolled her eyes by Yu Yin and could only smile embarrassedly. The two of them immediately sat down cross-legged and rubbed the medicinal liquids and powder together without stopping, separating them into 3 mottled colored liquids. When the energy stabilized and the medicinal properties were neutralized, the two of them looked at each other and nodded. They controlled their soul strength to collide the 3 liquids together. However, perhaps it was a little repulsive. The 3 liquids stopped moving when they got close to each other. No matter how they urged their soul strength was useless. Yun Nuoxing gritted his teeth and fused the 4 elements together. His vast soul power was activated to the maximum and brought the 4 elements to condense into an energy vortex that was 1 foot in size. The sudden increase in pressure forced the 3 balls of liquid to collide together. An inexplicable energy was also suddenly born. However, before it could spread out, it was suppressed in all aspects by the soul power that blotted out the sky and earth. It was firmly and forcefully rubbed together. Speechless, she looked at the malevolent and beautiful face and the ice blue and red liquid that had completely fused together. Then, she looked at Yun Nuoxing, who had instantly relaxed and was constantly breathing out. Yu Yin unhappily gave him a knock on the head. Why was he so violent when refining medicine? The energy contained in the medicine caused a small riot. She clearly felt it, although it was suppressed by him, sticking out her tongue. Yun Nuoxing waved her hand and compressed the mottled liquid that was the size of a head to the size of a fist. Then, she carefully placed it into a jade bottle. Then, with a flick of her finger, 2 thumb-sized drops of medicine flew out of the jade bottle and landed in front of her. The 2 drops of resplendent liquid floated in front of Yun Nuoxing and Yun Nuoxing. Yun Nuoxing smiled and took the lead to float to the side with the drop. She smiled and said, "Let's see what we've transformed into." Yu Yin nodded and covered her mouth as she laughed. "You must be a girl," hearing the laughter behind her. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes and replied loudly, "No, can. Taking a deep breath, she controlled the liquid to slowly approach his face. Just as it was about to come into contact with his face, the thumb-sized liquid suddenly enlarged and turned into a thin layer that just happened to cover his entire face. The ice-cold feeling made him feel extremely comfortable. It flickered with two colors, blue and red. After a moment, it melted into his skin and disappeared. At the same time, he felt a new connection appear in his senses. The divine light mirror moved according to her will and appeared in her palm. Using the divine tool as a mirror, she looked at herself and found that there were no changes. This made Yin Nuoxing a little astonished. A beautiful face appeared in the divine light mirror. The long and narrow face of Mei Mao exuded a sense of ethereal purity. Her slender eyebrows were naturally curved, and she had a tall nose. Her sparkling and translucent face was cute, as if it was carved from jade. Her skin was transparent, like ice crystals, and her tender and charming red lips were slightly raised at an astonishing angle. She suddenly became overflowing with a seductive aura. Anyone who saw her would exclaim in admiration, "What a devastatingly beautiful girl!" Her voice was like the tinkling of a clear spring flowing through Little Stone. It was like the tinkling of silver bells, like the sound of nature, intoxicating anyone who heard it. No, not like this. Chapter 52. May I ask if the heavens are laughing? Yin Nuoxing. No, Uxian looked up to the heavens and screamed. Her beautiful face revealed a trace of sadness, making people feel sorry for her. What's wrong? What's wrong? Not far away, Yuin heard this clear and melodious voice that was like the sound of nature. It was heart-wrenching and mournful. She had a slight guess in her heart, but she was still taken aback and hurriedly ran over. Her red clothes fluttered in the wind, and her long hair swayed like a waterfall. Her ethereal face was beautiful and out of this world. Her eyes were like limpid autumn water, and her bones were like divine jade. Her entire body seemed to be wrapped in a faint holy light, holy and inviolable. She was like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world, gentle and soft, making people's hearts palpitate. It was as if she could ascend to heaven at any time. Although she was not as enchanting as Uxian, she had a heartwarming feeling, making people unable to help but indulge in her. It was obvious that the so-called Shui Yin skin had greatly changed their appearances. However, they had both become more beautiful. Speaking from the girl's point of view, Yuin looked to be around 17 or 18 years old, and Yin Nuoxing looked even younger, around 14 or 15 years old. She was in the prime of her life. Was she really going to become Uxian? Little star. Yu Yin's face turned red, and she quickly covered her red lips. Her eyes curved into crescents, and her clothes shook along with her delicate body. Seeing Yin Nuoxing's appearance, she could not help but secretly laugh. Before coming to the snow mountain, Yin Nuoxing had already removed her makeup. She did not expect that she would become a girl, and she looked even cuter and more beautiful. Sis. Mei Mao's face was sad, and a mist quietly gathered in her eyes. She looked delicate and pitiful, causing people's desire to protect her to explode to the extreme. Good girl, don't cry. Yuin squatted down and gently stroked her head. She gently said, "The Shui Yin skin can change your appearance at will. We can just change another one. Don't cry. I only care about what it said. It's the most suitable face." Yin Nuoxing shook her head and almost burst into tears. "I already said that you reincarnated into the wrong body. You should be a girl in this life." Yuin smiled sweetly and joked, "That's not bad. It's quite cute." Uxian's complexion changed greatly. Her face twitched as she jumped up. The blue and red light on her face changed again before dissipating. A handsome and confident face emerged from the light. He had a fair face, sharp eyebrows, and a thin face. His pitch-black eyes glowed with a golden light. His hands were behind his back, and he was dressed in pitch-black clothes. He wore a large black windbreaker with a collar up to cover his neck. His narrowed eyes and the smile on his face made him look arrogant and unruly. "You finally look like a little star." Yuin stood up and looked at that handsome and confident face. She nodded. "You're not calling me a little girl anymore?" Yin Nuoxing raised her eyebrows and smiled. Her deep voice made her so excited that she almost jumped up. "Little star has become a little boy." Uxin pinched her cheeks and smiled. Yin Nuoxing's complexion stiffened. She curled her lips and shrugged. She walked out of the shattered mountain range with Yuin. The two of them looked at the boundless forest in the air. They didn't know where to go. They had planned to go back to the city to take a look. After all, they had left for 4 months. But now, they had no direction. If they walked around randomly, they didn't know where they would end up. Yin Nuoxing tilted her head and took out the map of the Taiyuan region that she had bought but never used. With a flick of her finger, the map unfolded in front of her. It was 1,000 feet long and wide. The two of them didn't know what to say when they saw it. After looking at the map for a long time, Yin Nuoxing angrily put it away. Then, she looked up at the sun and flew toward the southeast with Yuin. After all, their ultimate goal was to go to Xingming City. That was in the center of the Taiyuan region. They couldn't be teleported there, right? During the flight, Yin Nuoxing took out the stone egg and placed it on her head. It needed to continuously absorb energy, so she might as well take it out to absorb solar energy. After all, there was a lot of fire element in it. They flew like this for 3 months. Along the way, they didn't encounter any human cities. They saw many beast settlements. When they passed by occasionally, they would see some beast tribes. There were no humans, so they didn't stop. Instead, they rode the Netheruin's sword and leisurely floated in the sky. It had been 7 months since the Netheruin's sword absorbed the divine weapon's soul. There weren't any changes. Even Yin Nuoxing, who was connected to it, didn't notice anything wrong. If there was a change, it seemed to be that the spiritual energy was a little denser. She opened her evil spirit eye and looked at the sword. There were still many broken arrays that covered the entire sword. Although Yin Nuoxing wanted to repair it, he gave up when he couldn't move it at all even after using all the energy in his body. He was speechless, as expected of a sword that can only be repaired by a rebirth realm cultivator. Damn it, I can't move it even if I die from exhaustion. And for the first time, the Netheruin's sword seemed to be very quiet. It didn't refute Yin Nuoxing's words, nor did it say anything. It just listened to his words, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, as if it didn't want to talk to him. Although Yin Nuoxing found it a little strange, he didn't say anything. It was said that divine weapons were like living creatures. Humans also had times when they didn't want to talk to others, let alone a sword. The night was long and full of stars. The wilderness was quiet and silent. There was a gentle breeze and a bright moon. It was peaceful and comfortable. Lying on the grass under the night sky, Yin Nuoxing stretched his arm towards the night sky as if he wanted to grab the twinkling stars. Millions of stars were shining brightly together. They were like the lights in the sky. Accompanied by the bright moon, the faint light scattered on Yin Nuoxing's body. So beautiful, Yin Nuoxing murmured with a slight smile. There was a hint of yearning in his eyes. The distance between the stars is very far. Some of the distances even exceed the entire length of the Sourcepeak domain. Only in this place where all the lights are gathered can we see the resplendent starry sky. Yuin walked lightly, leaning against Yin Nuoxing as she lay down. She copied him and stretched out her jade-like hand, covering the stars in this place. You're already so old, yet you're still yearning for the starry sky. Yuin turned her head to the side. Mei Mao's lips curved into a crescent moon shape as she smiled. Yes, because it's very beautiful. Yin Nuoxing smiled. He didn't hide his yearning in the slightest. Then, Yuin turned her head and grabbed Yin Nuoxing's arm. She said gently, "Let's go up and take a look." Yin Nuoxing smiled and nodded. He pulled Yuin to her feet. The 6 wings on his back spread open. He flapped them fiercely and rushed up into the night sky with a gust of wind. The two of them only stopped rising when the wind element around them weakened significantly. They raised their heads to look at the starry sky. They didn't know how far the sky was. Yin Nuoxing's eyes reflected the specks of the starry sky. The smile on his face became even gentler. At this moment, he really looked as innocent as a child. As expected, he's still a little brat. Yuin laughed in her heart when she saw his mesmerized expression. She also raised her head to look at the starry sky with him. They started strolling under the starry sky. With the stars above their heads, They looked down at the land in the distance. They moved slowly and aimlessly. Big sister. After a long time, Yin Nuashing turned his head to the side. He frowned slightly, but he was smiling. Yes. Yuin turned her head and looked at him gently. He tilted his head and looked at the starry sky. Finally, he looked at Yuin and said, "If I recover my memories one day, will you still treat me as the same person?" Yuin was stunned for a moment. She patted his head and smiled. "Why did you suddenly bring this up?" Yin Nuashing shook his head. He suddenly thought of this because he was reminded of the past. However, he didn't intend to tell her about this. Blinking her eyes, Yuin smiled sweetly. She had not changed her appearance and was still the same as before. She was still as beautiful and moving as ever. She hugged Yin Nuashing gently as his face turned red. She put her red lips next to his ear and whispered with a smile, "Little star, you'll always be a little star. A little silly star who needs to be held in the palm of my hand." Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes and nodded. He didn't say anything, nor did he express anything. However, he felt a little warm in his heart. Yuin smiled. Her red lips touched Yin Nuashing's forehead lightly. Then, she ran away happily. She jumped under the starry sky like a nimble elf. Yin Nuashing touched his forehead and smiled. "How dare you tease me?" He flapped his 6 wings and flew towards Yuin, who was waving at him from afar. The next day, the light of dawn climbed over the horizon. The first rays of dawn shone on the land. The sun seemed a little lazy. Yin Nuashing got up and stretched. He gently woke up Yuin, who was lying beside him. The two of them went to the stream and washed up. Then, with surging spirits, they rushed towards the rising sun and summoned the Nethervoid sword. They leisurely continued their journey. The warm sunlight shone on their bodies, and a gentle breeze blew through their long hair. It was a very pleasant morning. As the sun moved, all living things also woke up. The world gradually became more lively. There were more roars of beasts in the forest. 1 or 2 birds flew by from time to time. They looked at Yin Nuashing and Yin Nuashing before flying off into the distance. After nearly 5 months, Yin Nuashing and Yin Nuashing saw a familiar yet strange shadow on the horizon. The city wall. There's a city. Yin Nuashing shook his head and looked at the dark city wall in the distance. He was stunned for a long time. Then, he suddenly jumped up in surprise. He quickly woke up Yuin, who was curled up next to him and using his clothes as a pillow. Let me sleep a little longer." Yuin pulled Mei Mao up a little and said in a sleep-talking voice. It seemed like she was still sleeping. Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes. "What? We're in the city? Where? I want to go to the restaurant. I want to eat to my heart's content." However, in an instant, Yuin, who had reacted, also jumped up. She grabbed Yin Nuashing's shoulder and looked left and right, as if she had seen something rare. She looked like she was about to drool. Calm down. Being flung to the point that he was out of breath, Yin Nuashing almost couldn't catch his breath and directly died. He hurriedly pressed Yuin down and took in a deep breath. Buzz! Suddenly, the Netherworld ruin sword trembled and slowly stopped. It had not made a sound for almost a year. At this time, it was inexplicably indicating that it wanted to leave for a while and asked the two to ignore it. "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Yin Nuashing asked as he pulled Yuin down from the sword and looked at the Netherworld ruin sword that had shrunk to its normal size. "Buzz, I'll leave for a while. I'll be back. Don't worry about me. I can find you. You can go first." After the Netherworld ruin sword finished its sentence, it left the two confused people and flew into the sky, leaving a small shadow behind. The two from Yin Nuo Star looked at each other, not understanding what was going on. In this 1 year, why did he suddenly leave just like that? Although they had felt strange before, after all, they had not spoken for a year. The two did not think too much about it, since it said that it would leave for a while, then they would wait for a while. The weapon that ranked first on the divine weapon ranking, as well as their consciousness and soul, would be stolen by others. Thinking of this, the two shook their heads and entered the city together. He changed his appearance at will and walked into a restaurant. Then, he sat down on the second floor and called for a banquet. He explained to the people around him what it meant to be a fierce tiger descending from the mountain. He wolfed down the food and was like a tiger swallowing 10,000 miles. Everyone was so shocked that they hurriedly shifted their gazes away. In fact, the two were not hungry. They just wanted to reminisce about the past. It had been a year since they entered the city. They had said that they would not become ascetic monks, but because of various things, they lived in the mountains. Chapter 53. The two of them reminisced for a while and rested in the largest inn in the city for 3 days. Then, they slowly wandered the streets and collected information while they were at it. They wanted to find out where they were and what they should do next so that they wouldn't wander around aimlessly like headless flies. People came and went on the streets. Shouts rose and fell one after another. There were so many people that they were almost shoulder to shoulder. The large streets were filled with pedestrians. It seemed like this was a very famous city. At least, Yin Nuoxing hadn't seen so many people in Xingling City. She casually asked a person on the street and knew the name and location of this city. This was Star Luo City, located in the southwest of Source Peak region. It was not far from the west and was the most prosperous city among the dozens of nearby cities. It was very famous in the entire southwest region. The faction station here was also very famous. It was one of the 12-star palaces, Star Luo Palace. This city was one of the first few cities for the Young Heroes competition that was held every 10 years. This year's competition just happened to be held here. That was why there were so many people recently. Even the city lord didn't have a good way to manage it. Young Heroes competition? Why is it held in Source Peak region and not the Divine Prefecture? The headquarters of all the major factions are there. Wouldn't it be troublesome for them to participate here? Yin Nuoxing thought for a while and felt that something was wrong. This is also the choice of the major factions. The realm of the gods is so vast that it is unimaginable. Who knows how long it would take for one person to completely explore it? They also divide the young experts of each competition into different regions. This time, it is Source Peak region. Next time, it might be Extreme Plain region, then Ganyuan region, Kuanyuan region, and the Divine Prefecture. Damn! However, this was also a feasible method. Every region had its own unique things. While exploring the realm of the gods, they could also indirectly compare the 5 regions. Which region was more suitable for tempering people? If a faction wanted to completely explore the realm of the gods, it would take a very long time, even if they could cover the sky with one hand. Thus, these glorious missions were handed over to their disciples. This year's Young Heroes competition is very exciting. Source Peak region has a goddess. The Divine Prefecture has 9 kings. Source Peak region has 8 emperors, and Extreme Plain region has 12 god pillars. It will be very interesting when all these heroes gather. Then, why did you bring out Goddess Taiyuan alone? Yin Nuoxing's face twitched involuntarily when she heard this title again. Moreover, the titles 8 and 9 were titles that belonged to a group. She was the only one who had the title of Taiyuan Goddess. It said that this Taiyuan Goddess doesn't have any background. She doesn't come from any power, but her reputation isn't any weaker than the core disciples of those big powers. She destroyed the soul-devouring tree and killed 3 elders of the sacred tool, Divine Palace. Who in a younger generation can compete with her? That person was very excited, his saliva flying everywhere. Yin Nuoxing smiled and didn't say anything, but the veins on her forehead were throbbing. She couldn't help but complain in her heart. Damn it, I didn't kill those 3 old guys. It was clearly the Divine King of the Golden Temple who did it. Why are you pushing the blame to me? It said that all the young elites have declared war on the goddess, especially those young experts from the large forces. It seems like they really want to exchange blows with her. Yesterday, the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets sent a message saying that the goddess will also come to Star Luo City. It's just that we don't know when she will arrive. Right now, there are already many people waiting outside the city. It's the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets again. Are you King purposely making things difficult for me? King took my position as soon as Su Ming left. What do you want? Can't you just give me a quick death? Yin Nuoxing resisted the urge to go berserk, Why is the pavilion of heavenly secrets always paying attention to the goddess? Yuin patted Yin Nuoxing's head and asked. It seems that many forces have asked them to do so. The 11 alliances have been looking for the goddess for a long time, but they couldn't find her. They didn't hesitate to spend a lot of money to ask the pavilion of heavenly secrets to keep an eye on the goddess. Now, the 11 alliances are almost kneeling down and begging the goddess to appear. No one knows why they are looking for her. The Light Temple is looking for the goddess because she has the light element. The 9 great elemental temples are looking for a very similar person. The Xian clan and Qin clan are on good terms with the Temple of Elemental Elements, so they are helping to look for her. But in reality, perhaps only they know why they are looking for the goddess. The information they spread to the outside world might not be true. Who would spend so much effort to look for an unrelated person? They say that they're looking for her, but when the time comes and they really find her, who would be so stupid to go with you? If it were you, would you just go with someone like that? Maybe you would end up fighting. Moreover, the goddess has divine level arrays, all kinds of divine weapons, and even the soul of a divine weapon. If you really go all out, the result will be hard to predict. Yin Nuoxing heard people calling her goddess left and right. Although she no longer looked like a girl like before, her face still twitched violently when she heard it. She could not help but want to hit someone. Latest news from the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets. Goddess Taiyuan has already arrived at Star Luo City. Just as Yin Nuoxing and Shui Ying were about to leave, a person was running on the street while shouting nonstop, attracting everyone's attention. When they heard what he said, they were all stunned. Yin Nuoxing even staggered and almost fell on the street. F*CK. What? The goddess has arrived? She has already come in? Why hasn't a battle broken out? Could it be that those people on the city wall have already been defeated? Or did she sneak in without anyone noticing? Let's go. Let's go outside the city and take a look. Yin Nuoxing looked at everyone shouting, and then the street became empty in an instant. She almost ground her teeth to pieces. Ahaha. Even if the little star has turned into a little boy, he still can't escape the goddess's shadow. Ahaha. Yuin laughed hysterically and patted Yin Nuoxing's shoulder. She was almost out of breath. Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes and almost fainted from anger. She quickly patted her chest and murmured, "Everything is fine, everything is fine." Unable to resist Yin's enthusiasm, Yin Nuoxing was dragged out of the city by her. She said that she wanted to see how many people had gathered and how great the little star's reputation had become. Outside the city wall, it was quiet all around. Some people were floating in the sky, while others were standing on the city wall. All of them were staring at the road outside the city without blinking. The austere atmosphere made them afraid to even breathe loudly. Did this group of people take aphrodisiac? Why are they so excited? Standing on the roof and looking at the black mass of people floating in the sky, some of them had even drawn their shining weapons and looked like they were ready for battle. Yin Nuoxing broke out in cold sweat. Are they here to take a look or to fight as a group? Fortunately, I have already disguised myself. Otherwise, with so many people attacking at the same time, if I don't activate the 10,000 spirits killing array, he really won't be able to withstand it. Yin Nuoxing muttered with lingering fear. Yuin tugged at the corner of Yin Nuoxing's clothes and pointed to a spot in the sky. She laughed softly and said, "Over there, that stinky man and the others are here." Yin Nuoxing was stunned for a moment and looked in the direction she was pointing at. Suddenly, a group of 9 people wearing brightly colored clothes appeared in her line of sight. They were the 9 people that she had called a hodgepodge of carrots, vegetables, and chicken. The one leading them was the white-clothed man who had been shouting, "What did I do wrong?" all day long, Yaohua. A year has passed, and their strength has also increased. They have all reached the 3rd level of the mortal realm. Yin Nuoxing muttered in her heart as she spread her soul energy into the void and probed the strength of the 9 people. Suddenly, Yao Hua felt a gaze on him. He turned his head in astonishment and looked in that direction. He saw Yin Nuoxing looking at him expressionlessly. Her pitch-black eyes were a little empty. Yao Hua frowned. He didn't know who this young man was. "Big brother, what's wrong? Did you see the goddess?" Lei Ming asked when he saw his frown. No. Yao Hua shook his head. After Yin Nuoxing looked away, Yao Hua turned his gaze back to the outside of the city and muttered in his heart, I sensed wrong. Seeing him turn his gaze back, Yin Nuoxing curled her lips and muttered in her heart, damn stinky man. He turned his gaze to everyone present. He had no interest in this so-called young heroes competition. However, he had heard from the person on the street that almost all the young experts had declared war on the goddess of Taiyuan. This made his expression a little strange. He didn't know whether to participate or not. In a year, Yin Nuoxing and Lei Ming had naturally broken through to the first level of the mortal stage and were at the 11th transformation stage. Yuyin was also at the 12th transformation stage and could break through to the second level at any time. The two of them were trying their best to suppress it. They were afraid that if they broke through to the second level too early, there would be a hole in their bodies. However, Yao Hua still felt that this speed was faster than flying a rocket. Basically, no one could surpass him in 1 year. The strength of the four elements was well-deserved. Moreover, his origin energy had already condensed into a crystal. If there were no accidents, he would basically have no opponents at the same level as him. It wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the second level at any time. During this year, he had carefully studied the things in the pendant. He boasted that he wouldn't be stronger than those geniuses that the major forces had painstakingly nurtured. The only problem was that he didn't know if there would be any special restrictions in the Young Heroes competition. Yin Nuoxing had the light element, so the only person present who needed to be on guard was Yao Hua, who also had the light element. As for the others, they were more or less ignored by him. Little Star, are you planning to participate in the competition? Seeing his eyes darting around, Yuyin guessed something and asked, so many people have declared war on me. I can't just ignore them, right? Yin Nuoxing shrugged. This was the opposite of his principle of being too lazy to participate. No, it was the opposite of his principle of keeping a low profile. However, sometimes a little violence seemed to be able to silence a lot of voices. If someone was willing to put their face up for you to beat, why not? Little stars go to transform into a comet, Yuyin said with a smile, with an expectant look on her face. Wrong. Yin Nuoxing grinned. An arrogant aura seemed to be emitted from his bones. He turned around, his long hair fluttering in the wind. There was a hint of arrogance in his voice as he said, I'm going to transform into a supernova. After standing there for a while, Yin Nuoxing let out a long yawn. He jumped off the roof with Yuyin and slowly walked towards the largest hotel in the city. Big Brother. The two of them had just taken 2 steps when a tender voice suddenly came from behind them. In the voice, there was a slight fear and weakness that could not be detected. Yin Nuoxing also felt that his trench coat was pulled by something, causing the two of them to be stunned and turn their heads in confusion. The girl who grabbed the corner of his windbreaker was wearing a purple robe. She was about 4 or 5 years old. She was delicate and had a small face that was as fair as an ice crystal. Her big purple eyes were filled with a pure color. Her long, purplish-black hair was spread out and hung down to her waist. Her cute and lovable appearance was very moving. At the very least, Yu Yin's fingers were already moving. She couldn't help but want to pinch her. Yin Nuoxing tilted his head and saw Yu Yin's infatuated look. He was so scared that his whole body trembled. He then looked at the cute little girl who wasn't even as tall as his waist. He thought for a moment, then squatted down, tilted his head, and smiled gently. What's wrong? The little girl blinked her purple eyes and mimicked him as she tilted her head. Her young and tender voice was clear and pleasant to listen to. She stretched out her crystal-clear little hand and tugged on Yin Nuoxing's long hair. Big Brother, take me away. Huh. Yin Nuoxing's heart suddenly stopped, and his jaw almost hit the floor. Chapter 54. Little Star abducted a child. Yuyin widened Mei Mao's eyes and stared at Yin Nuoxing in disbelief. Yin Nuoxing turned around and rolled her eyes at her. Then, she smiled at the little girl and asked, Whose child are you? Did you get lost? The little girl kept holding onto Yin Nuoxing's long hair. She lowered her head and shook it. Then, she said in a low voice, I don't know, Yin Nuoxing's face trembled at the speed of sound. She exchanged glances with Yuan. Then, she looked at the empty street and back at the little girl. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. Big brother. The little girl raised her head. Her pure eyes were filled with hope as she looked at him. She even touched his face with her little hand. Being stared at by those watery eyes full of hope, Yin Nuoxing really couldn't refuse. After thinking for a moment, he reached out to touch her little head and said, "What's your name?" "Ming." The little girl lowered her head and looked at her little feet. She answered timidly. There was a hint of uneasiness in her voice. "Little star, could she be the fruit that you abandoned in the past?" Yuan asked through telepathy as she looked at Mei Mao. F***CK. Am I that kind of person? Yin Nuoxing's face couldn't get any darker when she heard this. A little. Look, it's Xing and Ming. Yuan nodded and replied through telepathy. Nanny. Yin Nuoxing's head instantly exploded. She couldn't control her telepathy and almost roared. $$yen equals caret, and Ming jumped in fright. His little feet staggered back 2 steps, and he sat down on the ground. His watery eyes were faintly filled with mist. Yin Nuoxing slapped her forehead and hurriedly carried Ming up. He gently stroked her head and said apologetically, "Ming, don't cry. It's Big Brother's fault. It's not Ming's fault. Big Brother, take me away." Ming used his small hands to tightly grip Yin Nuoxing's lapel. His young and tender voice had a slight nasal sound. "All right, I'll take you away. I'll take Ming to find his family." Yin Nuoxing patted her back gently and hurriedly replied. She stood up and glared fiercely at Yuan, who was playing with her hair and looking up at the sky. Her face twitched. Ming seemed to lack a sense of security. Her small hands clutched Yin Nuoxing's collar tightly. Her small head was also pressed against Yin Nuoxing's chest. She didn't move at all and hung on his body like a sloth. Yin Nuoxing wanted to put Ming on his shoulder, but his collar was held tightly. He could only give up and continue hugging him like this. His other hand pulled over his windbreaker and wrapped Ming in it. "That's what you say, but I've never taken care of a child before. What should I do?" Yin Nuoxing looked around and started walking casually. At the same time, he sent a telepathic message to Yuan. "I've never taken care of a child before, either." Yuan was also dumbfounded. She said telepathically, "Let's hurry up and find Ming's home. The largest area is within Xing Luo City. It won't go beyond this area." I think Yin Nuoxing sighed. He didn't expect that he would have to help someone else find their home before even seeing his own home. "Ming, what does your home look like?" Yin Nuoxing asked as he patted the head of the little girl in his arms. "I don't know." Ming thought for a moment and shook her small head. Her voice was a little depressed. After a moment, she raised her head and looked at Yin Nuoxing. She said softly, "Big Brother is my home." Yin Nuoxing stopped walking and smiled as he scratched Ming's delicate nose. However, he muttered in his heart, "Damn it, could it be that I really abandoned her in the past and left behind a daughter? But I don't feel the same bloodline." His soul quietly entered Ming's mind and walked around before gently retreating. Yin Nuoxing's expression changed slightly and his slender brows furrowed tightly. "What's wrong?" Yuan asked anxiously when she saw his gloomy expression. She thought that something had happened. "Ming doesn't have any memories. Her mind is blank." Yin Nuoxing sighed and transmitted his voice. "No memories." Yuyan's little mouth formed an O shape. Her face was filled with disbelief. "How did she find you if she doesn't have any memories?" "How would I know?" Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes. Right now, most of the people in the city had run to the city walls to look for the goddess. The streets were empty. Occasionally, 1 or 2 little mice scurried across the streets. However, when they saw the 2 people walking towards them, they quickly ran away. The 2 of them took the little girl and wandered around the city. Naturally, they wanted to find Ming's family. However, they didn't find any clues even after they went to the big families and small families in Xing Luo City. They even went to the big forces outside the city. None of them knew Ming. However, the little girl was dressed rather luxuriously. Other than the people mentioned above, the 2 of them really couldn't think of any other families. Even Ming didn't have any impression of these places. He kept shaking his little head. After running through half of Xing Luo City without any results, The two of them returned to the inn, exhausted. Ming, we're home. Yin Nuoxing patted Ming's head and followed her thoughts. In the end, Yuan rolled her eyes. As the owner of the inn, I'm just smiling. Perhaps it was because they had been walking for too long. The little girl fell asleep in Yin Nuoxing's arms. Her little hands clutched the front of her clothes tightly and didn't let go. Yin Nuoxing sighed sorrowfully and took off her clothes. She gently placed Ming on the bed and covered her with a blanket. Then, she took out another set of clothes from her pendant and put them on. She walked to the side with Yuan. What should we do? Just as they walked far away, Yin Nuoxing's face instantly turned pale. He looked at Yuan with his lips and eyes in a strange position. His eyes were squeezed into one big and one small. He looked comical and hideous. Little star, you're too agitated. Yuan rubbed his face lightly and sighed. Then, she suddenly grabbed Yin Nuoxing's shoulder and shook it vigorously. Isn't it just taking care of a child? It's nothing. Compared to this, we should think of a way to find Ming's family as soon as possible. I've never taken care of a child before. I can't handle it. Why do I feel like you're even more agitated than I am? Do you want to buy anything? Yuan sighed as she patted Yin Nuoxing's face. Buy baby products. Milk powder, diapers, cotton padded clothes, a crib, a nanny. Are you talking about these? Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly as she was patted on the head. Then we'll buy a house to live in. You'll be the mother, and I'll work and raise Ming into an adult. Forget it. Let's put the young heroes competition aside for now. Before we start, let's go and find little Ming's family. There are so many people in Xing Luo City. He might be an outsider's lost child. Someone should show up very soon. In the meantime, we'll take care of him, Yuan said softly as she leaned against the railing. All right. Yin Nuoxing nodded stiffly. The expression on his face was one that didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Night fell. The two moons, one ice blue and one dark red, slowly rose from the horizon. The two colors intertwined to form a purple curtain of light, dyeing the world in a riot of colors. Yin Nuoxing stood on the balcony with her hands on the railing. She raised her head and looked up at the starry sky. It was a habit she had maintained over the years. Every night, she would look at the starry sky for a long time without doing anything. Just looking at it quietly calmed her down. Big brother. While Yin Nuoxing was intoxicated by the starry sky, a soft voice suddenly called out from behind her. She pulled her attention back. She turned around and replied with a smile, Hey, I'm here. Yin Nuoxing walked over slowly and patted Ming's little head lovingly. Ming's bright eyes flickered. She reached out with her little hand and hooked it around Yin Nuoxing's neck. Then, she pressed her petite body against him. Yin Nuoxing smiled helplessly. She hugged her with one arm and took out a black robe from her pendant. She draped it over Yuan, who was sleeping on the table. Then, she took Ming with her and jumped out of the balcony. She spread her 6 pitch-black wings and rushed into the sky. Ming, look. Yin Nuoxing patted Ming's head and pointed at the endless starry sky. Ming slowly raised her head and looked in the direction she was pointing. Her clear purple eyes reflected the light of the starry sky. It was as if the stars were twinkling slightly. It's so beautiful. Ming opened her eyes wide and stared blankly at the twinkling starry sky. Her little mouth curled up slightly. That's the star. It emits the light of life in a distant world and illuminates the world of others. Yin Nuoxing patted her head and explained softly. What about that? Ming nodded her head and asked excitedly as she pointed at the 2 huge millstones. That's the twin moons of the realm of the gods. They're satellites that protect all living things. It's said that there's a group of people living on the moon. During every moon god festival, they'll fly down from the moon and spread the gospel in the realm of the gods. Ming blinked and nodded in confusion. She placed her little hand on Yin Nuoxing's face and turned her petite body to look at the starry sky. Yin Nuoxing smiled when she saw her excited look. Her 6 wings vibrated in the air, and she gently floated up, getting closer to the starry sky. Her wings curved and covered Ming's body. The soft feathers caressed her little face, and she closed her eyes in comfort. Io, little star, You don't want your older sister now that you have a little sister. Yun Nuashing floated in the sky and raised his head to look at the starry sky. Suddenly, a somewhat resentful laughter came from behind him, causing him to shiver. He slowly turned around and saw a beautiful face with a smile that was not a smile. He laughed dryly. I saw that big sister was sleeping, so I didn't want to wake you up. Yun Nuashing rubbed his head and blinked as he looked at Yuin. Yuin tugged at the black robe draped over her body. Mei Mao smiled as she looked at Yun Nuashing and Yun Nuashing. She shook her head and didn't say anything. Big sister, don't blame Big Brother. It was Ming who asked Big Brother to bring me up. Ming suddenly reached out her little arms and hugged Yun Nuashing's neck. She leaned her little head against his face and looked at Yuin timidly. Her big eyes were filled with innocence. Yuin was stunned for a moment. She smiled and shook her head. She took a step forward and gently stroked Ming's soft hair. She smiled and said, Big sister, I don't blame him. Come, let Big sister hug you. Yuin smiled. Her little head looked at Yuin and then looked at Yun Nuashing. After seeing him nod, she slowly reached out her little white hands and wrapped them around Yun's slender neck. She curled up in Yun's arms like a little bird. Yuin covered her mouth and giggled. She hugged Ming tightly with both hands as if she had seen something precious. She gently swayed left and right and teased Ming with one finger, causing her to giggle. Seeing the two girls playing so enthusiastically, Yun Nuashing smiled slightly. His footsteps were light, and with his hands behind his back, he walked slowly into the distance with the wind. The ground in the distance was slightly bent. The God Realm was clearly a flat world, but someone had used a spatial forbidden spell to create this kind of visual effect. He didn't know what that person was thinking, but he deliberately made the world like this. Only when he was close to the sky could he see this unusual side. He had long been used to this scene. It was a different kind of feeling. The sky in the east lit up slightly. The stars gradually retracted their light and disappeared into the dark space. The sun poured its first ray of light onto Yun Nuashing. He looked at the two girls who were laughing not far away and narrowed his eyes slightly. He was a little intoxicated by the warmth of the sun. He then looked to the west and sighed softly as the purple moonlight gradually receded. Another day. Is it morning first? Chapter 55. The news from the Heavenly Secret Pavilion caused half of the people in Star Luo City to rush to the city walls, waiting for the appearance of the goddess of Taiyuan. Some people waited until the sky turned white and their eyes turned black. Many people had already quietly left, but there were still many who stayed on the city walls, their eyes wide open and tears streaming down their faces. Only when two balls of fire appeared in the sky did they disperse, cursing and swearing. The goddess of Taiyuan was currently hugging a porcelain doll in her bed. She was very sleepy and had no idea that the outside world was going to be turned upside down. The Heavenly Secret Pavilion had already stated that the goddess had entered the city long ago, so there was nothing for them to say. Since they could not find the goddess, they could only pay attention to what was going to happen next. The age range for the Young Heroes competition was between 15 and 100 years old. The lifespan of the people in the celestial plane was relatively long. Ordinary people could live up to 300 to 400 years old, let alone cultivators. With a face of 16 or 18 years old, it was possible that they were old monsters who had lived for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. The meaning of the competition was actually a competition between young people. Some young elites wanted to find people of the same generation to exchange pointers, discuss the Tao with their cultivation, and try their luck. They wanted to see if they could attract the attention of some major force and be recruited as a disciple. The major forces also had the same idea. They came to watch the competition to find some good seedlings and discover some young elites with potential. After that, they would bring them back and nurture them properly. In the beginning, the competition wasn't so formal at all. It was just some young experts who decided on their own location and fought each other. It wasn't until many years later that the competition gradually became so formal and organized. After a long time, some big forces began to pay attention to these things. They also gradually sent their disciples to compete and hone their skills. In the end, some people from other regions also came to participate in the competition. Of course, there was no lack of the purpose of strengthening the reputation of their own region. Frankly speaking, it's just a bunch of bored people getting together to fight. Yuen stretched her body and yawned lazily. The three of them watched the sunrise from the sky before returning to the hotel to sleep. The competition would start at noon, so they could still sleep for a while. However, they did not seem to be fully awake. Little star, wake up. You're a bored person now. The competition is about to start. Get up. Yuen nudged Yin Nuoxing, who was sleeping on the bed with Ming, and yawned. Her hair was disheveled, and she looked lifeless. Ming slowly woke up. He rubbed his eyes with his small hands and sat up in a daze. When he saw Yuen, he smiled and greeted her. Good morning, Sister Yuen. AI. Yuen smiled and patted her head. Then, she glared at Yin Nuoxing and said with a frown, Little brat, wake up. After a long yawn, Ming reached out and pinched Yin Nuoxing's nose. He said softly, Big brother, get up. Sister Yuen is calling you. I only slept at dawn. Can't you let me sleep a little longer? Yin Nuoxing opened his bloodshot eyes and struggled to get up. He slammed his fists on the bed and struggled to get up. He lowered his head and looked like he was about to die. Screw you. Why does a mortal realm cultivator need to sleep? Get up. The three of them washed up and left the hotel. They casually ate something and slowly walked towards the huge plaza in the center of the city. As they walked on the street, Yuen suddenly thought of something. He turned his head and looked at Yin Nuoxing and asked, Little star, what identity do you plan to use to participate in the competition? This. Yin Nuoxing became mute. He opened his mouth, but did not say anything for a long time. Ming, who was sitting in Yin Nuoxing's arms, poked her little head out and asked curiously, Does Big Brother have any other identities? Yes. Yuen smiled mischievously. Just as she was about to say something, Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes at her. Let's use the identity of the goddess. In any case, those people are targeting her. Then, I'll use her identity to solve some problems. Otherwise, others will think that I'm a pushover, although it has nothing to do with me. Fine, it has something to do with me. Yin Nuoxing thought for a moment and said. He didn't like to spar in public, but he also didn't like to hear rumors behind his back. This time, a group of people had collectively declared war on him. If he didn't go up, who knew what kind of disgusting and unpleasant words would be spread? Little Star is going to become Little Sheen. Yuen covered her mouth and giggled. Big Brother is going to become Big Sister. During this time, Yuen secretly transmitted her voice to Ming and told her the whole story. The little girl raised her head and looked at Yin Nuoxing curiously. She said curiously, Big Brother should be very beautiful. Yin Nuoxing was stunned and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The Central Arena was originally the largest arena in Star Luo City. It was specially set up for those who had excessive energy, battle maniacs, and people who had grudges. If they went there to settle their grudges, they had to swear that no matter what the outcome was, everything would be forgotten from the moment they stepped off the stage. The arena was over 10,000 feet in size and was divided into 20 arenas. In other words, so many young elites would compete in 20 lines, and the final battle would be held in the central arena. 15 to 100 years old? Wouldn't that be very unfair to those with lower cultivation? Yin Nuoxing counted with her fingers. She didn't know her age, but she could pretend that she was 17 or 18 years old. If she went up against those who just happened to be 99 years old, wouldn't she be in trouble? Those who are able to participate in this kind of competition, which one of them doesn't think that they are strong enough and have a few tricks up their sleeves? Yuen pursed her lips and said, Moreover, mortal-level cultivators will compete against mortal-level cultivators, and immortal-level cultivators will only compete against immortal-level cultivators. There's no need to worry about that. You're not participating? Big sister, I'm not interested in these kinds of competitions. Demon-level innate talent disdains to fight with these little guys who can barely be considered elites, right? Yin Nuoxing continued before hugging Ming tightly and fleeing. Stinking brat, stop right there. How dare you laugh at Big Sister? Yu Yin's face reddened as she chased after him. The two of them chased for a few streets before stopping while panting. Yin Nuashing stuck out her tongue and said with a smile, "Well, I'm also not interested. If it weren't for the fact that I'm afraid of losing my reputation, I wouldn't have come to participate in this damn competition." Yin took a few deep breaths, patted her ample bosom, and said in a bad mood, "After all, everyone wants to see if you, the goddess, are worthy of your name. Of course, there are also many people who came for the light element. They want to defeat the element that is known as the fastest in the world and then become famous." The central arena was over 3,000 meters tall and covered an extremely large area. However, it seemed that no matter how big it was, it couldn't stop the flow of people that came from all directions. At this very moment, outside the arena, there was a sea of people. It was overcrowded with people, and a boiling cauldron of voices could be heard. Star Luo City, which had been silent for a night, was completely awake at this moment. It emitted an incomparable vitality, so much so that there was a feeling of overflowing vitality. Actually, it was already quite late when Yin Nuashing and Yin Nuashing arrived. There weren't many people left in the passage meant for participants. Only a few young people were walking in. The youngest seemed to be just 15 years old, and the oldest seemed to be full of vitality. They didn't have the slightest bit of lethargy and were walking with the vigor of a dragon or tiger, as if they were floating in the wind. After placing Ming in Yu Yin's hands, she found a corner and instantly changed her clothes. She changed into the most suitable face, and her red clothes fluttered in the wind. Her figure was tall, and she was in the prime of her youth. A beautiful and enchanting young girl appeared in front of the two of them. The only thing that was lacking was her chest was still flat, which made Yin laugh for a long time. "Fisk, in the end, I'm still a man." Yin Nuashing Uxin rolled her eyes and took off her black windbreaker. Her clear and crisp voice could make people unable to help but be intoxicated. "Big brother is so beautiful." Ming excitedly spread her small hands and smiled at Yin Nuashing. Yin Nuashing covered her chest and coughed violently. She carried Ming over and rubbed her small head with all her strength. She said, "Let's go." The three of them slowly walked into the participants' passage under the stunned gazes of the surrounding crowd. They left behind two figures that caused endless fanciful thoughts as they disappeared into the passage. What beautiful people! Could it be that these two great beauties will participate in this competition? Speaking of which, the goddess of Taiyuan should also be here. I just don't know if she'll participate. It's said that almost all the elites have declared war on her. If she doesn't participate, people will say that she's avoiding the battle. Moreover, she's already arrived in Star Luo City, so it's impossible that she doesn't know about this. Goddess, huh? I wonder if she's stronger than the 12 divine pillars of the ultimate plane region? Tisk, once the light element appears, who in the world can fight against it? That's not necessarily true. For this competition, those elites have been preparing for a long time. They might have a way to suppress the light element. Otherwise, they wouldn't have publicly declared war. The dusky passage gradually expanded into a small hall. Some people could faintly be seen walking forward. As for the two people who walked over, everyone only glanced at them before withdrawing their gazes. In the hall, there were 20 giant stone tablets that emitted a lustrous light in the dusky hall. Occasionally, someone would point at the stone tablets and whisper to each other. They would write down a name with their fingers and then walk into the passage behind the stone tablets without turning their heads, vanishing into the darkness. The 20 stone tablets represented 20 groups. They were densely packed with names. This so-called competition didn't have any special organization. As long as one met the requirements, they could participate. There were no less than 10,000 names written on the 20 stone tablets. However, there was one stone tablet that had very few names. There were only a few hundred names. Compared to the other stone tablets that had close to 1,000 names, this number was pitifully small. Yin Nuashing walked forward with a puzzled expression. He wanted to see what the reason was that these elites didn't choose this group. However, he only glanced at it and understood. On top of this stone tablet, there was a large name that emitted a white light. Brilliance. This damned arrogant fart man. Yin Nuashing fiercely cursed. Everyone was probably afraid of his light element, so they chose the other groups. However, there were still close to 100 people who chose this group. This made Yin Nuoxing a little surprised. Could it be that there were really people who could match the light element? He didn't believe that these people all had the light element. Of course, he also didn't believe that these people were stupid enough to send themselves to death. Since they had the confidence to write down their names, they should have a way to deal with the light element, right? Battle Steel of the 12 God Pillars. Binding Wind of the 8 Emperors of Taiyuan. A title? They're really arrogant enough to even write down their titles. Yin Nuoxing shook his head. It's actually the 12 God Pillars of the Ultimate Plane region. It said that they reached the 2nd level of the Mortal Step a year ago. They should be at the 3rd level of the Mortal Step now, right? And this time, they're facing the Child of Light. I wonder who will win. It said that he reached the 1st level of the Mortal Step long ago. He's the next Divine King of the Light God Temple. Where's the Goddess of Taiyuan? Could it be that she's really afraid of us and won't come? Possessing the light element doesn't mean that she can look down on the world. While the surrounding people were discussing fun, a person suddenly stood in front of Yao Hua's stone tablet. He glanced at it and then laughed disdainfully. This person was more than 3 meters tall and had a fiendish appearance. One of his arms was as thick as 2 people's thighs. This person glanced at Yao Hua's name and curled his lips in disdain. His thick fingers directly wrote down a name at the bottom of the stone tablet, Yin Tian. Then, he walked towards the passage without looking back. Yin Tian? One of the 5 peaks of the Ganyuan region. Even he has come. He's known as the strongest of the 5 peaks. I said they're bored. Mother of Asterisk Kerr. They came all the way here just to have a fight. Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes. The distance between the Origin region and the Ganyuan region was unknown. They had come so far just to fight. However, with Yin Nuoxing's temperament, he also didn't understand the significance of this action. Most of the young elites were very concerned about this competition. He was only a small part of the rankings among the young experts. At this moment, many people had also carved their names in other places. There were also 1 or 2 people who had pondered for a long time and carved their names at the bottom of Yao Hua's stone tablet. After causing a commotion, they turned around and left. After a long time, Yin Nuoxing saw that the people in the hall had gradually decreased. Only then did he turn his head and smile at Yuan. He carried Ming and slowly walked to the stone tablet under everyone's gaze. He extended his slender fingers and slowly carved his name, Yin Nuoxing. Yin Nuoxing and Yuan walked into the passage that was flickering with light without paying attention to the strange gazes that were coming from all over the place. Chapter 56. The dazzling light caused Yin Nuoxing to squint her eyes out of habit. She covered Ming's large eyes with one hand and only recovered after a while. Then, all sorts of irritable voices and noisy shouts intertwined into a demonic sound that instantly penetrated Yin Nuoxing's eardrums, causing her to stagger. Her cheeks trembled as she patted her ears. What entered her eyes was a huge arena with seats filled with people on both sides. All sorts of voices intertwined and rushed to the sky, causing Yin Nuoxing, who liked peace and quiet, to feel a little uncomfortable. The 3 of them walked out of the passageway. They were at the highest point of the arena. When they turned around and looked outside, they could see Star Luo City in its entirety. This was the highest point of Star Luo City, and they could still hear many loud shouts in the distance that broke through the clouds. Yin Nuoxing was startled for a moment when he saw the scene in front of him that was like the stars moving. He turned his head around and saw that there was an azure light circle that was rotating within the pitch-black tunnel. Behind the light circle was an icy cold wall. It's a teleportation gate. Yuan also saw the circle of light and couldn't help but murmur, "However, this doesn't look like the teleportation gate I know of. Should I say that it's too small?" Or Yin Nuoxing looked indifferently at her deep in thought and couldn't help but smile. Anyway, the teleportation gate I know of isn't like this." After a while, Yuan shook her head and sighed. The circular arena was several hundred feet wide, and the audience seats were all filled. The square arena in the center was still empty. It looked like the match hadn't started yet. She brought the two of them to a stop at the edge of the arena. Now that all the seats were full, they could only stand at the side. In any case, they were just going to fight a match and leave. It wouldn't take long. With Yin washing style, she would enter the arena for 3 seconds and be heavily injured or lightly injured, depending on the opponent's resistance. In any case, her identity would be exposed sooner or later. Even if those confident people really had a way to deal with the light element, she could just change to another element. She didn't believe that there would be a way to deal with all 4 elements. Goddess. Just as Yin Nuashing was calculating her strategy, a gentle voice transmission sounded in her mind, causing her to be stunned for a moment. Raising her head, Yin Nuashing's soul spirit instantly found the person who had sent her a voice transmission. She then looked over. Since the other party had directly sent her a voice transmission, they must already know her identity. In that case, it would be useless even if she deliberately tried to hide it. However, when she raised her head, she was still stunned for a moment. The members of the 9 great elemental shrines were smiling at them, including Yao Hua and the other 8 elders. Even the Golden Godly King and the other 2 were there. However, there was also an old man with snow-white hair and a white beard, sitting upright and still. He looked like he had experienced a lot of hardships in life, and he had snow-white hair. The one who spoke was the beautiful woman from the Divine Wood Palace. She patted the 2 empty seats beside her with a kind smile on her face, as though she had specially reserved them for Yin Nuashing. Come over, we don't have any malicious intentions. The beautiful woman saw that he seemed to be a little vigilant and hesitant, so she smiled again. Yin Nuashing sighed. It was troublesome to hide from them all the time. It was better to ask them directly. Why are you looking for me? She stared sharply at the beautiful woman and asked. Hearing the answer, the beautiful woman seemed to be stunned for a moment. After a while, she smiled and transmitted her voice. You look like someone, so we wanted to verify with you to see if you were his child. That's all. Hearing this, Yin Nuashing sighed. She shook her head and said, I don't have any memory. I don't know who you're talking about. As soon as she said this, the Temple of Elements seemed to be in an uproar. Several elders and Jin Wang were shocked. They kept talking about something, and then they looked at her with dignified faces. They frowned and didn't know what they were thinking. Seeing that there was no movement on the other side, Yin Nuashing sighed and said in her heart, It's finally okay. Standing on the edge, her eyes turned to Star Luo City, and she hugged Ming a little tighter. What did they say? Yuan also turned and looked at the distant sky. When she saw Yin Nuashing's expression, she guessed what had happened. Tilting her head, Yin Nuashing hesitated for a moment. Then she said it. After listening, Yuan didn't say anything. She just patted Yin Nuashing's head. She still had to choose whether or not she wanted to know. As half an outsider, she couldn't say anything. Child, come over. When the 2 of them were in a daze, the beautiful woman said again. In addition to softness, there seemed to be some affection in her voice. Yin Nuashing was stunned for a moment. He turned around and shook his head. Just as he was about to send a voice transmission to decline, the image in front of him suddenly flickered. By the time he reacted, he was already standing in front of them. Spatial teleportation, as expected of a god and underworld-level powerhouse. Yun stuck out her tongue and said, Sai, what a stubborn girl. She's just like him. The beautiful woman smiled helplessly and pulled her to sit down. Big sister was scared silly. Ming tugged on Yin Nuashing's soft long hair. His tender voice made the people around them laugh. Yin Nuashing sighed and rubbed Ming's head. She didn't say anything. She turned her head. Mei Mao, who was flashing with golden light, glanced at the beautiful woman and the others. Then she turned to Yao Hua, whose expression was a little unnatural ever since she appeared. Then she looked at Jin Wang and the others, who were glancing at the side. She just sighed gloomily again. Yun also sat down. She gently stroked the back of Ming Nuashing's hand and comforted her. It's okay. Since you're here, you don't have to worry about anything. At least they won't do anything in public. Yin Nuashing continued to sigh as he transmitted his voice over. I know. The beautiful woman stared at Yin Nuashing without blinking. The smile on the corner of her mouth became softer and softer. That gentle appearance made it seem as if she was looking at her own junior. This made Yun Nuoxing feel somewhat unnatural. Since she sat down, Yun Nuoxing didn't act pretentious. However, because she didn't like the people of the Temple of Elements, she didn't say a word and kept her eyes closed. A faint golden membrane covered Ming's ears. The little girl leaned against Yun Nuoxing and fell asleep. Her rhythmic breathing was very quiet. It seemed that even the surrounding sound were much lower. This child is so cute. Perhaps the beautiful woman didn't want to make the relationship with Yun Nuoxing too stiff. However, she also knew that Yun Nuoxing didn't like them. Therefore, she quietly changed her position and let Mu Ling and the others sit next to her. Mu Ling and the others also knew that young people should be able to speak with each other. Therefore, they whispered to Ming. Mei Mao gently opened her eyes. Yun Nuoxing turned her head to look at Mu Ling and nodded. Cough, is this your child? However, it had to be said that Yao Hua's brain was like a passage that could only allow light elements to pass through. He simply didn't know what to do. Although he wanted to say something to liven up the atmosphere, he couldn't help but blurt out such a sentence. Everyone called him an idiot. She was still in her teenage years. Weren't you saying that she was old? Yun Nuoxing suddenly narrowed her eyes. A faint murderous aura circulated between her eyebrows. Everyone seemed to feel that the temperature in the air had unknowingly dropped a lot. Yao Hua shuddered fiercely and said in a trembling voice, Boss, you don't need to speak at this time. Your golden mouth and jade words are fine. If you have nothing to do, then go wash up and sleep. I won't send you off to sleep. Lei Ming shuddered. He slapped Yao Hua's head down to his knees and scolded. Lei Ming, your courage is getting more and more. Yao Hua raised his head with a black face. His bright white eyes stared at Lei Ming. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was slapped on the knee again. Hey, where's boss? I don't see him. Did he go to the toilet? A man in a green robe was slapping Yao Hua's head. His gentle and refined face pretended to be puzzled as he looked around and asked Lei Ming. Fengya, there's a meteor. Finally, the young man in the silver robe continued to press his hand on Yao Hua's head. His calm face was full of surprise as he pointed into the distance. Tai Rui, you're so noisy. Huiji sighed and directly sat on Yao Hua's back. A smile appeared on her mischievous face as she smiled at Yun Nuoxing. She stretched out her hand and introduced herself. Hello, I'm Huiji. How should I address little sister goddess? Yusin. Yun Nuoxing stretched out her hand and shook the jade-white hand. She smiled faintly. The arc was so thin that it couldn't be seen. Then, she retracted her hand before she was discovered. Elder sister, what are they doing? Ming suddenly woke up. Her big bright eyes looked at Yao Hua's head being pressed by the three people. Then, she saw Huiji sitting on him. Then, she looked at Yao Hua whose face was flushed. She pulled Yun Nuoxing's long hair with her small hand and asked curiously, Yun Nuoxing glanced at Yao Hua. She touched Ming's head with her jade-like hand and said with a smile, they're playing a human pyramid. After that, she slapped Yao Hua's head from a meter away and said, Ming, do you want to try? Ming blinked, looked at her, and then looked at the others. When they all nodded, she also nodded happily. Yun Nuoxing saw this and carried her to Yao Hua. She patted Yao Hua's head with her small hand, and he couldn't help but howl. Okay, we're in public. Don't make too much noise. It's not too late to fight slowly when we go back. Jin Jinwang rolled his eyes and said faintly, Oh. The few people responded and slowly sat back down. They even patted Yao Hua's head. You guys just wait. I'll definitely teach you a lesson when we go back. Yao Hua jumped up and roared. However, after seeing Yun Nuoxing, he became weak again. Arrogant fart. Yun Nuoxing glanced at him coldly and snorted. Arrogant fart bullied elder sister. You're not a good person. At this time, Ming heard Yu Yin's voice transmission. Then, she pouted her small mouth, frowned her slender eyebrows, and muttered in a childish voice. When everyone heard this, they were stunned for a moment. Then, they burst into laughter and almost rolled on the ground. Oh, what'd I do wrong? Yao Hua beat his chest and stomped his feet as he looked up to the sky and roared. Now that everyone was familiar with each other, they were no longer so restrained. Yun Nuoxing, who had changed her name to Yin Nuashing, was not an iceberg goddess in the first place, so after a little cold, she became lively with everyone. However, the beautiful eyes that stared at Yao Hua were still cold, causing him to constantly mutter, "What did I do wrong?" Even Ming had a contemptuous look on her face. She grabbed Yin Nuashing's beautiful long hair and looked at her with hostility. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Clang! The sudden sound of the bell reverberated throughout the entire arena, suppressing all the voices. Everyone slowly quieted down, and the noise gradually stopped. Everyone turned their gazes towards the center of the arena. They knew that the moment of everyone's attention had arrived. When the bell rang, a white-clothed man appeared in the center of the field. There was a blue star embroidered on his snow-white clothes. After the man appeared, he looked towards the side of the Temple of Elements and nodded. His loud voice spread throughout the field. It's another year of the Young Heroes competition. First of all, I would like to thank everyone for choosing Star Luo City as our venue. Now, all the participants, please come on stage. This year's competition is a free-for-all. The audience was stunned for a moment. Then, one after another, people stood up from the audience and jumped to the center of the field. "Sister, you can do it." Ming smiled and cheered. "You can do it." Yuyin pursed her lips and smiled. Yin Nuashing shrugged her shoulders and stared at Yao Hua, who also stood up. She saw his wry smile and lightly snorted. Then, her feet touched the ground and her figure lightly jumped out. She gently floated like a butterfly and gently landed on the center of the field. Behind her, Huiji and others also jumped down. "You can do it." Jin Wang and others also cheered. Yao Hua's face was sullen. Golden light flashed, and he directly appeared in the field. However, there was a subtle distance between him and Yin Nuashing. This caused a burst of screams. That's the Son of Light, the legendary light element. He should be one of the people who have the best chance to compete for hegemony in this competition. I don't know if the goddess is here. She also has the light element. Chapter 57. There will be a slight change to the rules of this year's competition. This year, after discussion among the organizers, it will be conducted in the form of a free-for-all. Do all of you understand the rules? When no one else entered the square, the white-clothed man's gaze swept across the entire square, and he asked in a soft voice. Understood. Hearing the white-clothed man's words, less than 100 people immediately responded in unison. Good. Since that's the case, then I announce. The white-clothed man slowly raised his hand, and finally, under countless gazes, waved it down fiercely. The elimination round of the 12 venues of the Young Heroes competition will now begin. In an instant, an energy barrier completely covered the entire square. Boom! As the white-clothed man's palm fell, the originally quiet square suddenly exploded with a bang. Dozens of different colored energies suddenly burst out in a dazzling manner. Along with a series of blood-curdling screams, the figures in the square quickly flashed away. The majority of the people quickly retreated to the edge of the square. They were all afraid of being shot in the back in this square full of enemies. Relying on his extraordinary spiritual strength, Yin Nuashing sensed that more than half of the auras in the square had locked onto Yao Hua in an instant. He couldn't help but ask, "Are we being hated?" After all, Boss has the light element. Everyone wants to be the first to get rid of the most dangerous person. Huiji spread his hands and said. Yao Hua was standing a little far away from them, so he wasn't affected at all. "We are being hated from a side." Yin Nuashing nodded. "However, Sister Uxin has 3 other elements besides the light element. You can use them later." Mu Ling waved her hand to block the energy turbulence shooting over and said with a gentle smile. Yin Nuashing stared blankly for a while, but after thinking for a bit, he understood. After all, Yao Hua had recognized the light element in his body, so it wasn't impossible for others to recognize it as well. At this time, in the square, there were people attacking each other from time to time. However, they were all afraid of being sneak attacked from behind, so even if they fought with others, they were limited to small exchanges. Basically, they would retreat as soon as they made contact and didn't dare to get entangled. Their gazes cautiously swept all around. Anyone who entered their attack range would make them retreat or attack like birds startled by the twang of a bow. However, although the competition had just started in the extremely chaotic scene, there were still more than a dozen people who took advantage of the chaos to attack and were forcefully thrown out of the arena. Although they all wanted to join forces, most of these people came from different regions, and there were only one or two people who could join forces. Therefore, when they saw the number of people in the team from Yin Nual planet, they all had a tacit understanding. Group attack. Things don't seem to be going well. Sensing the gazes directed at him from the surroundings, Yin Nuashing drew out his halberd and prepared himself for battle. Are you planning to gang up on me because you have more people? Tyrue also sighed. The huge iron sword in his hand was slanted forward, and the silvery white metal element flowed out from his body and lingered around him. At this moment, the 8 of them did not participate in any of the battles. All of them vigilantly looked at their surroundings. They knew that as long as everyone worked together, this extremely chaotic situation would end. This also meant that they would enter a true state of battle. At this time, outside the square, almost at the same time, screams broke out. Many people were shouting at the top of their lungs to cheer for the contestants they thought highly of. This kind of chaotic battle was far more exciting than a one-on-one battle. Amidst the earth-shattering shouts from the spectator stands, there were contestants being thrown out of the square one after another. The recorder, who was already on standby, quickly recorded the contestants who appeared on the square. As time slowly passed, the chaotic situation in the square finally began to slow down. Many people stared at Yin Nuashing and the others and slowly joined together. Gradually, they formed a large team. Most people also understood and stopped fighting. Among Yin Nuashing and the others, any one of them could squeeze into the top 10 in terms of individual strength, especially the well-known Son of Light, Yaohua. Now that they had joined forces, they were naturally seen as a formidable enemy. Get ready, they're coming. Yaohua stretched out his arms, and golden light surged all over his body. He naturally knew what everyone was thinking, and he looked at the dozens of people opposite him with unfriendly gazes. It seemed that they were ready to make a move. Go! Just as he thought, everyone looked at each other, and a ruthless aura erupted from them. No matter what the result would be, they would join forces to get rid of these 8 people first. As soon as he finished speaking, waves of mortal rank level 2 and level 3 energy fluctuations suddenly erupted from the square. An overwhelming energy torrent rushed toward Yin Nuashing and the others. Buzz! Yin Nuashing raised her hand and waved a magic array. All the energy that rushed over crashed into the magic array and was instantly broken down into primitive energy, disappearing into the air. The 12 god pillars, Zhanggang, is here. Son of Light, come out and accept your death. A sturdy man about 1.5 meters tall jumped out. His feet stomped on the ground, and the earth shook. The silver spear in his hand was pointed at Yaohua from afar, and a thunderous sound resounded through the square. My time is much more precious than theirs. After turning the weapon in her hand completely blue, Yin Nuashing sighed. Golden light flowed all over her body. Goddess Taiyuan, could it be that you're really afraid? Seeing that no one was moving, Yin Tian shouted again. Boom! However, before he could finish speaking, blue flames suddenly exploded behind him. The sudden explosive energy was like a heavy hammer that smashed into Yin Tian's back. He was fiercely smashed into the sky. Instantly, a muffled groan came from his throat. Pucci! Yin Tian turned around with difficulty. He looked at the space in disbelief. A graceful figure was quietly standing where he was. Behind her was a sea of blue flames that filled the sky. The girl was looking at him with a bit of contempt. Mei Mao's eyes contained a bit of ridicule, as if she was saying that he was overestimating himself. Boom! Yin Tian's huge body crashed into the ground, causing cracks to appear. He clutched his chest and coughed. Who are you? Using all his strength to say this, Yin Tian's consciousness became somewhat blurry. The sneak attack just now had given him the most fatal blow. He actually didn't sense this girl's approach. If it was outside of the competition, he might have already died. Weren't you very arrogant when you were shouting? Yin Nuoxing sighed. Looking at him with pity, she said with ridicule, "This is the so-called hero? Nothing more than this." The sudden explosion caused the entire place to go silent for a moment. Everyone felt the rising temperature and couldn't help but wipe the sweat off their foreheads. At the same time, they were somewhat shocked. 5 of the Ganyuan region's top 5 had been defeated just like that. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. Where did this evildoer come from? Aya, she's made her move. Yao Hua looked at Yin Tian, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. His face twitched slightly. The speed at which Yin Nuoxing appeared just now had shocked him. His light element wasn't as pure as the latter's. He could also achieve this speed, but it would require more effort. Looking at Mu Ling and the others who were besieging her, Yin Nuoxing raised her heavenly halberd. Her red robes fluttered without any wind. The sea of blue flames that filled the sky surged into her heavenly halberd. Suddenly, a golden light illuminated the horizon. Her body trembled slightly. Boom! Bang! Almost at the same instant the golden light bloomed, a few dull sounds of flesh colliding rang out. Those few people all spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies flew out as if they had suffered a heavy blow. They fell outside of the competition grounds. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Hiss! Looking at the few people who flew out together, everyone in the competition grounds sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of terrifying speed was that? How did a few people disappear in an instant? Light. It's the light element. Suddenly, someone recognized the golden light that was surging around Yin Nuoxing. His eyes widened as he cried out in alarm. It's the goddess of Taiyuan. Light element, everyone exclaimed. Then, they looked at Yao Hua. Seeing his helpless expression, they were even more certain of their guess. The people in the spectator stands were silent for a moment. Suddenly, they erupted into earth-shattering cheers. The goddess of Taiyuan was here. She lived up to her reputation. The competition grounds, which had been silent for a moment, suddenly erupted with loud shouts. Many people directly took out an array. Then, they shouted and charged towards Yin Nuoxing. Goddess of Taiyuan, fight with me. Take out your light element. Kill. Seeing a group of people charging over like wolves and tigers, the golden light flickered slightly. Yin Nuoxing's figure instantly disappeared. When she appeared again, the heavenly halberd in her hand smashed towards the back of a person who was holding a black array. Bang! Swish! The light element moved again. Every time she made a move, one person would be knocked out of the competition grounds. Even a level 2 expert who took out a high-grade artifact was smashed by the heavenly halberd. After all, this was a high-grade artifact. How could ordinary artifacts do anything to it? In the name of the heavens, in the voice of the world, let darkness descend upon time. Let the night become the ruler. Let the world be devoid of light. The black-robed man who had been standing on the ground without moving kept chanting. On his palm, a black array condensed and formed. When the last word was uttered, he slapped the array into the ground. In an instant, a 10,000 feet wide array appeared on the ground. The black energy barrier completely covered this area. It was dark, and the air was filled with faint black energy. Chant-type array? Yin Nuoxing was shocked. This thing seemed to have disappeared for dozens of eras, right? As soon as the black array took shape, Yao Hua's speed suddenly stagnated. His body slowed down a lot in an instant, and the light particles lingering around his body rapidly decreased. The light element was suppressed, and he was also affected. His speed was almost instantly suppressed. As soon as his body stopped moving, a fist the size of a praying mat came straight at him. Yao Hua smiled. The golden light on his palm faded. Suddenly, a palm-sized talisman floated up and blasted towards the fist. It was just a talisman drawn with a few strokes, but the energy it contained shocked Zhang Gang. He quickly added some strength to his fist. Boom! The talisman exploded. A powerful force crashed into Zhang Gang's arm like a mountain. The huge force sent him flying. He staggered back dozens of steps. Before he could stabilize his body, a white light followed him like a shadow. A talisman like the one before, followed by a heavy punch, suffused with golden light, landed on his lower abdomen. PFFF. Zhang Gang spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was sent flying like a cannonball. He crashed into the audience and groaned. Light element attack. Yao Hua smiled and extended his fist toward Zhang Gang. He slowly raised his thumb. Then, under the gaze of everyone present, he turned around and said, "You can't bear it either." PFFF. That disdainful gesture and disdainful words made Zhang Gang spit out another mouthful of blood and faint. Chapter 58. An array that restricts the light element. Huh? It really took a lot of effort. Yin Nuoxing glanced at the pitch-black world, then looked at the rapidly declining light particles on her body. She looked at the motionless man in black clothes and said, "However, it's useless." Useless. The man in black clothes raised his head. He had a mediocre face, the kind that was hard to find in the crowd. But the most frightening thing about him was that his eyes were deep black, without any white. It was as if two black pearls were forcibly embedded in his eyes. The man grinned and said, "You'll know once you try." With a wave of his hand, many small arrays floated on the ground, shooting out several hundred pitch-black chains, which rapidly swept towards Yin Nuoxing. The instant the chains appeared, the surrounding space instantly darkened, as if all the light had been absorbed by the chains. Yin Nuoxing's expression didn't change. Pouring the light essence into the halberd, he raised his palm and lightly swept it towards the rapidly approaching chain, breaking it apart inch by inch. However, the light essence on the halberd was absorbed in a split second, and the only thing that broke the chain was the energy contained in the halberd. With a thought from the man in black clothes, the black energy pervading the air condensed, transforming into a huge pitch-black palm, and slapped down towards Yin Nuoxing. The air in the area in front of the palm was completely expelled, and the terrifying force caused several dozen thumb-sized cracks to appear on the ground below. The gale pressed Hong E tightly against her body. Yin Nuoxing unhurriedly raised her halberd and swept it again, sending that huge pitch-black palm flying, with cracks all over it. "I already said, it's useless." Yawning lazily, Yin Nuoxing looked at the man in black clothes with ridicule in her eyes. Although she was somewhat surprised by the array that could absorb the light element, she had a divine tool in her hand. Even if she could break his light element, she still had to think of a way to break his weapon. When the surrounding people saw the two colliding, they hastily retreated, afraid of being affected. Then, they opened their eyes wide to watch this chaotic duel. The man in black clothes frowned. His hands formed a seal, and several pitch-black talismans appeared in the air, converging into a sphere. With a wave of his hand, this sphere condensed from talismans flew towards Yin Nuoxing, who was calm and unruffled in the midst of chaos. It whistled as it absorbed the energy of heaven and earth, strengthening its own might. Boom! What responded to him was still a halberd attack. The talismans completely collapsed, and black energy exploded in the air. However, when it approached Yin Nuoxing, it was refined by a thin layer of faint blue flames on her body. Patting Hong E with her jade-like hand, Yin Nuoxing looked at the man in black. Her beautiful eyes contained traces of a smile as she teased. "Are you done?" The black-clothed man's face twitched violently. At this point, he could say with absolute certainty that this seemingly normal-looking halberd was definitely a high-grade weapon. No wonder she was so fearless. This was her trump card, using a divine tool to fight in a group battle. How could they fight? No matter how many people came, they would just be sending themselves to death. That's a divine tool? On the viewing platform, the beautiful woman looked at the halberd and smiled unnaturally. "Yes, that's right." Jin Jinwang nodded. He didn't feel the slightest bit surprised, because when he saw Yin Nuoxing take out more than 10 divine tools to set up the array that day, he was so shocked that he was speechless. "Oh, why aren't you fighting? You asked me to try." "I've already tried, but it's useless." Yin Nuoxing stretched lazily, waved the halberd in her hand, and smiled at the man in black clothes. F*CKU, goddess of primordial, Put down your weapon if you have the ability, and I'll give you a quick death." The man in black clothes was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He stomped his feet and cursed. "Yes, I think that having a divine tool is my ability. If you're not convinced, you could take one out yourself." Yin Nuashing thought for a moment, nodded, and said seriously, "F***CK. I've never seen such a shameless person. How are we supposed to fight like this?" Yin Nuashing waved her hand, tilted her head, and put away the halberd. She smiled. "So, since you're done fighting, it's my turn. As you wish, I'll put away the halberd." Before the man in black and the others could breathe a sigh of relief, a bright green light suddenly appeared in the sky. It flickered and extended into countless threads. Runes appeared from the void, and the energy of heaven and earth became chaotic at this moment. The power of stars descended from the sky, and cracks appeared on the ground. Milky white air rushed out from the cracks. Kacha! All the energy surged into those green threads and instantly broke through this pitch-black array. The backlash made the man in black groan, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. In just an instant, all the green threads were annihilated, and the world regained its tranquility. Bright sunlight shone down from the sky and shone on everyone, giving them a warm feeling. Bam! The sudden sound of flesh colliding pulled everyone's attention back from their daydreaming. They hurriedly looked at the field. A black figure drew a beautiful arc in the sky and smashed onto the ground outside the field. The sound of bones breaking made everyone's hearts contract fiercely. In the field, Yin Nuashing retracted her leg and smiled. "You're just so outside the field." The man in black clothes, who had yet to react, was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He couldn't catch his breath, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood before fainting. The halberd lit up in Yin Nuashing's hand again, and she waved it at the less than half of the people left in the field. She smiled sweetly and said, "Shall we attack together?" Everyone was stunned. They should have been angry that she looked down on them like this. However, when they looked at the halberd in their hands that was even longer than Yin Nuashing's body, they instantly lost their temper. How are they going to fight with a divine-level halberd and light elements? You can either jump out yourselves or be slapped out by me. Choose one. After thinking for a while, Yin Nuashing pursed her red lips and said with a smile after a moment, "Little Sheen is so naughty." In the spectator stands, Yuin curled her lips and pinched her thigh hard to stop herself from laughing out loud. The field was abnormally quiet now, and although many people were gnashing their teeth when they heard this, no one dared to stand out and shout. If they retreated just like this, they would be labeled as cowards who ran away without fighting. If they really fought, they would probably be wiped out in an instant. That was a divine-level weapon, something that all the great factions treated like a treasure. Now that the beautiful girl in front of them was holding one, they were both envious and angry. They really didn't know what to say. Now you know how I felt back then? Yin Nuashing tilted his head. His voice was filled with resentment as he said, "I originally didn't have any interest in these strange competitions. I also had my own matters to attend to. Time was tight, and I only came to Star Luo City to rest for a while. Who knew that you guys would declare war on me? I couldn't leave, but I also didn't want to fight. Now, the evils I brought upon myself are the hardest to bear. Am I courting death?" After he finished speaking, he sighed helplessly. When everyone heard this, they felt like crying. "Little girl, no. Big sister, please get this straight. Those people who declared war have all been slapped out of the field by you, and they don't even know what's good for them. We're just passing by, and it has nothing to do with us. You're a magnanimous person, so please don't bicker with us." Yin Nuashing sighed and said seriously, "Actually, I'm quite easy to get along with. You guys made things difficult for me, so let me vent my anger. I won't let you guys crawl out or hold onto the wall to get out." Don't. I'll walk out, okay." Hearing this, some people's expressions changed instantly. What kind of joke was this? It was fine if she didn't crawl out after venting her anger, but they would probably have to walk out lying down. Then, before they were thrown out, they'd better crawl out by themselves. Come on. We'd rather die than be humiliated. However, some people chose to fight. Although they knew that they would be slapped out, they still chose to do so. After all, they were all young heroes of their generation, so how could they avoid a fight? Bam! Of course, the person who spoke was sent flying out as soon as he finished speaking. He didn't even have time to react, leaving behind a girl who looked at him indifferently. Boss, your light element doesn't seem to be as fast as hers? Beside him, Lei Ming pulled Yao Hua aside and asked softly. This kind of speed that was close to teleportation was even faster than Yao Hua's speed. I didn't use my full strength. Moreover, Yin Nuoxing's light element is much purer than mine. Yao Hua carefully glanced at Yin Nuoxing and explained in a low voice. In this world, there weren't many people who had the light element. Moreover, even if there were, the light element they obtained might not be pure enough, and it would hinder their power. However, Yin Nuoxing's light element was the purest, and it wasn't much worse than the elders in the light shrine. The people in the audience were a little dumbfounded. The first round of this year's Young Heroes competition ended just like that? Was the goddess too strong, or was that magical weapon too ferocious? Is this really not considered breaking the rules? Jin Jinwang laughed bitterly as he looked at the white-haired old man beside him and asked. The white-haired old man opened his eyes slightly, glanced at Yin Nuoxing for a moment, and said unhurriedly, "This kind of competition isn't considered formal in the first place. In the end, it's just like the previous competitions that were formed on their own. After all, cultivation and fortuitous encounters are all part of one's strength. There's no violation to speak of. If you're not convinced, you can take out your sealed weapon and fight." I won't say anything, Jin Jinwang shrugged. What he said was the truth. If they met in other places, they would use all their means, and there wouldn't be any restrictions. Now, all of them were lying outside without dying, and that was the best result. Since the master of Starnet Palace didn't say anything, then it was naturally inappropriate for him to say anything. Moreover, everyone had their own scale in their hearts, and everyone knew the result of the competition in their hearts. At this moment, those who were clamoring for a big battle in the arena were all sent flying by the halberd. Yin Nuoxing's energy seemed to be limitless. No matter how many people sent their energy up, she didn't seem to be exhausted. This made everyone a little depressed. Didn't they say that the light element consumed too much energy and couldn't be used continuously? Yin Nuoxing only stopped when only Mu Ling, Yao Hua, and the others were left in the arena. Just as she was about to put away the halberd, the latter flickered with light, and then, under everyone's shocked gazes, it scuttled into her left forearm. A lifelike pattern of a halberd appeared on her jade-white forearm. The magical weapon has recognized its master. The gold god, King, blinked his eyes, a little dazed. This little girl was too much. She could actually let the divine artifact make her own choice. This was something that many people would want. Why is there another one? However, this kind of thing that others yearned for but couldn't obtain seemed to be a nightmare to Yin Nuoxing. Everyone was instantly dumbfounded when they heard his complaint. There's another one? What does that mean? Don't tell me you have more than one in your body. Sigh. It doesn't matter if there's another one. Yin Nuoxing sighed and muttered to herself. Crazy. Chapter 59. The first round of the competition in the 12 venues ended in a very dramatic and shocking manner. There wasn't even a meaningful battle. All they saw was the divine maiden slaughtering her opponents one-sidedly with the divine tool in her hand. Are you kidding me? How can this be? Can the person in charge of the competition come out and say something? Is this really not considered breaking the rules? One person is holding a divine artifact. How are the others supposed to fight? Of course, many people were unhappy that the competition ended so abruptly. They felt that Yin Nuoxing had taken advantage of the divine artifact. Otherwise, the competition wouldn't have ended so easily. They felt that she should be restricted from using it. In a real battle to the death, there are no such considerations. No matter what method is used, as long as one survives, it's a victory. It's a joke to have so many rules and regulations. If you're unhappy that someone else is holding a divine artifact, you can bring your own divine artifact. We won't say anything either. In the end, the Young Heroes competition only restricts the participants from fighting to the death. There are no other restrictions. The white-haired elder appeared in the arena, and his heavy voice echoed throughout the venue. At this moment, many people came back to their senses. They remembered the original nature of the Young Heroes competition. It was a life-and-death battle. There were no restrictions at all. The survival was the king. Now that the competition had restricted life and death, it was already the greatest improvement. Otherwise, who knew how many heroes would die each time? It would be a huge loss for the Young Heroes competition. Moreover, even a member of the organizer came out and said so. It was not good for the others to say anything. In a quiet courtyard, more than 10 people were sitting casually. They were Mu Ling and the others who had come back to rest after a big battle. However, this time, they had also pulled Yin Nuoxing and the others over. In the courtyard, Ming's childish laughter could be heard continuously. He was very happy. Perhaps it was the innocence of child. From the initial timidity when he first met Yin Nuoxing to the current familiarity and intimacy, it didn't take much time. The little guy stuck to Yin Nuoxing all day long. He looked like a little follower. His innocent personality was quite endearing. However, what made Yin Nuoxing a little regretful was that Jin Wang and the others had never seen this little girl before. After hearing the whole story, they couldn't help but feel pity for her. They didn't know if she was homesick now. Sister is my home. Wherever she goes, that's where my home is. However, when everyone saw Ming jump up to hug Yin Nuoxing and say those words with an innocent face, they couldn't help but laugh and praise her flawless personality. Ming has an extremely powerful energy in his body, but it seems to be sealed and cannot be used. Jin Wang said after checking carefully. Everyone, including Yin Nuoxing, was a little surprised. This energy is hidden very deeply. It's normal that you can't see it. Jin Wang saw his doubts and explained softly. Yin Nuoxing nodded. Suddenly, she thought of something and gently raised her slender right hand. With a thought, the divine light mirror appeared in her palm. Suddenly, the sound of water gushing could be heard in the courtyard. Do you recognize this mirror? Seeing everyone's reaction, Yin Nuoxing was slightly delighted and hurriedly asked, where did you get it? In the courtyard, everyone except Yin and Ming hurriedly gathered around. Their eyes were wide open, as if they had seen a ghost. I got it by accident. Yin Nuoxing took a step back and said when she saw their stunned expressions. Yao Hua frowned and looked at it for a long time, then slowly said, "This is the divine light weapon left behind by the founder of the Light Temple. It has been lost with his disappearance for many years. I know you want to find out about your origins, but I don't know much. The old ancestor disappeared after their last battle. If I'm not mistaken, he should have died." Yao Hua scratched his head and said with a little regret, "The location of the old ancestor's last battle was in the Ganyuan territory. I don't know the exact location, but it seems to be somewhere east. The history books don't record too much. The Ganyuan territory is so far." Yin Nuoxing's jaw almost dropped when she heard this. She was still worried about going to the Divine Prefecture, but in an instant, she had to cross the Divine Prefecture and go straight to the Ganyuan territory. It's not too far. There's a teleportation gate. Seeing her frightened face, Mu Ling covered her mouth and laughed. "Where is there?" Yin Nuoxing's eyes lit up and she hurriedly asked. "The Divine Prefecture in the center. There are many teleportation gates there, and our 9 elemental temple also has one." Hua Ji's eyes wandered, and there was a hint of temptation in her words. "I'm not going." Yin Nuoxing stuck out her tongue and said with a smile in front of everyone's widened eyes, "I want to travel all the way to Xingming City. After I reach the Divine Prefecture, I'll slowly wander to the Ganyuan territory." "That's really..." Jin Wang's face twitched. With Spirit's cherry lips gaped open in disbelief. "A long journey." Yao Hua's jaw dropped to the floor, making a clang sound. "The world is so big. I want to go out and explore." Yin Nuoxing blinked and smiled cheerfully. Jin Wang and the others sighed. Young people were indeed full of vitality. It seemed that they, the old men, could go back and drink tea and grow plants. "Yao Hua, how about we go together? The 12 of you can go out together to gain experience." At least you'll have companions on the road. Jin Jinwang rubbed his chin and said to them. The other elders also nodded in agreement. As soon as he said that, the faces of the young elites instantly turned pale. Even Yin Nuoxing's face darkened. Didn't that mean that she would have to remain a woman? No. If she explained, she would be treated as a pervert. Divine King, let's just forget about it. The Light Temple still needs us. Yusin and the others have lofty ambitions. We commoners can't afford it, Yao Hua said in a trembling voice. The other 9 people also looked at Jin Jinwang, waiting for his answer. You all have to go out and train anyway. Isn't it the same wherever you go? Jin Jinwang continued. I can't do it. Please have mercy, your majesty. Then, do as you wish. You should decide your own matters. Jin Jinwang scratched his head helplessly. Seeing that they all wanted to die, he didn't want to force them. Phew! Everyone heaved a sigh of relief and wiped away the cold sweat on their foreheads. Those who survived a great disaster were destined for good fortune. Is it that exaggerated? Jin Jinwang rolled his eyes when he saw their exhausted looks. Everyone laughed dryly and didn't say anything. However, they were muttering in their hearts, what kind of joke is this? From Taiyuan region to Divine Prefecture to Ganyuan region. Damn it, that would take hundreds of thousands of years to fly. Even from here to Xingming City, it would take tens of thousands of years without any effort. Oh my, our skin is so soft and tender. Who knows when we'll be skinned alive? Look at you guys. Yusin is younger than you, but she dares to roam the world alone. It seems that we've been too kind to you. The future 9 kings of Divine Prefecture still need to be trained. Since you don't want to go out and train, then go back and wait for the hellish training. Jin Jinwang frowned and said sternly, No. The 7 people knelt and screamed. In the distance, golden and brown lights appeared on the horizon and rushed into the courtyard. Seeing everyone kneeling, they couldn't help but be stunned. They quickly asked, Big brother, what's wrong with you guys? Oh, Genie, you're back. You can tell them all at once. Just now, they heard that they're going to undergo hellish training after returning to the temple. They're so happy that they can't even stand properly. Jin Jinwang looked at the golden figure and said casually. In an instant, the pretty girl called Jining also turned pale. The brown figure beside her also trembled violently. His resolute face instantly collapsed, and he nodded with a sad face. How is this happiness? Yao Hua stood up trembling. His face was even paler than his white clothes. He smiled bitterly and said, We're so excited that we can't stand up. The 2 of them met up with Yin Nuoxing and chatted for a while. They said that the goddess of Taiyuan lived up to her name, and they knew each other. After the first round, Yin Nuoxing planned to leave. With her current strength, it seemed that she couldn't find anyone who could withstand a blow from the heavenly halberd. These young elites had some ability, but no matter how they fought, they couldn't compete with the goddess of Taiyuan, who had several divine artifacts that night. At everyone's request, Yin Nuoxing became a sparring partner. As soon as she went on stage, she took out her 4 divine artifacts, the heavenly halberd, the divine light mirror, the golden chain, and the divine sun bow. Everyone instantly lost their temper. This freak 4 divine artifacts. How are they supposed to fight her? No matter how many of them went up, it wouldn't be enough. Then, they looked at Jin Jinwang and the other 2. They were raising their cups to the moon, chatting about old times, raising their cups to the sky, lowering their heads to watch others get beaten up. You're doing this on purpose, right? The 9 elites roared at the sky. From the looks of it, they already knew. However, Yin Nuoxing didn't use too much strength. She directly activated the array and used an endless stream of small attacks to slowly grind it down. The 4 elements of light, fire, metal, and what came out together. It really allowed them to have a good time. The soft screams and the dozen or so elders outside chatted and laughed. The scene was quite comical, until late at night when everyone was lying on the ground and didn't even want to move their fingers. Yin Nuoxing finally stopped. She waved her hand and threw out a pile of immortal grade Xian crystals. After blinding everyone's eyes, she activated the energy gathering array and let everyone gradually recover. She also recovered the huge amount of energy she had consumed. At this time, Yun also came over with Ming and absorbed the huge amount of energy inside. When everyone woke up and finished circulating their Xian Qi, they opened their eyes and saw a huge, colorful light cocoon. They couldn't help but widen their eyes and quickly call the elders over. Ascension. Jin Jinwang recognized this state at a glance. Seeing that everyone was at a loss, he explained. After hearing this, everyone clicked their tongues. They didn't know how she obtained this lost secret technique. The elites didn't know, but Jin Jinwang and the others had a guess. After thinking that Yin Nuoxing might be related to someone, they felt relieved. It didn't take long to spin a cocoon to advance a small realm. In less than an hour, Yin Nuoxing walked out of the light cocoon. Her cultivation had reached the first level of the mortal level, the 12th revolution. However, Yuan also woke up at the same time. Then, she crazily absorbed the energy in the array. The obstacles to her advancement were instantly destroyed. She jumped to the second level of the mortal level. The elites watching coughed. It seemed like they were still too inexperienced. They had been growing up leisurely in a greenhouse. If they weren't careful, they would really be surpassed. Didn't I already say that I have a monstrous talent? Yuan smiled coquettishly as she rubbed Yin Nuoxing's head. She laughed so hard that her body shook. Yin Nuoxing glanced at her. Under everyone's shocked gazes, she took out a green, celestial spirit leaf that contained endless vitality. It was the size of a palm. She was about to slap it on her head when Yuan stopped her. Celestial spirit leaf. Could it be that you were really the one who auctioned the leaf at Constellation City? Yao Hua and the others stared at the leaf for a long time. They only came back to their senses after a long time. Yin Nuoxing spread her hands and nodded in tacit agreement. Everyone smiled bitterly at the sight. I thought you guys guessed it. Yin Nuoxing looked at everyone in surprise and said innocently. Everyone's eyes darkened as they swallowed back a mouthful of blood. Chapter 60. The next day, there was still the second round of the competition. Although Yin Nuoxing had dealt with a portion of the people yesterday, she had planned to leave after she had dealt with all of them. Therefore, she was forced to participate in the competition today. After half a day, everyone knew that the goddess of Taiyuan had come to the competition. Although everyone was talking about how powerful and awesome the goddess was, as a young hero of the same generation, none of them were willing to submit to anyone. They were arrogant and looked down on everything as if they were the best in the world. Those who had witnessed it yesterday shook their heads. It seemed that many people would have to leave the competition lying on the ground today. The second day of the competition was also a huge battle royale. Every round of the competition had 100 people remaining. At this moment, close to 2,000 people were on the stage at the same time. That kind of vast momentum made the central arena, which was 3,000 feet wide, seem a little small. As the voice said, "Begin," almost 80% of the people in the competition. Instantly, they pounced on Yin Nuoxing and the others like wolves and tigers. Although they didn't believe in superstition, they knew how powerful the light element was. Therefore, they chose to gang up on them. The 9 people from Yao Hua turned pale when they saw that. If they each received a punch, they wouldn't even know how they died, right? Yin Nuoxing was also very straightforward. The divine mirror of light shot out at once, releasing a golden light that enveloped the area within 100 feet, blocking all the attacks. Then, in the next moment, a dark green light spread out from under his feet. The energy of heaven and earth became violent. The power of the stars descended, and the energy of the dragon veins became chaotic. The 10,000 spirits killing array, which was tens of thousands of feet long, was directly activated. Dozens of divine weapons were set up, and the majestic energy blasted everyone out of the arena in an instant. The world was deathly still, and the surroundings were silent. A strange atmosphere pervaded this world. Everyone looked at the array that was flickering with green light and dissipating. Then they looked at the dozens of divine artifacts that had been standing there for a long time. Immediately, the major forces in the spectator stand were scared out of their wits. Even the judges silently noted down the names of the people who had been sent flying. They looked as if they had not seen anything and were only here to record the results. This girl is too extravagant. She used a forbidden killing array to deal with these small fries. I'll go. Jean Wong helplessly looked at the remaining 10 people and smiled bitterly. That was a killing array that could cause harm to gods and underworld gods. It wouldn't be a problem to deal with him. Wasn't it too extravagant to use it to beat these small fries? It was like using an imperial sword to cut pork. As for the people in the audience seats, those who had seen Yin Nuoxing's methods in the 12th venue were secretly laughing. They had already said that this group of people was overestimating themselves and wanted to gang up on her. They were purely masochistic and asking to be humiliated. The others were dumbfounded. Was he really that powerful? 2,000 people were instantly taken down. Such a difference. Hee. Some of the heroes were disheartened, some were unconvinced, and some flew into a rage out of humiliation. For them to be able to reach this stage, which one of them wasn't extremely talented, they had grown up under the praises of the crowd. However, the setback they had suffered today had shattered their beautiful dreams. It was so shattered that it was impossible to put them back together. Moreover, from the beginning to the end, Goddess Tai Yuan didn't even look at any of them. This was a form of contempt, a form of contempt, a form of contempt. However, they were still defeated under the group attack. They were defeated very thoroughly and completely. She didn't even have to make any extra moves. Defense, attack. They were all annihilated. It happened in an instant, and they were sent flying. If this was a real situation, they would have already died. However, unwillingness was unwillingness. Anger was anger. Since they had gone out, it meant that they had lost. They didn't have any right to stand in this place. The stage belonged to that perfect and beautiful girl. The light she emitted made the world dim. I already said that the competition is boring, the stakes are boring, the battles are boring, and the results are boring. Yin Nuoxing sighed. Her eyes were filled with pity as she looked at the heroes who were dragging their bodies out of the arena. She didn't bother to hide her low voice. When the heroes who were walking out heard this, their bodies trembled. They had the urge to cut Yin Nuoxing into 1,000 pieces. However, after some consideration, they quickly killed this thought before it rushed to their heads. If they really rushed forward, they would really be asking for a slap in the face. Now that they already wanted to die, there was no need for others to do anything. The young heroes competition started with a perfect plan, but it ended in a dramatic fashion. It happened so fast that it dazzled everyone. Although the competition wasn't very formal to begin with, the appearance of a loophole in the competition made the entire process seem to have collapsed even faster. And the name of Tai Yuan Goddess Uxin was also quickly spread out. With the strength of a single person, she slaughtered all the participants. On this day, almost everyone in Star Luo City heard this breathtaking, shocking, and fascinating name, even though it was just an alias. However, Yin Nuoxing didn't intend to let her real name spread across the world. For some reason, she didn't know. She was only 17 or 18 years old. She was supposed to be full of youthful vigor and heroism, but she felt like she had seen through the vicissitudes of life. She felt like she had experienced all kinds of things in life. She felt like she had done everything and was just short of dying. Of course, this kind of posture had never appeared before. She only felt this way in noisy situations. Yin patted Yin Nuoxing's head and smiled gently as she said, "However, I'm still extremely arrogant, a little silly, a little dumb, a little cute, a little pretty, a little high up in the sky, a little star that needs to be cherished. Big brother is actually a little dumb." Ming grabbed Yin Nuoxing's hair and smiled foolishly. "Yin Nuoxing, who's the little star you've been talking about?" Jean Wong, Mu Ling, and the others asked curiously. "That's the one." Yin pinched Yin Nuoxing's face and smiled. Everyone was confused. Those who didn't know the inside story could only be confused bystanders. All right, let's stop here. It's time for our journey to begin. If we have time, we'll be guests of the shrine. Looking at the boundless mountain range in the distance, Yin Nuoxing Uxin turned her head and looked at everyone. She smiled sweetly for the first time, causing the hearts of the 5 youths to shrink for a moment. However, they quickly calmed down. "Little sister Uxin, remember to come to my divine, which shrine to play. Mu Ling stepped forward and hugged her gently with a smile. And the fire god shrine. Huiji also hugged her and smiled faintly. The only place I won't go is the light god shrine. Yin Nuoxing glanced at Yao Hua, who had a smile on his face and wanted to say something, and said faintly. Everyone was stunned and secretly laughed. Poor Yao Hua. He was rejected just like that. It looked like Yin Nuoxing really didn't like him that much. What did I do wrong? Yao Hua looked up to the sky and howled with a sad face. Tilting her head, Yin Nuoxing sighed and said in a flat voice, "A cocky fart will always be a cocky fart." He can never see his own past. His brain's neural circuit is probably a straight path that only allows light elements to pass through without any turns. Yao Hua smiled bitterly. Child, be careful on the road. If you're tired, come to my divine witch shrine to rest. The beautiful woman patted Yin Nuoxing's head and smiled gently. Nodding, Yin Nuoxing and the other two slowly retreated and waved their hands. They took one last look and smiled faintly. Light elements surged, and the three figures instantly disappeared. They rushed into the boundless sky, leaving behind a sound that was like the sound of nature reverberating in the air. See you later. Mu Ling and the others also waved their hands. Although they had only known each other for 3 days, they had a good impression of each other and had a good impression of each other. It was just a little regretful that they had to part ways not long after knowing each other. The first friend I made in my life is gone just like that. I don't know when I'll be able to see each other again. Huiji put down his hand sadly and sighed. Oh, I told you to go together. You didn't want to go, and now you're regretting it. What's the use? Jin Wang rolled his eyes and ridiculed. The journey is too long. The 9 people smiled embarrassedly and unnaturally looked away. If they really went with them, it wouldn't be a simple acquaintance anymore. Moreover, the journey was too long and they weren't used to it yet. It was better to obediently return to the shrine and play around. Oh, speaking of which, your journey to hell will take 10 years. If you can't reach the 5th level of the immortal realm, just wait. Jin Wang rubbed his chin and suddenly said, No, we'll die. The 9 people's wails were earth-shattering. Little Xin has gone to sleep. Little Star is back. Looking at the blue and red light surging on her pretty face and the enchanting face gradually returning to its arrogant and handsome face, Yuan smiled and also changed her appearance back to her original appearance. I guess I won't be using the identity of Yin Nuoxing for a long time. Yin Nuoxing sighed and touched her face, feeling a little nostalgic. It had only been 10 days, but it felt like Yin Nuoxing had been gone for 10 years. If this situation happened a few more times, her mentality would probably become distorted. Big Brother is back. In Yin Nuoxing's embrace, Ming Ming cried out excitedly. His little mouth smacked a kiss on Yin Nuoxing's face, causing Yin Nuoxing to blush a little. Yuan covered her mouth and laughed for a while. After an instant, her pretty face changed dramatically, and she pulled Yin Nuoxing to a stop and hurriedly said, "Where's the Netherworld ruined sword? It doesn't seem to be back yet." Yin Nuoxing obviously knew, but she wasn't nervous. She pulled up her sleeve, and the purplish-black sword mark on her forearm was still there, and it was slightly brighter. Yin Nuoxing smiled and said, "The Netherworld ruined sword is fine, so it should be fine. It said that it would leave for a while and will definitely come back, so it definitely won't leave on its own. Moreover, it's connected to my mind, so I can use this to locate it and can appear at any time. For now, I'll just let it wait by itself. Who knows, it might have something to do." This? All right. Yuan nodded. Since he said it was fine, then it should be fine. Maybe it doesn't want me to rely on it so much. Yin Nuoxing smiled and took out the sun god bow. He enlarged it to 1,000 feet long and let it float in front of him. He smiled at Yuan and said, "Let's use the sun god bow as a means of transportation." Yuan rolled her eyes at him and sat down at the center of the sun god bow. Then she pulled Yin Nuoxing over and hugged him like a pillow. She went asleep, and Ming directly burrowed into his windbreaker. Her little head leaned against his chest, and she also fell asleep. Yin Nuoxing smiled and shook his head. He controlled the sun god bow and flew forward, like a sunbird streaking across the sky, leaving behind a golden streak of light.